Homily 25 of St. John Chrysostom on First Corinthians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Homily 25. First Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 25. Whatsoever is sold in the shambles eat, asking no question, for conscience' sake. Having said that they could not drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of devils, and having once for all led them away from those tables by Jewish examples, by human reasonings, by the tremendous mysteries, by the rites solemnized among the idols, and having filled them with great fear, that he might not by this fear drive them again to another extreme, and they be forced, exercising a greater scrupulosity than was necessary, to feel alarm, lest possibly even without their knowledge there might come in some such thing, either from the market or from some other quarter, to release them from this strait. He saith, Whatsoever is sold in the shambles, that eat, asking no question. For, saith he, if thou eat in ignorance, and not knowingly, thou art not subject to the punishment, it being thenceforth a matter not of greediness, but of ignorance. Nor doth he free the man only from this anxiety, but also from another, establishing them in thorough security and liberty. For he doth not even suffer them to question, that is, to search and inquire, whether it be an idol sacrifice, or no such thing, but simply to eat everything which comes from the market, not even acquainting oneself with so much as this, what it is that is set before us, so that even he that eateth, if in ignorance, may be rid of anxiety. For such is the nature of those things which are not in their essence evil, but through the man's intention make him unclean. Wherefore he saith, asking no question. Verse 26. For to the Lord belongeth the earth, and the fullness thereof, not to the devils. Now, if the earth and the fruits and the beasts be all his, nothing is unclean. But it becomes unclean otherwise from our intention and our disobedience. Wherefore he not only gave permission, but also, verse 27, if any of them that believe not bid you, saith he, to a feast, and ye be disposed to go, whatsoever is set before you, eat, asking no question for conscience' sake. See again his moderation. For he did not command and make a law that they should withdraw themselves, yet neither did he forbid it. And again, should they depart, he frees them from all suspicion. Now, what may be the account of this, that so great curiousness might not seem to arise from any fear and cowardice? For he who makes scrupulous inquiry doth so as being in dread, but he who, on hearing the fact, abstains, abstains as out of contempt and hatred and aversion. Wherefore Paul, purposing to establish both points, saith, Whatsoever is set before you, eat. Verse 28. But if any man say unto you, This is offered in sacrifice unto idols, eat not, for his sake that showed it. Thus it is not at all for any power that they have, but as accursed that he bids abstain from them. Neither then as though they could injure you, fly from them, for they have no strength, nor yet, because they have no strength, indifferently partake. For it is the table of beings hostile and degraded. Wherefore he said, Eat not for his sake that showed it, and for conscience sake. For the earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof. Seest thou how both when he bids them eat, and when they must abstain, he brings forward the same testimony? For I do not forbid, saith he, for this cause, as though they belong to others, for the earth is the Lord's, but for the reason I mentioned, for conscience sake, that is, that it may not be injured. Ought one, therefore, to inquire scrupulously? Nay, saith he, for I said not thy conscience, but his. For I have already said, for his sake that showed it. And again, verse 29, Conscience, I say, not thine own, but of the others. 2. But perhaps someone may say, The brethren indeed, as is natural, thou sparest, and dost not suffer us to taste for their sakes, lest their conscience, being weak, might be drawn in to eat the idol sacrifices. But if it be some heathen, what is this man to thee? Was it not thine own word? What have I to do to judge them also that are without? Wherefore then dost thou on the contrary care for them? Not for him is my care, he replies, but in this case also for thee. To which effect also he adds, For why is my liberty judged of another man's conscience? Meaning by liberty, that which is left without caution or prohibition. For this is liberty, freed from Jewish bondage. And what he means is this: God hath made me free, and above all reach of injury. But the Gentile knoweth not how to judge of this high morality of mine, nor to see into the liberality of my master, but will condemn and say to himself, Christianity is a fable. They abstain from the idols. They shun demons and yet cleave to the things offered to them. Great is their gluttony. And what then? It may be said. What harm is it to us, should he judge us unfairly? But how much better to give him no room to judge at all? For if thou abstain, he will not even say this. How, say you, will he not say it? For when he seeth me not making these inquiries, neither in the shambles nor in the banquet, what should hinder him from using this language and condemning me as one who partakes without discrimination? It is not so at all, For thou partakest not as of idol sacrifices, but as of things clean. And if thou makest no nice inquiry, it is that thou mayest signify that thou fearest not the things set before thee. This being the reason why, whether thou enterest a house of Gentiles, or goest into the market, I suffer thee not to ask questions, viz., lest thou become a startler at sounds, and entangled, and shouldest occasion thyself needless trouble. Verse 30. If I by grace be a partaker, why am I yet evil spoken of for that for which I give thanks? Of what art thou by grace a partaker? Tell me. Of the gifts of God. For his grace is so great as to render my soul unstained and above all pollution. For as the sun, sending down his beams upon many spots of pollution, withdraws them again pure, so likewise we, and much more than so, having our conversation in the midst of the world, remain pure, if we will, by how much the power we have is even greater than his. Why then abstain, say you? Not as though I should become unclean, far from it, but for my brother's sake, and that I may not become a partaker with devils, and that I may not be judged by the unbeliever. For in this case it is no longer now the nature of the thing, but the disobedience, and the friendship with devils, which maketh me unclean, and the purpose of heart worketh the pollution. But what is, why am I yet evil spoken of for that for which I give thanks? I, for my part, saith he, give thanks to God that he hath thus set me on high, and above the low estate of the Jews, so that from no quarter am I injured. But the Gentiles, not knowing my high rule of life, will suspect the contrary, and will say, here are Christians indulging a taste for our customs. They are a kind of hypocrites, abusing the demons and loathing them, yet running to their tables, than which what can be more senseless? We conclude that not for truth's sake, but through ambition and love of power, they have betaken themselves to this doctrine. What folly then would it be that in respect of those things whereby I have been so benefited as even to give solemn thanks, in respect of these I should become the cause of evil speaking? But these things, even as it is, say you, will the Gentile allege, when he seeth me not making inquiry? In no wise. For all things are not full of idol sacrifices, so that he should suspect this. Nor dost thou thyself taste of them as idol sacrifices. Be not then scrupulous overmuch, nor again, on the other hand, when any remark on its being an idol sacrifice, do thou partake. For Christ gave thee grace, and set thee on high, and above all injury from that quarter, not that thou mightest be evil spoken of, nor that the circumstance which hath been such a gain to thee as to be matter of special thanksgiving should be a mean of thy so injuring others that they should even blaspheme. Nay, why, saith he, do I not say to the Gentile, I eat, I am nowise injured, and I do not this as one in friendship with the demons? Because thou canst not persuade him, even though thou shouldest say it 10,000 times, weak as he is and hostile. For if thy brother hath not yet been persuaded by thee, much less the enemy and the Gentile, if he is possessed by his consciousness of the idol sacrifice, much more the unbeliever. And besides, what occasion have we for so great trouble? What then? Whereas we have known Christ, and give thanks, while they blaspheme, shall we therefore abandon this custom also? Far from it. For the thing is not the same. For in the one case, great is our gain from bearing the reproach, but in the other there will be no advantage. Wherefore also he said before, For neither if we eat are we the better, nor if we eat not are we the worse. And besides this too, he showed that the thing was to be avoided, so that even on another ground ought they to be abstained from, not on this account only, but also for the other reasons which he hath assigned. 3. Verse 31. Whether therefore ye eat, or drink, or whatsoever ye do, do all to the glory of God. Perceivest thou how from the subject before him he carried out the exhortation to what was general, giving us one, the most excellent of all rules, that God in all things should be glorified? Verse 32. Give none offense, neither to the Jews, nor to the Gentiles, nor to the church of God. That is, give no handle to anyone, since in the case supposed both thy brother is offended, and the Jew will the more hate and condemn thee, and the Gentile in like manner deride thee, even as a gluttonous man and a hypocrite. Not only, however, should the brethren receive no hurt from us, but to the utmost of our power, not even those that are without. For if we are light, and leaven, and luminaries, and salt, we ought to enlighten, not to darken, to bind, not to loosen, to draw to ourselves the unbelievers, not to drive them away. Why then puttest thou to flight those whom thou oughtest to draw to thee? Since even some Gentiles are hurt when they see us shaping our course back to such things, for they know not our mind, nor that our soul hath come to be above all pollution of sense. And the Jews too, and the weaker brethren, will have the same feelings. Seest thou how many reasons he hath assigned for which we ought to abstain from the idol sacrifices? Because of their unprofitableness, because of their needlessness, because of the injury to our brother, because of the evil speaking of the Jew, because of the reviling of the Gentile, because we ought not to be partakers with devils, because the thing is a kind of idolatry. Further, because he had said, "Give none offense," and he made them responsible for the injury done, both to the Gentiles and to the Jews, and the saying was grievous. See how he renders it acceptable in light, putting himself forward, and saying, verse 33, "Even as I also please all men in all things, not seeking mine own profit, but the profit of many, that they may be saved." Chapter 11, verse 1, "Be ye followers of me, even as I also am of Christ." This is a rule of the most perfect Christianity. This is a landmark exactly laid down, this the point which stands highest of all, viz., the seeking those things which are for the common profit, which also Paul himself declared, by adding, "even as I also am of Christ." For nothing can so make a man a follower of Christ as caring for his neighbors. Nay, though thou shouldest fast, though thou shouldest lie upon the ground, and even strangle thyself, but take no thought for thy neighbor, thou hast wrought nothing great. Yet far from this image is thy station, while thou art so doing. However, in the case before us, even the very thing itself is naturally useful, viz., the abstaining from idol sacrifices. "But I," saith he, "have done many things among those which were unprofitable also. For example, when I used circumcision, when I offered sacrifice. For these, were anyone to examine them in themselves, rather destroy those that follow after them, and cause them to fall from salvation. Nevertheless, I submitted even to these, on account of the advantage therefrom. But here is no such thing. For in that case, except there accrue a certain benefit, and except they be done for others' sake, then the thing becomes injurious. But in this, though there be none offended, even so ought one to abstain from the things forbidden. But not only to things hurtful have I submitted, but also to things toilsome. For I robbed other churches, saith he, taking wages of them. And when it was lawful to eat, and not to work, I sought not this, but chose to perish of hunger, rather than offend another. This is why he says, I please all men in all things, though it be against the law, though it be laborious and hazardous, which is to be done. I endure all for the profit of others. I may say then, that being above all in perfection, I have become beneath all in condescension. 4. For no virtuous action can be very exalted, when it doth not distribute its benefit to others also, as is shown by him who brought the 1 talent safe, and was cut in sunder because he had not made more of it. And thou then, brother, though thou shouldest remain without food, though thou shouldest sleep upon the ground, though thou shouldest eat ashes, and be ever wailing, and do good to no other, thou wilt do no great work. For so also those great and noble persons who were in the beginning made this their chiefest care. Examine accurately their life, and thou wilt see clearly that none of them ever looked to his own things, but each one to the things of his neighbor, whence also they shone the brighter. For so Moses, to mention him first, wrought many and great wonders and signs, but nothing made him so great as that blessed voice which he uttered unto God, saying, If thou wilt forgive their sins, forgive, but if not, blot me also out. Such too was David. Wherefore also he said, I, the shepherd, have sinned, and I have done wickedly. But these, the flock, what have they done? Let thine hand be upon me, and upon my father's house. So likewise Abraham sought not his own profit, but the profit of many. Wherefore he both exposed himself to dangers, and besought God for those who in no wise belonged to him. Well, these indeed so became glorious, but as for those who sought their own, consider what harm too they received. The nephew, for instance, of the last mentioned, because he listened to the saying, If thou wilt go to the right, I will go to the left, and accepting the choice, sought his own profit, did not even find his own. But this country was burned up, while that remained untouched. Jonas, again, not seeking the profit of many, but his own, was in danger even of perishing, and while the city stood fast, he himself was tossed about and overwhelmed in the sea. But when he sought the profit of many, then he also found his own. So likewise Jacob, among the flocks, not seeking his own gain, had that exceeding riches for his portion. And Joseph also, seeking the profit of his brethren, found his own. At least being sent by his father, he said not, What is this? Hast thou not heard that for a vision and certain dreams they even attempted to tear me in pieces, and I was held guilty of my dreams and suffer punishment for being beloved of thee? What then will they not do when they get me in the midst of them? He said none of these things. He thought not of them, but prefers the care of his brethren above all. Therefore he enjoyed also all the good things which followed, which both made him very brilliant and declared him glorious. Thus also Moses. For nothing hinders that we should again a second time make mention of him, and behold how he overlooked his own things, and sought the things of others. I say this Moses, being conversant in a king's court, because he counted the reproach greater riches than the treasures in Egypt, and having cast them even all out of his hands, became a partaker of the afflictions of the Hebrews. So far from being himself enslaved, he liberated them also from bondage. Well, these surely are great things and worthy of an angelical life. But the conduct of Paul, far exceeds this. For all the rest, leaving their own blessings, chose to be partakers in the afflictions of others. But Paul did a thing much greater, for it was not that he consented to be a partaker in others' misfortunes, but he chose himself to be at all extremities, that other men might enjoy blessing. Now, it is not the same for one who lives in luxury to cast away his luxury and suffer adversity, as for one himself alone suffering adversity, to cause others to be in security and honor. For in the former case, though it be a great thing to exchange prosperity for affliction, for your neighbor's sake, nevertheless it brings some consolation to have partakers in the misfortune. But consenting to be himself alone in the distress, that others may enjoy their good things, this belongs to a much more energetic soul, and to Paul's own spirit. And not by this only, but by another and greater excellency doth he surpass all those before mentioned. That is, Abraham and all the rest exposed themselves to dangers in the present life, and all these were but asking for this kind of death, once for all. But Paul prayed that he might fall from the glory of the world to come, for the sake of others' salvation. I may mention also a third point of superiority. And what is this? That some of those, though they interceded for persons who conspired against them, nevertheless it was for those with whose guidance they had been entrusted. And the same thing happened, as if one should stand up for a wild and lawless son, but still a son, whereas Paul wished to be accursed in the stead of those with whose guardianship he was not entrusted. For to the Gentiles was he sent. Dost thou perceive the greatness of his soul, and the loftiness of his spirit, transcending the very heaven? This man do thou emulate. But if thou canst not, at least follow those who shone in the old covenant, for thus only shalt thou find thine own profit, if thou seekest that of thy neighbor. Wherefore, when thou feelest backward to care for thy brother, considering that no otherwise canst thou be saved, at least for thine own sake, stand thou up for him and his interests. 5. And although what hath been said is sufficient to convince thee that no otherwise is it possible to secure our own benefit, yet if thou wouldest also assure thyself of it by the examples of common life, conceive a fire happening anywhere to be kindled in the house, and then some of the neighbors, with a view to their own interest, refusing to expose themselves to the risk, but shutting themselves up and remaining at home, in fear lest someone come and find his way in, and purloin some part of the household goods, how great punishment will they endure? Since the fire will come on and burn down likewise all that is theirs, and because they looked not to the profit of their neighbor, they lose even their own besides. For so God, willing to bind us all to each other, hath imposed upon things such a necessity, that in the profit of one neighbor, that of the other is bound up, and the whole world is thus constituted. And therefore, in a vessel, too, if a storm had come on, and the steersman, leaving the profit of the many, should seek his own only, he will quickly sink both himself and them. And of each several art, too, we may say that should it look to its own profit only, life could never stand, nor even the art itself which so seeketh its own. Therefore the husbandman sows not so much corn only, as is sufficient for himself, since he would long ago have famished both himself and others, but seeks the profit of the many. And the soldier takes the field against dangers, not that he may save himself, but that he may also place his cities in security. And the merchant brings not home so much as may be sufficient for himself alone, but for many others also. Now if any say, each man doeth this, not looking to my interest, but his own, for he engages in all these things to obtain for himself money and glory and security, so that in seeking my profit, he seeks his own. This also do I say, and long since wished to hear from you, and for this have I framed all my discourse, viz., to signify that thy neighbor then seeks his own profit when he looks to thine. For since men would no otherwise make up their mind to seek the things of their neighbor, except they were reduced to this necessity, therefore God hath thus joined things together, and suffers them not to arrive at their own profit, except they first travel through the profit of others. Well then, this is natural to man, thus to follow after his neighbor's advantage, but one ought to be persuaded not from this reason, but from what pleases God. For it is not possible to be saved, wanting this, but though thou shouldest practice the highest philosophy, and neglect others who are perishing, thou wilt gain no confidence towards God. Whence is this evident? From what the blessed Paul declared. For if I sell my goods to feed the poor, and give my body to be burned, and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing, saith he. Seest thou how much Paul requireth of us? And yet he that sold his goods to feed the poor sought not his own good, but that of his neighbor. But this alone is not enough, he saith, for he would have it done with sincerity and much sympathy. For therefore also God made it a law, that he might bring us into the bond of love. When therefore he demands so large a measure, and we do not render even that which is less, of what indulgence shall we be worthy? And how, saith one, did God say to Lot by the angels, escape for thy life? Say, when and why? When the punishment was bearing down on them, not when there was an opportunity of correction, but when they were condemned and incurably diseased, and old and young had rushed into the same passions, and henceforth they must needs be burned up. And in that day when the thunderbolts were about to descend. And besides, this was not spoken of vice and virtue, but of the chastisement inflicted by God. For what was he to do? Tell me. Sit still and await the punishment, and without at all profiting them, be burned up? Nay, this were the extremest folly. For I do not affirm this, that one ought to bring chastisement on oneself without discrimination, and at random apart from the will of God. But when a man tarries long in sin, then I bid thee push thyself forward and correct him, if thou wilt for thy neighbour's sake. But if not, at least for thine own profit. It is true, the first is the better course. But if thou reachest not yet unto that height, do it even for this. And let no man seek his own, that he may find his own, and bearing in mind that neither parting with all, nor martyrdom, nor any other thing will have power to stand up for us, unless we have the height of love. Let us preserve this beyond all the rest, that through it we may also obtain all other, both present and promised, blessings, at which may we all arrive through the grace and mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom to the Father, with the Holy Ghost, be glory, power, and honor, now and forever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 25. Homily 26, Part 1, of St. John Chrysostom on First Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 26, First Corinthians, chapter 11, verse 2. Now I praise you, brethren, that ye remember me in all things, and keep the ordinances as I delivered them to you. Having completed the discourse concerning the idol sacrifices, as became him, and having rendered it most perfect in all respects, he proceeds to another thing, which also itself was a crime, but not so great a one. For that which I said before, this do, I also now say, that he doth not set down all the heavy accusations continuously, but after disposing them in due order, he inserts among them the lighter matters, mitigating what the readers would else feel offensive in his discourse, on account of his continually reproving. Wherefore also he sets the most vehement of all last, that relating to the resurrection. But for the present he goes to another, a lighter thing, saying, Now I praise you, that ye remember me in all things. Thus, when the offense is admitted, he both accuses vehemently and threatens, but when it is questioned, he first proves it, and then rebukes. And what was admitted he aggravates, but what was likely to be disputed, he shows to be admitted. Their fornication, for instance, was a thing admitted. Wherefore there was no need to show that there was an offense, but in that case he proved the magnitude of the transgression, and conducted his discourse by way of comparison. Again, their going to law before aliens was an offense, but not so great a one. Wherefore he threw it in likewise by the way, and proved it. The matter of the idol sacrifices again was questioned. It was, however, a most serious evil. Wherefore he both shows it to be an offense, and aggravates it by his discourse. But when he doeth this, he not only withdraws them from the several crimes, but invites them also to their contraries. Thus he said not only that one must not commit fornication, but likewise that one ought to exhibit great holiness. Wherefore he added, "Therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit." And having said again that one ought not to be wise with the wisdom that is without, he is not content with this, but bids me also to become a fool. And where he advises them not to go to law before them that are without, and to avoid doing wrong, he goeth further, and takes away even the very going to law, and counsels them not only to do no wrong, but even to suffer wrong. And discoursing concerning the idol sacrifices, he said not that one ought to abstain from things forbidden only, but also from things permitted, when offense is given, and not only not to hurt the brethren, but not even Greeks nor Jews. Thus, "Give none offense," saith he, "neither to the Jews, nor to the Gentiles, nor to the church of God." 2. Having finished, therefore, all the discourse concerning all these things, after this he next proceeds also to another accusation. And what was this? Their women used both to pray and prophesy unveiled, and with their head bare. For then women also used to prophesy. But the men went so far as to wear long hair, as having spent their time in philosophy, and covered their heads when praying and prophesying, each of which was a Grecian custom. Since then he had already admonished them concerning these things when present, and some perhaps listened to him, and others disobeyed. Therefore, in his letter also again, he foments the place, like a wise physician, by his mode of addressing them, and so corrects the offense. For that he had heretofore admonished them in person is evident from what he begins with. Why else, having said nothing of this matter anywhere in the epistle before, but passing on from other accusations, doth he straightway say, "Now I praise you, in that ye remember me in all things, and keep the ordinances as I delivered them to you"? Thou seest that some obeyed, whom he praises, and others disobeyed, whom he corrects by what comes afterwards, saying, Now, if any man seem to be contentious, we have no such custom. For if after some had done well, but others disobeyed, he had included all in his accusation, he would both have made the one sort bolder, and have caused the others to become more remiss. Whereas now, by praising and commending the one, and rebuking the other, he both freshens up the one more effectually, and causes the other to shrink before him, the accusation, even by itself, being such a thing as might well wound them. But now that it takes place by contrast with others who have done well and are praised, it comes with a sharper sting. However, for the present, he begins not with accusation, but with encomiums, and great encomiums, saying, Now I praise you, that ye remember me in all things. For such is the character of Paul. Though it be but for small matters, he weaves a web of high praise, nor is it for flattery that he doth so. Far from it. How could he so act, to whom neither money was desirable, nor glory, nor any other such thing, but for their salvation he orders all his proceedings? And this is why he amplifies his praise of them, saying, Now I praise you, that ye remember me in all things. All what things? For hitherto his discourse was only concerning their not wearing long hair and not covering their heads. But, as I said, he is very bountiful in his praises of them, rendering them more forward. Wherefore he saith, That ye remember me in all things, and keep the ordinances as I delivered them to you. It appears, then, that he used at that time to deliver many things, also not in writing, which he shows too in many other places. But at that time he only delivered them, whereas now he adds an explanation of their reason, thus both rendering the one sort, the obedient, more steadfast, and pulling down the other's pride, who oppose themselves. Further, he doth not say, quote, Ye have obeyed, whilst others disobeyed, unquote, but in a way of which they would not be jealous, intimates it by his mode of teaching in what follows, where he saith, verse 3, But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. This is his account of the reason of the thing, and he states it to make the weaker more attentive. He indeed that is faithful, as he ought, and steadfast, doth not even require any reason or cause of those things which are commanded him, but is content with the ordinance alone. But he that is weaker, when he also learns the cause, then both retains what is said with more care, and obeys with much readiness. Wherefore neither did he state the cause, until he saw the commandment transgressed. What then is the cause? The head of every man is Christ. Is he then head of the Gentile also? In no wise. For if we are the body of Christ, and members in particular, and in this way he is our head, he cannot be the head of them who are not in the body, who rank not among the members. So that when he says of every man, one must understand it of the believer. Perceivest thou how everywhere he appeals to the hearer's shame by arguing from on high? Thus, both when he was discoursing on love, and when on humility, and when on almsgiving, it was from thence that he drew his examples. 3. But the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. Here the heretics dart in upon us with a certain declaration of inferiority, which out of these words they contrive against the Son. But they stumble against themselves. For if the man be the head of the woman, and the head be of the same substance with the body, and the head of Christ is God, the Son is of the same substance with the Father. Quote, nay, unquote, say they, quote, it is not his being of another substance which we intend to show from hence, but that he is under subjection, unquote. What then are we to say to this? In the first place, when anything lowly is said, conjoined as he is with the flesh, there is no disparagement of the Godhead in what is said, the economy admitting the expression. However, tell me how thou intendest to prove this from the passage. Quote, why, as the man governs the wife, unquote, saith he, quote, so also the Father Christ, unquote. Therefore, also as Christ governs the man, so likewise the Father the Son. For the head of every man, we read, is Christ. And who could ever admit this? For if the superiority of the Son compared with us be the measure of the Father's compared with the Son, consider to what meanness thou wilt bring him. So that we must not try all things by like measure in respect of ourselves and of God, though the language used concerning them be similar. But we must assign to God a certain appropriate excellency, and so great as belongs to God. For should they not grant this, many absurdities will follow, as thus the head of Christ is God, and Christ is the head of the man, and he of the woman. Therefore, if we choose to take the term head in the like sense in all the clauses, the Son will be as far removed from the Father as we are from him. Nay, and the woman will be as far removed from us as we are from the Word of God. And what the Son is to the Father, this both we are to the Son, and the woman again to the man. And who will endure this? But dost thou understand the term head differently in the case of the man and the woman from what thou dost in the case of Christ? Therefore, In the case of the Father and the Son, must we understand it differently also? Quote, "How understand it differently?" unquote, saith the objector. According to the occasion. For had Paul meant to speak of rule and subjection, as thou sayest, he would not have brought forward the instance of a wife, but rather of a slave and a master. For what if the wife be under subjection to us? It is as a wife, as free, as equal in honor. And the Son also, though he did become obedient to the Father, it was as the Son of God. It was as God. For as the obedience of the Son to the Father is greater than we find in men towards the authors of their being, so also his liberty is greater. Since it will not, of course, be said that the circumstances of the Son's relation to the Father are greater and more genuine than among men, and of the Father's to the Son less. For if we admire the Son, that he was obedient, so as to come even unto death, and the death of the cross, and reckon this the great wonder concerning him, we ought to admire the Father also, that he begat such a Son, not as a slave under command, but as free, yielding obedience, and giving counsel. For the counselor is no slave. But again, when thou hearest of a counselor, do not understand it as though the Father were in need, but that the Son hath the same honor with him that begat him. Do not therefore strain the example of the man and the woman to all particulars. For with us indeed the woman is reasonably subjected to the man, since equality of honor causeth contention, and not for this cause only, but by reason also of the deceit which happened in the beginning. Wherefore, you see, she was not subjected as soon as she was made, nor when he brought her to the man, did either she herself hear any such thing of God, nor did the man say any such word to her. He said indeed that she was bone of his bone, and flesh of his flesh. But of rule or subjection he nowhere made mention unto her. But when she made an ill use of her privilege, and she who had been made a helper was found to be an ensnarer, and ruined all, then she is justly told for the future, "Thy turning shall be to thy husband," to account for which it was likely that this sin would have thrown our race into a state of warfare, for her having been made out of him would not have contributed anything to peace. When this had happened, nay, rather this very thing would have made the man even the harsher, that she, made as she was out of him, should not have spared, no, not him who was member of herself. Wherefore God, considering the malice of the devil, raised up a bulwark, viz., this word. And what enmity was likely to arise from his evil device, he took away by means of this sentence. and by the desire implanted in us, thus pulling down the partition wall, if it may be so called, that is, the resentment caused by that sin of hers. But in God, and in that undefiled essence, one must not suppose any such thing. Do not therefore apply the examples to all, since elsewhere also from this source many grievous errors will occur. For so in the beginning of this very epistle he said, "All are yours, and ye are Christ's, and Christ is God's." What then? Are all in like manner ours, as we are Christ's, and Christ is God's? In no wise, but even to the very simple, the difference is evident, although the same expression is used of God, and Christ, and us. And elsewhere, also having called the husband head of the wife, he added, "Even as Christ is head and Savior and defender of the church, so also ought the man to be of his own wife." Are we then to understand in like manner the saying in the text as we do this, and all that after this is written to the Ephesians concerning this subject? Far from it. It is impossible. For although the same words are spoken of God and of men, yet in one way those must be understood, and in another these. Not, however, on the other hand, all things diversely, since, contrariwise, they will seem to have been introduced at random and in vain, we reaping no benefit from them. But as we must not receive all things alike, so neither must we absolutely reject all. Now that what I say may become clearer, I will endeavor to make it manifest in an example. Christ is called the head of the church. If I am to take nothing from what is human in the idea, why, I would know, is the expression used at all? On the other hand, if I understand all in that way, extreme absurdity will result. For the head is of like passions with the body, and liable to the same things. What then ought we to let go, and what to accept? We should let go these particulars which I have mentioned, but accept the notion of a perfect union, and the first principle, and not even these ideas absolutely, but here also we must form a notion, as we may by ourselves, of that which is too high for us, and suitable to the Godhead, as that both the union is surer, and the beginning more honorable. Again, thou hearest the word son. Do not thou in this case either admit all particulars, yet neither oughtest thou to reject all, but admitting whatever is meet for God, that is, that he is of the same substance, that he is of God, the things which are incongruous and belong to human weakness, leave thou upon the earth. Again, God is called light. Shall we then admit all circumstances which belong to this light? In no wise. For to that region this light is circumscribed by darkness and by space, and is moved by another power, and is overshadowed, none of which it is lawful even to imagine of that essence. We will not, however, reject all things on this account, but will reap something useful from the example. The illumination which cometh to us from God, the deliverance from darkness, this will be what we gather from it. 4. Thus much in answer to the heretics, but we must also orderly go over the whole passage, for perhaps someone might here have doubt also, questioning with himself what sort of crime it was that the woman should be uncovered, or that the men should be covered. What sort of crime then it is, learn now from hence. Symbols many and diverse have been given both to man and woman, to him of rule, to her of subjection, and among them this also, that she should be covered, while he hath his head bare. If now these be symbols, you see that both err when they disturb the order and the disposition of God, and transgress their proper limits, both the man falling into the woman's inferiority, and the woman rising up against the man by her outward habiliments. For if exchange of garments be not lawful, so that neither she should be clad with a cloak, nor he with a mantle or a veil. For the woman, saith he, shall not wear that which pertaineth to a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment. Much more is it unseemly for these things to be interchanged. For the former indeed were ordained by men, even although God afterwards ratified them. But this by nature, I mean the being covered or uncovered. But when I say nature, I mean God, for he it is who created nature. When therefore thou overturnest these boundaries, see how great injuries ensue. And tell me not this, that the error is but small. For first, it is great, even of itself, being as it is disobedience. Next, though it were small, it became great, because of the greatness of the things whereof it is a sign. However, that it is a great matter is evident from its ministering so effectually to good order among mankind, the governor and the governed being regularly kept in their several places by it, so that he who transgresseth disturbs all things, and betrays the gifts of God, and casts to the ground the honor bestowed on him from above. Not, however, the man only, but also the woman, for to her also that is the greatest of honors, to preserve her own rank, as indeed of disgraces, the behavior of a rebel. Wherefore he laid it down concerning both, thus saying, verse 4, every man praying or prophesying, having his head covered, dishonoureth his head. But every woman that prayeth or prophesieth with her head uncovered dishonoureth her head. For there were, as I said, both men who prophesied, and women who had this gift at that time, as the daughters of Philip, as others before them and after them, concerning whom also the prophets spake of old, Your sons shall prophesy, and your daughters shall see visions. Well then, the man he compelleth not to be always uncovered, but when he prays only. For every man, saith he, praying or prophesying, having his head covered, dishonoureth his head. But the woman he commands to be at all times covered. Wherefore also having said, Every woman that prayeth or prophesieth with her head uncovered dishonoureth her head, he stayed not at this point only, but also proceeded to say, For that is even all one as if she were shaven. But if to be shaven is always dishonourable, it is plain too that being uncovered is always a reproach. And not even with this only was he content, but added again, saying, The woman ought to have power on her head because of the angels. He signifies that not at the time of prayer only, but also continually she ought to be covered. But with regard to the man, it is no longer about covering, but about wearing long hair, that he so forms his discourse. To be covered he then only forbids, when a man is praying, but the wearing long hair he discourages at all times. Wherefore, as touching the woman, he said, But if she be not covered, let her also be shorn. So likewise touching the man, if he have long hair, it is a shame unto him. He said not, quote, If he be covered, unquote, but if he have long hair. Wherefore also he said at the beginning, Every man praying or prophesying, having anything on his head, dishonoureth his head. He said not, quote, covered, unquote, but having anything on his head, signifying that even though he pray with the head bare, yet if he have long hair, he is like to one covered. For the hair, saith he, is given for a covering. Verse 6. But if the woman be not covered, let her also be shorn. But if it be a shame for a woman to be shorn or shaven, let her be covered. Thus, in the beginning, he simply requires that the head be not bare. But as he proceeds, he intimates both the continuance of the rule, saying, For that is all one, as if she were shaven, and the keeping of it with all care and diligence. For he said not merely covered, but covered over, meaning that she be with all care sheltered from view on every side. And by reducing it to an absurdity, he appeals to their shame, saying by way of severe reprimand, But if she be not covered, let her also be shorn. As if he had said, quote, If thou cast away the covering appointed by the law of God, cast away likewise that appointed by nature, unquote. But if any say, quote, Nay, how can this be a shame to the woman if she mount up to the glory of the man, unquote? we might make this answer, quote, "She doth not mount up, but rather falls from her own proper honor," unquote, since not to abide within our own limits and the laws ordained of God, but to go beyond, is not an addition, but a diminution. For as he that desireth other men's goods, and seizeth what is not his own, hath not gained anything more, but is diminished, having lost even that which he had, which kind of thing also happened in paradise. So likewise the woman acquireth not the man's dignity, but loseth even the woman's comeliness which she had. And not from hence only is her shame and reproach, but also on account of her covetousness. Having taken then what was confessedly shameful, and having said, "But if it be a shame for a woman to be shorn or shaven," he states in what follows his own conclusion, saying, "Let her be covered." And he said not, quote, "Let her have long hair," unquote, but "let her be covered," ordaining both these to be one, and establishing them both ways from what was customary, and from their contraries, in that he both affirms the covering and the hair to be one, and also that she again, who is shaven, is the same with her whose head is bare. For that is even all one, saith he, as if she were shaven. But if any say, quote, "And how is it one, if this woman have the covering of nature, but the other who is shaven have not even this?" unquote, we answer that as far as her will goes, she threw that off, likewise by having the head bare. And if it be not bare of tresses, that is nature's doing, not her own. End of Homily 26, Part 1. Homily 26, Part 2 of St. John Chrysostom on 1 Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. So then, as she who is shaven hath her head bare, so this woman in like manner. For this cause he left it to nature to provide her with a covering, that even of it she might learn this lesson, and veil herself. Then he states also a cause, as one discoursing with those who are free, a thing which in many places I have remarked. What then is the cause? Verse 7. For the man indeed ought not to cover his head, forasmuch as he is the image and glory of God. This is again another cause. Quote, not only, unquote. So he speaks, quote, because he hath Christ to be his head, ought he not to cover the head, but because also he rules over the woman, unquote. For the ruler, when he comes before the king, ought to have the symbol of his rule. As therefore no ruler, without military girdle and cloak, would venture to appear before him that hath the diadem, so neither do thou without the symbols of thy rule, one of which is the not being covered. Pray before God lest thou insult both thyself and him that hath honored thee. And the same thing likewise one may say regarding the woman, for to her also is it a reproach, the not having the symbols of her subjection, but the woman is the glory of the man. Therefore the rule of the man is natural. 5. Then, having affirmed his point, he states again other reasons and causes also, leading thee to the first creation, and saying thus, verse 8, For the man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man. But if to be of any one is a glory to him, of whom one is much more the being like him. Verse 9, For neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man. This is again a second superiority, nay, rather also a third and a fourth, the first being that Christ is the head of us, and we of the woman. A second, that we are the glory of God, but the woman of us. A third, that we are not of the woman, but she of us. A fourth, that we are not for her, but she for us. Verse 10, For this cause ought the woman to have power on her head. For this cause. What cause, tell me? Quote, For all these which have been mentioned, unquote, saith he, or rather not for these only, but also because of the angels. Quote, For although thou despise thine husband, unquote, saith he, quote, yet reverence the angels, unquote. It follows that being covered is a mark of subjection and of power, for it induces her to look down and be ashamed, and preserve entire her proper virtue. For the virtue and honor of the governed is to abide in his obedience. Again, the man is not compelled to do this, for he is the image of his Lord, but the woman is, and that reasonably. Consider then the excess of the transgression, when being honored with so high a prerogative, thou puttest thyself to shame, seizing the woman's dress, and thou doest the same, as if, having received a diadem, thou shouldest cast the diadem from thy head, and instead of it take a slave's garment. Verse 11, Nevertheless, neither is the man without the woman, neither the woman without the man, in the Lord. Thus, because he had given great superiority to the man, having said that the woman is of him, and for him, and under him, that he might neither lift up the men more than was due, nor depress the women. See how he brings in the correction, saying, Nevertheless, neither is the man without the woman, neither the woman without the man, in the Lord. Quote, Examine not, I pray, unquote, saith he, quote, the first things only, and that creation. Since if thou inquire into what comes after, each one of the two is the cause of the other, or rather, not even thus each of the other, but God of all, unquote. Wherefore he saith, Neither the man without the woman, neither the woman without the man, in the Lord. Verse 12, For as the woman is of the man, so also is the man by the woman. He said not of the woman, but he repeats the expression of the man. For still this particular prerogative remains entire with the man. Yet are not these excellencies the property of the man, but of God? Wherefore also he adds, but all things of God. If therefore all things belong to God, and he commands these things, do thou obey, and gainsay not. Verse 13. Judge in yourselves. Is it comely that a woman pray unto God uncovered? Again, he places them as judges of the things said, which also he did respecting the idol sacrifices. For as there he saith, Judge ye what I say. So here, judge in yourselves. And he hints something more awful here, for he says that the affront here passes on unto God, although thus indeed he doth not express himself, but in something of a milder and more enigmatical form of speech. Is it comely that a woman pray unto God uncovered? Verse 14. Doth not even nature itself teach you that if a man have long hair, it is a shame unto him? Verse 15. But if a woman have long hair, it is a glory to her, for her hair is given her for a covering. His constant practice of stating commonly received reasons he adopts also in this place, betaking himself to the common custom, and greatly abashing those who waited to be taught these things from him, which even from men's ordinary practice they might have learned. For such things are not unknown even to barbarians, and see how he everywhere deals in piercing expressions. Every man praying having his head covered dishonoureth his head. And again, but if it be a shame for a woman to be shorn or shaven, let her be covered. And here again, if a man have long hair, it is a shame unto him, but if a woman have long hair, it is a glory to her, for her hair is given her for a covering. Quote, and if it be given her for a covering, unquote, say you, quote, wherefore need she add another covering, unquote. That not nature only, but also her own will, may have part in her acknowledgment of subjection. For that thou oughtest to be covered, nature herself by anticipation enacted a law. Add now, I pray, thine own part also, that thou mayest not seem to subvert the very laws of nature, a proof of most insolent rashness, to buffet not only with us, but with nature also. This is why God, accusing the Jews, said, Thou hast slain thy sons and thy daughters. This is beyond all thy abominations. And again, Paul, rebuking the unclean among the Romans, thus aggravates the accusation, saying that their usage was not only against the law of God, but even against nature. For they changed the natural use into that which is against nature. For this cause, then, here also he works on this argument, partly to signify this, which hath been said, and partly that he is not enacting any strange law, and that among Gentiles their inventions would all be reckoned as a kind of novelty against nature. So also Christ, implying the same, said, Whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them, showing that he is not introducing anything new. Verse 16. But if any man seem to be contentious, we have no such custom, neither the churches of God. It is then contentious to oppose these things, and not any exercise of reason. Notwithstanding, even thus it is a measured sort of rebuke which he adopts, to fill them the more with self-reproach, which in truth rendered his saying the more severe. For we, saith he, have no such custom, so as to contend, and to strive, and to oppose ourselves. And he stopped, not even here, but also added, neither the churches of God, signifying that they resist and oppose themselves to the whole world by not yielding. However, even if the Corinthians were then contentious, yet now the whole world hath both received and kept this law. So great is the power of the crucified. 6. But I fear lest, having assumed the dress, yet in their deeds some of our women should be found immodest, and in other ways uncovered. For therefore also writing to Timothy, Paul was not content with these things, but added others, saying that they adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with braided hair or gold. For if one ought not to have the head bare, but everywhere to carry about the token of subjection, much more is it becoming to exhibit the same in our deeds. Thus, at any rate, the former women also use both to call their husbands lords, and to yield the precedence to them. Quote, because they, for their part, you say, used to love their own wives. Unquote. I know that as well as you. I am not ignorant of it. But when we are exhorting thee concerning thine own duties, let not theirs take all thine attention. For so, when we exhort children to be obedient to parents, saying that it is written, Honor thy father and thy mother, they reply to us, quote, Mention also what follows, and ye fathers provoke not your children to wrath. Unquote. And servants, when we tell them that it is written that they should obey their masters and not serve with eye service, they also again demand of us what follows, bidding us also give the same advice to masters. For Paul bade them also, they say, to forbear threatening. But let us not do thus, nor inquire into the things enjoined on others, when we are charged with regard to our own. For neither will thy obtaining a partner in the charges free thee from the blame, but look to one thing only, how thou mayest rid thyself of those charges which lie against thyself. Since Adam also laid the blame on the woman, and she again on the serpent, but this did in no wise deliver them. Do not thou therefore for thy part say this to me now, but be careful with all cheerfulness to render what thou owest to thy husband, since also when I am discoursing with thy husband, advising him to love and cherish thee, I suffer him not to bring forward the law that is appointed for the woman, but I require of him that which is written for his own use. And do thou therefore busy thyself with those things only which belong to thee, and show thyself tractable to thy consort. And accordingly, if it be really for God's sake that thou obeyest thy husband, tell me not of the things which ought to be done by him, but for what things thou hast been made responsible by the lawgiver, those do thou perform with exactness. For this is especially to obey God, not to transgress the law, even when suffering things contrary to it. And by the same rule, he that being beloved loves is not reckoned to do any great thing, but he that waits upon a person who hateth him, this above all is the man to receive a crown. In the same manner, then, do thou also reckon that if thy husband give thee disgust, and thou endure it, thou shalt receive a glorious crown. But if he be gentle and mild, what will there be for God to reward in thee? And these things I say, not bidding the husbands be harsh, but persuading the wives to bear even with harshness in their husbands, since when each is careful to fulfill his own duty, his neighbor's part also will quickly follow, as when the wife is prepared to bear even with rough behavior in the husband, and the husband refrains from abusing her in her angry mood, then all is a calm, and a harbor free from waves. 7. So also was it with those of old time. Each was employed in fulfilling his own duty, not in exacting that of his neighbor. Thus, if you mark it, Abraham took his brother's son. His wife found no fault in him. He commanded her to travel a long journey. She spake not even against this, but followed. Again, after those many miseries and labors and toils, having become Lord of all, he yielded the precedency to Lot. And so far from Sarah being offended at this, she did not even open her mouth, nor uttered any such thing as many of the women of these days utter when they see their own husbands coming off inferior in such appointments, and especially in dealing with inferiors, reproaching them and calling them fools and senseless and unmanly, and traitors and stupid. But no such thing did she say or think, but was pleased with all things that were done by him. And another thing, and that a greater, after that Lot had the choice put in his power, and had thrown the inferior part upon his uncle, a great danger fell upon him, whereof the patriarch hearing, armed all his people, and set himself against the whole army of the Persians with his own domestics only. And not even then did she detain him, nor say, as was likely, quote, O man, whither goest thou, thrusting thyself down precipices, and exposing thyself to so great hazards, for one who wronged thee and seized on all that was thine, shedding thy blood? Yes, and even if thou make light of thyself, yet have pity on me, which have left house and country and friends and kindred, and have followed thee in so long a pilgrimage, and expose me not to widowhood and to the miseries of widowhood." Unquote. None of these things, she said. She thought not of them, but bore all in silence. After this, her womb continuing barren, she herself suffers not the grief of women, nor laments. But he complains, though not to his wife, but to God. And see how each preserves his own appropriate part. For he neither despised Sarah as childless, nor reproached her with any such thing. And she again was anxious to devise some consolation to him for her childlessness by means of the handmaid. For these things had not yet been forbidden then as now. For now neither is it lawful for women to indulge their husbands in such things, nor for the men, with or without the wife's knowledge, to form such connections, even though the grief of their childlessness should infinitely harass them, since they also shall hear the sentence, "Their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched." For now it is not permitted, but then it had not been forbidden. Wherefore both his wife commanded this, and he obeyed, yet not even thus for pleasure's sake. But, quote, "Behold," unquote, it will be said, quote, "how he cast Hagar out again at her bidding," unquote. Well, this is what I want to point out, that both he obeyed her in all things, and she him. But do not thou give heed to these things only, but examine, thou who urgest this plea, into what had gone before also. Hagar's insulting her, her boasting herself against her mistress, than which what can be more vexatious to a free and honorable woman? 8. Let not then the wife tarry for the virtue of the husband, and then show her own, for this is nothing great, nor, on the other hand, the husband for the obedience of the wife, and then exercise self-command. For neither would this any more be his own well-doing, but let each, as I said, furnish his own share first. For if to the Gentiles smiting us on the right, we must turn the other cheek, much more ought one to bear with harsh behavior in a husband. And I say not this for the wife to be beaten, far from it. For this is the extremest affront, not to her that is beaten, but to him that beateth. But even if by some circumstance thou have such a yoke-fellow allotted thee, take it not ill, O woman, considering the reward which is laid up for such things, and their praise too in this present life. And to you, husbands, also this I say, make it a rule that there can be no such offense as to bring you under the necessity of striking a wife. And why say I a wife? Since not even upon his handmaiden could a free man endure to inflict blows and lay violent hands. But if the shame be great for a man to beat a maidservant, much more to stretch forth the right hand against her that is free, And this one might see even from heathen legislators, who no longer compel her that hath been so treated to live with him that beat her, as being unworthy of her fellowship. For surely it comes of extreme lawlessness when thy partner of life, she who in the most intimate relations, and that on the highest authority, is united with thee, when she, like a base slave, is dishonored by thee. Wherefore also such a man, if indeed one must call him a man, and not rather a wild beast, I should say, was like a parricide and a murderer of his mother. For if for a wife's sake we were commanded to leave even father and mother, not wronging them, but fulfilling a divine law, and a law so grateful to our parents themselves, that even they, the very persons whom we are leaving, are thankful and bring it about with great eagerness, what but extreme frenzy can it be to insult her, for whose sake God bade us leave even our parents? But we may well ask, is it only madness? There is the shame too. I would fain know who can endure it, and what description can set it before us, when shrieks and wailings are borne along the alleys, and there is a running to the house of him that is so disgracing himself, both of the neighbors and the passers-by, as though some wild beast were ravaging within. Better were it that the earth should gape asunder for one so frantic, than that he should be seen at all in the forum after it. Quote, "But the woman is insolent," unquote, saith he. Consider nevertheless that she is a woman, the weaker vessel, whereas thou art a man, for therefore wert thou ordained to be ruler, and wert assigned to her in place of a head, that thou mightest bear with the weakness of her that is set under thee. Make then thy rule glorious, and glorious it will be, when the subject of it meets with no dishonour from thee, and as the monarch will appear so much the more dignified, as he manifests more dignity in the officer under him. But if he dishonour and depreciate the greatness of that rank, he is indirectly cutting off no small portion of his own glory likewise. So also thou, if thou dishonour her, who governs next to thyself, wilt in no common degree mar the honour of thy governance. Considering therefore all these things, command thyself, and withal think also of that evening on which the Father, having called thee, delivered thee his daughter as a kind of deposit, and having separated her from all, from her mother, from himself, from the family, entrusted her entire guardianship to thy right hand. Consider that, under God, through her thou hast children, and hast become a father, and be thou also on that account gentle towards her. 8. Seest thou not the husbandman, how the earth which hath once received the seed, they tend with all various methods of culture, though it have 10,000 disadvantages, that is, though it be an unkindly soil, or bear ill weeds, or though it be vexed with excessive rain through the nature of its situation, this also do thou. For thus shalt thou be first to enjoy both the fruit and the calm, since thy wife is to thee both a harbor and a potent healing charm, to rejoice thy heart. Well then, if thou shalt free thy harbor from winds and waves, thou shalt enjoy much tranquillity on thy return from the marketplace. But if thou fill it with clamor and tumult, thou dost but prepare for thyself a more grievous shipwreck. In order then to prevent this, let what I advise be done. When anything uncomfortable happens in the household, if she be in the wrong, console her, and do not aggravate the discomfort. For even if thou shouldest lose all, nothing is more grievous than to have a wife without good will sharing thine abode. And whatever offense thou canst mention, thou wilt tell me of nothing so very painful as being at strife with her, so that if it were only for such reasons as these, let her love be more precious than all things. For if one another's burdens are to be borne, much more our own wife's. Though she be poor, do not upbraid her. Though she be foolish, do not trample on her, but correct her rather, because she is a member of thee, and ye are become one flesh. But she is trifling and drunken and passionate. Thou oughtest then to grieve over these things, not to be angry, and to beseech God and exhort her and give her advice and do everything to cut away the evil. But if thou strike her and keep on fretting her, the disease is not healed. For fierceness is removed by moderation, not by rival fierceness. With these things bear in mind also the reward from God, that when it is permitted thee to cut her off, and thou doest not so for the fear of God, but bearest with so great defects, fearing the law appointed in such matters, which forbids to put away a wife, whatsoever disease she may have, thou shalt receive an unspeakable reward. Yes, and before the reward thou shalt be a very great gainer, both rendering her more obedient and becoming thyself more gentle thereby. It is said, for instance, that one of the heathen philosophers, who had a bad wife, a trifler and a drunkard, when some asked, "Why, having such an one, he endured her," he made reply, "that he might have in his house a school and training place of philosophy. For I shall be to all the rest meeker," saith he, "being here disciplined every day." Do you utter a great shout? Why, I at this moment am greatly mourning when heathens prove better lovers of wisdom than we who are commanded to imitate angels, nay, rather, who are commanded to follow God himself in respect of gentleness. But to proceed, it is said that for this reason the philosopher, having a bad wife, cast her not out, and some say that this very thing was the reason of his marrying her. But I, because many men have dispositions not exactly reasonable, advise that at first they do all they can, and be careful that they take a suitable partner, and one full of all virtue. Should it happen, however, that they miss their end, and she whom they have brought into the house prove no good or tolerable bride, then I would have them at any rate try to be like this philosopher, and be always putting her in tune, and add not wilfully any of these things, since neither will a merchant, until he have made a compact with his partner capable of procuring peace, launch the vessel into the deep, nor apply himself to the rest of the transaction. And let us then use every effort that she, who is partner with us in the business of life, and in this our vessel, may be kept in all peace within. For thus shall our other affairs too be all in calm, and with tranquillity shall we run our course through the ocean of the present life. Compared with this, let house and slaves and money and lands and the business itself of the state be less in our account, and let it be more valuable than all in our eyes, that she who with us sits ruling over the house should not be in mutiny and disunion with us. For so shall our other matters proceed with a favoring tide, and in spiritual things also we shall find ourselves much the freer from hindrance, drawing this yoke with one accord, and having done all things well, we shall obtain the blessings laid up in store, unto which may we all attain, through the grace and mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom to the Father, with the Holy Ghost, be glory, power, and honor, now and ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 26, Part 2. Homily 27 of St. John Chrysostom on First Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 27, 1 Corinthians, chapter 11, verse 17. Now in this that I declare unto you, I praise you not, that ye come together, not for the better, but for the worse. It is necessary, in considering the present charge, to state also first the occasion of it, for thus again will our discourse be more intelligible. What then is this occasion? As in the case of the 3,000 who believed in the beginning, all had eaten their meals in common, and had all things common. Such also was the practice at the time when the apostle wrote this. Not such indeed exactly, but as it were a certain outflowing of that communion abiding among them, descended also to them that came after. And because, of course, some were poor, but others rich, they laid not down all their goods in the midst, but made the tables open on stated days, as it should seem. And when the solemn service was completed, after the communion of the mysteries, they all went to a common entertainment, the rich bringing their provisions with them, and the poor and destitute being invited by them, and all feasting in common. But afterward this custom also became corrupt, and the reason was their being divided and addicting themselves, some to this party and others to that, and saying, quote, I am of such a one, unquote, and, quote, I of such a one, unquote, which thing also to correct he said in the beginning of the epistle. For it hath been declared to me of you, my brethren, by them which are of the house of Chloe, that there are contentions among you. Now this I say, that every one of you saith, I am of Paul, and I of Apollos, and I of Cephas. Not that Paul was the person to whom they were attaching themselves, for he would not have borne it, but wishing by doing more than was required to tear up this custom from the root, he introduced himself, indicating that if any one had inscribed upon himself even his name when breaking off from the common body, even so the thing done was profane and extreme wickedness. And if in his case it were wickedness, much more in the case of those others inferior to him. 2. Since therefore this custom was broken through, a custom most excellent and most useful, for it was a foundation of love, and a comfort to poverty, and a corrective of riches, and an occasion of the highest philosophy, and an instruction of humility. Since, however, he saw so great advantages in a way to be destroyed, he naturally addresses them with severity, thus saying, Now in this that I declare unto you, I praise you not. For in the former charge, as there were many who kept the ordinances, he began otherwise, saying thus, Now I praise you, that ye remember me in all things, but here contrariwise, Now in this that I declare unto you, I praise you not. And here is the reason why he placed it not after the rebuke of them that eat the idol sacrifices, but because that was unusually harsh. He inserts by the way the discourse about wearing of long hair, that he might not have to pass from one set of vehement reproofs to others again of an invidious kind, and so appear too harsh. And then he returns to the more vehement tone and says, Now in this that I declare unto you, I praise you not. What is this? That which I am about to tell you of. What is declaring unto you, I praise you not? Quote, I do not approve you, unquote, saith he, quote, because ye have reduced me to the necessity of giving advice. I do not praise you, because ye have required instruction in regard to this, because ye have need of an admonition from me, unquote. Dost thou perceive how from his beginning he signifieth that what was done was very profane? For when he that errs ought not to require so much as a hint to prevent his erring, the error would seem to be unpardonable. And why dost thou not praise? Because ye come together, saith he, not for the better, but for the worse. That is, because ye do not go forward unto virtue. For it were meet that your liberality should increase and become manifold, but ye have taken rather from the custom which already prevailed, and have so taken from it, as even to need warning from me, in order that ye may return to the former order. Further, that he might not seem to say these things on account of the poor only, he doth not at once strike into the discourse concerning the tables, lest he render his rebuke such as they might easily come to think slightly of, but he searches for an expression most confounding and very fearful. For what saith he? Verse 18. For first of all, when ye come together in the church, I hear that there be schisms among you. And he saith not, quote, for I hear that you do not sup together in common, unquote. Quote, for I hear that you feast in private and not with the poor, unquote. But what was most calculated thoroughly to shake their minds that he set down the name of schism, which was the cause of this mischief also, and so he reminded them again of that which was said in the beginning of the epistle, and was declared by them of the house of Chloe. And I partly believe it. Thus, lest they should say, quote, but what if the accusers speak falsely, unquote. He neither saith, quote, I believe it, unquote, lest he should rather make them reckless, nor again, on the other hand, quote, I disbelieve it, unquote, lest he should seem to reprove without cause, but I partly believe it, saith he, that is, quote, I believe it in a small part, unquote, making them anxious and inviting them to return to correction. 3. Verse 19. For there must be also heresies among you, that they which are approved may be made manifest among you. By heresies here he means those which concern not the great doctrines, but these present divisions. But even if he had spoken of the doctrinal heresies, not even thus did he give them any handle. For Christ himself said, it must needs be that offenses come, not destroying the liberty of the will, nor appointing any necessity and compulsion over man's life, but foretelling what would certainly ensue from the evil mind of men, which would take place, not because of his prediction, but because the incurably disposed are so minded. For not because he foretold them did these things happen, but because they were certainly about to happen, therefore he foretold them. Since if the offenses were of necessity, and not of the mind of them that bring them in, it was superfluous. His saying, woe to that man by whom the offense cometh. But these things we discussed more at length when we were upon the passage itself, Now we must proceed to what is before us. Now that he said these things of these heresies relating to the tables, and that contention and division, he made manifest also from what follows. For having said, I hear that there are schisms among you, he stopped not here, but signifying what schisms he means. He goes on to say, every one taketh before other his own supper, and again, what? Have ye not houses to eat and to drink in? Or despise ye the church of God? However, that of these he was speaking is evident. And if he calls them schisms, marvel not. For, as I said, he wishes to touch them by the expression, whereas had they been schisms of doctrine, he would not have discoursed with them thus mildly. Hear him, for instance, when he speaks of any such thing, how vehement he is, both in assertion and in reproof. In assertion, as when he says, if even an angel preach any other gospel unto you than that ye have received, let him be accursed. But in reproof, as when he says, whosoever of you are justified by the law, ye are fallen from grace. And at one time he calls the corrupters dogs, saying, beware of dogs. At another, having their consciences seared with a hot iron, and again, angels of Satan. But here he said no such thing, but spake in a gentle and subdued tone. But what is that they which are approved may be made manifest among you, that they may shine the more? And what he intends to say is this, that those who are unchangeable and firm are so far from being at all injured hereby, but even shows them the more, and declares them more glorious. For the word that is not everywhere indicative of the cause, but frequently also of the event, of things. Thus Christ himself uses it when he saith, for judgment I am come into this world, that they which see not might see, and that they which see might be made blind. So likewise Paul, in another place, when discoursing of the law, he writes, moreover, the law entered, that the offense might abound. But neither was a law given to this end, that the offenses of the Jews might be increased, though this did ensue. Nor did Christ come for this end, that they which see might be made blind, but for the contrary. But the result was such. Thus, then, also here must one understand the expression, that they which are approved may be made manifest. For not at all with this view came heresies into being, that they which are approved may be made manifest, but on these heresies taking place, such was the result. Now these things he said to console the poor, those of them who nobly bore that sort of contempt. Wherefore he said not, quote, that they may become approved, unquote, but that they which are approved may be made manifest, showing that before this also they were such, but they were mixed up with the multitude, and while enjoying such relief as was afforded them by the rich, they were not very conspicuous. But now this strife and contentiousness hath made them manifest, even as the storm shows the pilot. And he said not, quote, that ye may appear approved, unquote, but, quote, that they which are approved may be made manifest, those among you who are such, unquote. For neither when he is accusing doth he lay them open, that he may not render them more reckless, nor when praising, that he may not make them more boastful. But he leaves both this expression and that in suspense, allowing each man's own conscience to make the application of what he saith. Nor doth he here seem to me to be comforting the poor only, but those also who were not violating the custom, for it was likely that there were among them also those that observed it. And this is why he said, I partly believe it. Justly then doth he call these approved, who not only with the rest observed the custom, but even without them kept this good law undisturbed. And he doth this, studying by such praises to render both others and these persons themselves more forward. 4. Then at last he adds the very form of the offense. And what is it? Verse 20. When ye come together into one place, saith he, this is not to eat the Lord's Supper. Seest thou how effectually appealing to their shame, even already, by way of narrative, he contrives to give them his counsel? Quote, for the appearance of your assembly, unquote, saith he, quote, is different. It is one of love and brotherly affection. At least one place receives you all, and ye are together in one flock. But the banquet, when you come to that, bears no resemblance to the assembly of worshippers, unquote. And he said not, quote, when ye come together, this is not to eat in common, unquote. Quote, this is not to feast with one another, unquote. But otherwise, again, and much more fearfully, he reprimands them, saying, this is not to eat the Lord's Supper, sending them away now from this point to that evening on which Christ delivered the awful mysteries. Therefore also he called the early meal a supper, for that supper too had them all reclining at meat together. Yet surely not so great was the distance between the rich and the poor as between the teacher and the disciples, for that is infinite. And why say I the teacher and the disciples? Think of the interval between the teacher and the traitor. Nevertheless, the Lord himself both sat at meat with them, and did not even cast him out, but both gave him his portion of salt, and made him partaker of the mysteries. Next, he explains how this is not to eat the Lord's Supper. Verse 21. For in your eating every one taketh before other his own supper, saith he, and one is hungry, and another is drunken. Perceivest thou how he intimates that they were disgracing themselves rather? For that which is the Lord's they make a private matter, so that themselves are the first to suffer indignity, depriving their own talk of its greatest prerogative. How, and in what manner? Because the Lord's Supper, that is the Master's, ought to be common. For the property of the master belongs not to this servant without belonging to that, but in common to all. So that by the Lord's Supper, he expresses this, the community of the feast, as if he had said, quote, if it be thy master's, as assuredly it is, thou oughtest not to withdraw it as private, but as belonging to thy Lord and Master, to set it in common before all. For this is the meaning of the Lord's. But now thou dost not suffer it to be the Lord's, not suffering it to be common, but feasting by thyself. Unquote. Wherefore also he goes on to say, for each one taketh before other his own supper. And he said not, quote, cutteth off, unquote, but taketh before, tacitly censuring them both for greediness and for precipitancy. This at least the sequel also shows. For having said this, he added again, and one is hungry, and another is drunken, each of which showed a want of moderation, both the craving and the excess. See also a second fault again, whereby those same persons are injured. The first, that they dishonor their supper. The second, that they are greedy and drunken. And what is yet worse, even when the poor are hungry. For what was intended to be set before all in common, that these men fed on alone, and proceeded both to surfeiting and to drunkenness. Wherefore neither did he say, quote, one is hungry and another is filled, unquote, but is drunken. Now each of these, even by itself, is worthy of censure, for it is a fault to be drunken even without despising the poor, and to despise the poor without being drunken is an accusation. When both then are joined together at the same time, consider how exceeding great is the transgression. Next, having pointed out their profaneness, he adds his reprimand in what follows with much anger, saying, verse 22, what? Have ye not houses to eat and to drink in? Or despise ye the church of God, and shame them that have not? Seest thou how he transferred the charge from the indignity offered to the poor to the church, that his words might make a deeper impression of disgust? Here now you see is yet a fourth accusation, when not the poor only, but the church likewise is insulted. For even as thou makest the Lord's Supper a private meal, so also the place again, using the church as a house. For it was made a church, not that we who come together might be divided, but that they who are divided might be joined. And this the act of assembling shows. And shame them that have not. He said not, quote, and kill with hunger them that have not, unquote, but so as much more to put them to the blush, shame them, to point out that it is not food which he cares for so much as the wrong done unto them. Behold, again, a fifth accusation, not only to overlook the poor, but even to shame them. Now this he said, partly as treating with reverence the concerns of the poor, and intimating that they grieve not so for the belly as for the shame, and partly also drawing the hearer to compassion. Having therefore pointed out so great impieties, indignity to the supper, indignity to the church, the contempt practiced towards the poor, he relaxes again the tone of his reproof, saying all of a sudden, shall I praise you? In this I praise you not. Wherein one might especially marvel at him that when there was need to strike and chide more vehemently after the proof of so great offences, he doeth the contrary, rather gives way and permits them to recover breath. What then may the cause be? He had touched more painfully than usual in aggravating the charge, and being a most excellent physician, he carries the incision as far as may answer to the wounds, neither cutting superficially those parts which require a deep stroke. For thou hast heard him, how he cut off among those very persons him that had committed fornication, nor delivering over to the knife those things which require the milder sort of remedies. For this cause then, here also he conducts his address more mildly, and in another point of view likewise, he sought especially to render them gentle to the poor, and this is why he discourses with them rather in a subdued tone. 5. Next, wishing also from another topic to shame them yet more, he takes again the points which were most essential, and of them weaves his discourse. Verse 23, For I have received of the Lord, saith he, that which also I delivered unto you, that the Lord Jesus, the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread. Verse 24, And when he had given thanks, he brake it, and said, Take, eat, this is my body, which is broken for you. This do in remembrance of me. Wherefore doth he here make mention of the mysteries? Because that argument was very necessary to his present purpose. As thus, quote, Thy master, unquote, saith he, quote, counted all worthy of the same table, though it be very and most exceedingly awful, and far exceeding the dignity of all, but thou considerest them to be unworthy even of thine own small and mean, as we see it is, and while they have no advantage over thee in spiritual things, Thou robbest them in the temporal things, for neither are these thine own." Unquote. However, he doth not express himself thus to prevent his discourse becoming harsh, but he frames it in a gentler form, saying that the Lord Jesus, in the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread. And wherefore doth he remind us of the time and of that evening and of the betrayal? Not indifferently, nor without some reason, but that he might exceedingly fill them with compunction, were it but from consideration of the time. For even if one be a very stone, yet when he considers that night, how he was with his disciples, very heavy, how he was betrayed, how he was bound, how he was led away, how he was judged, how he suffered all the rest in order, he becometh softer than wax, and is withdrawn from earth and all the pomp of this world. Therefore he leads us to the remembrance of all those things by his time and his table and his betrayal, putting us to shame, and saying, quote, "Thy master gave up even himself for thee, and thou dost not even share a little meat with thy brother for thine own sake." Unquote. But how saith he that he received it from the Lord, since certainly he was not present then, but was one of the persecutors, that thou mayest know that the first table had no advantage above that which cometh after it? For even today also it is he who doeth all and delivereth it, even as then. And not on this account only doth he remind us of that night, but that he may also in another way bring us to compunction. For as we particularly remember those words which we hear last from those who are departing, and to their heirs, if they should venture to transgress their commands, when we would put them to shame, we say, quote, "Consider that this was the last word your father uttered to you, and until the evening when he was just about to breathe his last, he kept repeating these injunctions." Unquote. Just so, Paul, proposing hence also to make his argument full of awfulness, quote, "Remember," unquote, saith he, quote, "that this was the last mysterious rite he gave unto you, and in that night on which he was about to be slain for us, he commanded these things, and having delivered to us that supper, after that he added nothing further." Unquote. Next, also, he proceeds to recount the very things that were done, saying, "He took bread, and when he had given thanks, he brake it, and said, Take, eat. This is my body, which is broken for you. If therefore thou comest for a sacrifice of thanksgiving, do thou on thy part nothing unworthy of that sacrifice. By no means either dishonor thy brother, or neglect him in his hunger. Be not drunken, insult not the church, as thou comest, giving thanks for what thou hast enjoyed. So do thou thyself accordingly make return, and not cut thyself off from thy neighbor, since Christ for his part gave himself equally to all, saying, Take, eat. He gave his body equally, but thou dost not give so much as the common bread equally. Yea, it was indeed broken for all alike, and became the body equally for all. Verse 25. After the same manner also the cup, when he had supped, saying, This cup is the New Testament in my blood. This do as oft as ye drink it in remembrance of me. What sayest thou? Art thou making a remembrance of Christ, and despiseth thou the poor, and tremblest not? Why, if a son or brother had died, and thou wert making a remembrance of him, thou wouldst have been smitten by thy conscience, hadst thou not fulfilled the custom, and invited the poor. And when thou art making remembrance of thy master, dost thou not so much as simply give a portion of the table? But what is it which he saith, This cup is the New Testament? Because there was also a cup of the Old Testament, the libations and the blood of the brute creatures. For so, after sacrificing, they used to receive the blood in a chalice and bowl, and so pour it out. Since then, instead of the blood of beasts, he brought in his own blood. Lest any should be troubled on hearing this, he reminds them of that ancient sacrifice. 6. Next, having spoken concerning that supper, he connects the things present with the things of that time, that even as on that very evening, and reclining on that very couch, and receiving from Christ himself this sacrifice, so also now might men be affected. And he saith, verse 26, For as often as ye eat this bread and drink this cup, ye do show the Lord's death till he come. For as Christ, in regard to the bread and the cup, said, Do this in remembrance of me, revealing to us the cause of the giving of the mystery, and beside what else he said, declaring this to be a sufficient cause to ground our religious fear upon. For when thou considerest what thy master hath suffered for thee, thou wilt the better deny thyself. So also Paul saith here, As often as ye eat, ye do show his death. And this is that supper. Then, intimating that it abides unto the end, he saith, Till he come. Verse 27. Wherefore, whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily shall be guilty of the body and blood of the Lord. Why so? Because he poured it out and makes the thing appear a slaughter and no longer a sacrifice. Much therefore as they who then pierced him not that they might drink, but that they might shed his blood, so likewise doth he that cometh for it unworthily, and reaps no profit thereby. Seest thou how fearful he makes his discourse, and inveighs against them very exceedingly, signifying that if they are thus to drink, they partake unworthily of the elements? For how can it be other than unworthily, when it is he who neglects the hungry, who besides overlooking him, puts him to shame? Since if not giving to the poor casteth one out of the kingdom, even though one should be a virgin, or rather not giving liberally. For even those virgins too had oil, only they had it not abundantly. Consider how great the evil will prove to have wrought so many impieties. Quote, "What impieties?" unquote, say you. Why sayest thou what impieties? Thou hast partaken of such a table, and when thou oughtest to be more gentle than any, and like the angels none so cruel as thou art become, thou hast tasted the blood of the Lord, and not even thereupon dost thou acknowledge thy brother. Of what indulgence then art thou worthy? Whereas, if even before this thou hast not known him, thou oughtest to have come to the knowledge of him from the table. But now thou dishonorest the table itself, he having been deemed worthy to partake of it, and thou not judging him worthy of thy meat. Hast thou not heard how much he suffered who demanded the 100 pence? How he made void the gift vouchsafed to him? Doth it not come into thy mind what thou wert, and what thou hast become? Dost thou not put thyself in remembrance that if this man be poor in possessions, thou wast much more beggarly in good works, being full of 10,000 sins? Notwithstanding, God delivered thee from all those, and counted thee worthy of such a table. But thou art not even thus become more merciful. Therefore, of course, nothing else remaineth, but that thou shouldest be delivered to the tormentors. 7. These words let us also listen to, all of us, as many as in this place approach with the poor to this holy table, but when we go out, do not seem even to have seen them, but are both drunken and pass heedlessly by the hungry, the very things whereof the Corinthians were then accused. And when is this done? Say you, at all times indeed, but especially at the festivals, where above all times it ought not so to be. Is it not so that at such times, immediately after the communion, drunkenness succeeds, and contempt of the poor? And having partaken of the blood, when it were a time for thee to fast and watch, thou givest thyself up to wine and revelling, and yet if thou hast by chance made thy morning meal on anything good, thou keepest thyself, lest by any other unsavory viand thou spoil the taste of the former. And now that thou hast been feasting on the Spirit, thou bringest in a satanical luxury. Consider, when the apostles partook of that holy supper, what they did. Did they not betake themselves to prayers and singing of hymns, to sacred vigils, to that long work of teaching, so full of all self-denial? For then he related and delivered to them those great and wonderful things, when Judas had gone out to call them who were about to crucify him. Hast thou not heard how the 3,000 also who partook of the communion continued ever in prayer and teaching, not in drunken feasts and revellings? But thou, before thou hast partaken fastest, that in a certain way thou mayest appear worthy of the communion. But when thou hast partaken, and thou oughtest to increase thy temperance, thou undoest all. And yet surely it is not the same to fast before this and after it, since although it is our duty to be temperate at both times, yet most particularly after we have received the bridegroom. Before, that thou mayest become worthy of receiving; after, that thou mayest not be found unworthy of what thou hast received. What then? Ought we to fast after receiving? Unquote. I say not this, neither do I use any compulsion. This indeed were well. However, I do not enforce this, but I exhort you not to feast to excess. For if one never ought to live luxuriously, and Paul showed this when he said, "She that liveth in pleasure is dead while she liveth," much more will she then be dead. And if luxury be death to a woman, much more to a man. And if this done at another time is fatal, much more after the communion of the mysteries. And dost thou, having taken the bread of life, do an action of death, and not shudder? Knowest thou not how great evils are brought in by luxury? Unseasonable laughter, disorderly expressions, buffoonery fraught with perdition, unprofitable trifling, all the other things which it is not seemly even to name. And these things thou doest when thou hast enjoyed the table of Christ, on that day on which thou hast been counted worthy to touch his flesh with thy tongue. Whosoever thou art then, that those things be not so, do thou purify thy right hand, thy tongue, thy lips, which have become a threshold for Christ to tread upon. And when thou settest out a material table, raise thy mind to that table, to the supper of the Lord, to the vigil of the disciples, in that night, that holy night. Nay, rather should one accurately examine this very present state is night. Let us watch then with the Lord. Let us be pricked in our hearts with the disciples. It is the season of prayers, not of drunkenness, ever indeed, but especially during a festival. For a festival is therefore appointed, not that we may behave ourselves unseemly, not that we may accumulate sins, but that we may blot out, rather, those which exist. Well, I know that I say these things in vain, yet will I not cease to say them. For if ye do not all obey, yet surely ye will not all disobey. Or rather, even though ye should all be disobedient, my reward will be greater, though yours will be more condemnation. However, that it may not be more to this end, I will not cease to speak. For perchance, by my perseverance, I shall be able to reach you. Wherefore I beseech you, that we do not this to condemnation. Let us nourish Christ. Let us give him to drink. Let us clothe him. These things are worthy of that table. Hast thou heard holy hymns? Hast thou seen a spiritual marriage? Hast thou enjoyed a royal table? Hast thou been filled with the Holy Ghost? Hast thou joined in the choir of the seraphim? Hast thou become partaker of the powers above? Cast not away so great a joy, waste not the treasure. Bring not in drunkenness the mother of dejection, the joy of the devil, the parent of 10,000 evils. For hence is sleep like unto death, and heaviness of head, and diseases, and obliviousness, and an image of dead men's condition. Further, if thou wouldest not choose to meet with a friend when intoxicated, when thou hast Christ within, durst thou, tell me, to thrust in upon him so great excess? But thou lovest enjoyment. Well then, on this very account, I bid thee cease being drunken, for I too would have thee enjoy thyself, but with the real enjoyment, that which never fadeth. What then is the real enjoyment ever blooming? Invite Christ to sup with thee. Give him to partake of thine, or rather of his own. This bringeth pleasure without limit, and in its prime everlastingly. But the things of sense are not such. Rather, as soon as they appear, they vanish away, and he that hath enjoyed them will be in no better condition than he who hath not, or rather in a worse. For the one is settled as it were in a harbor, but the other exposes himself to a kind of torrent, a besieging army of distempers, and hath not even any power to endure the first swell of the sea. That these things therefore be not so, let us follow after all moderation. For thus we shall both be in a good state of body, and we shall possess our souls in security, and shall be delivered from evils both present and future, from which may we all be delivered, and attain unto the kingdom, through the grace and mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom to the Father, together with the Holy Spirit, be glory, power, and honor, now and ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily XXVII. Homily 28 of St. John Chrysostom on First Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 28. 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 28. But let a man examine himself, and so let him eat of that bread and drink of that cup. What mean these words when another object is proposed to us? This is Paul's custom, as also I said before, not only to treat of those things which he had proposed to himself, but also if an argument incidental to his purpose occur, to proceed upon this also with great diligence, and especially when it relate to very necessary and urgent matters. Thus, when he was discoursing with married persons, and the question about these servants fell in his way, he handled it very strenuously and at great length. Again, when he was speaking of the duty of not going to law before those courts, then also having fallen upon the admonition respecting covetousness, he discoursed at length concerning this subject likewise. Now the same thing he hath also done here, in that, having once found occasion to remind them of the mysteries, he judged it necessary to proceed with that subject. For indeed it was no ordinary one. Wherefore also he discoursed very awfully concerning it, providing for that which is the sum of all good things, viz., their approaching those mysteries with a pure conscience. Whence neither was he content with the things said before alone, but adds these, also saying, But let a man examine himself. Which also he saith in the second epistle, Prove yourselves, examine yourselves, not as we do now, approaching because of the season rather than from any earnestness of mind. For we do not consider how we may approach, prepared with the ills that were within us purged out, and full of compunction, but how we may come at festivals, and whenever all do so. But not thus did Paul bid us come. He knoweth only one season of access and communion, the purity of a man's conscience. Since if even that kind of banquet, which the senses take cognizance of, cannot be partaken of by us, when feverish and full of bad humors, without risk of perishing, much more is it unlawful for us to touch this table with profane lusts, which are more grievous than fevers. Now, when I say profane lusts, I mean both the desires of the body, and of money, and of anger, and of malice, and, in a word, all that are profane. And it becomes him that approacheth first to empty himself of all these things, and so to touch that pure sacrifice. And neither, if indolently disposed and reluctantly, ought he to be compelled to approach by reason of the festival, nor, on the other hand, if penitent and prepared, should any one prevent him, because it is not a festival. For a festival is the showing forth of good works, and reverence of soul, and exactness of conversation. And if thou hast these things, thou mayest at all times keep festival, and at all times approach. Wherefore he saith, But let each man examine himself, and then let him approach. And he bids not one examine another, but a man himself, making the tribunal not a public one, and the conviction without a witness. 2. Verse 29. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily eateth and drinketh damnation to himself. What sayest thou? Tell me. Is this table, which is the cause of so many blessings and teeming with life, become condemnation? Not from his own nature, saith he, but from the will of him that approaches. For as his presence, which conveyed to us those great and unutterable blessings, condemned the more them that received it not, so also the mysteries become provisions of greater punishment to such as partake unworthily. But why doth he eat condemnation to himself, not discerning the Lord's body? That is, not searching, not bearing in mind as he ought the greatness of the things set before him, not estimating the weight of the gift. For if thou shouldest come to know accurately who it is that lies before thee, and who he is that gives himself, and to whom thou wilt need no other argument. But this is enough for thee to use all vigilance, unless thou shouldst be altogether fallen. Verse 30. For this cause many are weak and sickly among you, and many sleep. Here he now no longer brings his examples from others, as he did in the case of the idol sacrifices, relating the ancient histories and the chastisements in the wilderness, but from the Corinthians themselves, which also made the discourse apt to strike them more keenly. For whereas he was saying, he eateth condemnation to himself, and he is guilty, that he might not seem to speak mere words, he points to deeds also, and calls themselves to witness, a kind of thing which comes home to men more than threatening by the intimation it gives us of the threat having issued in some real fact. He was not, however, content with these things alone, but from these he also introduced and confirmed the argument concerning hellfire, terrifying them in both ways, and solving an inquiry which goes the round of all places. I mean, since many question one with another, quote, whence arise the untimely deaths, whence the long diseases of men, unquote. He tells them that these unexpected events are many of them conditional upon certain sins. Quote, what then? They who are in continual health, unquote, say you, quote, and come to a green old age, do they not sin? Unquote. Nay, who durst say this? Quote, how then, unquote, say you, quote, do they not suffer punishment? Unquote. Because there they shall suffer a severer one. But we, if we would, neither here nor there need suffer it. Verse 31. For if we would judge ourselves, saith he, we should not be judged. And he said not, quote, if we punished ourselves, if we were revenged on ourselves, unquote, but only if we were willing to acknowledge our offenses, to pass sentence on ourselves, to condemn the things done amiss, we should be rid of the punishment both in this world and the next. For he that condemns himself propitiates God in two ways, both by acknowledging his sins and by being more on his guard for the future. But since we are not willing to do even this light thing as we ought to do it, not even thus doth he endure to punish us with the world, but even after that spareth us, exacting punishment in this world, where the penalty is for a season, and the consolation great. For the result is both deliverance from sins and a good hope of things to come, alleviating the present evils. And these things he saith, at the same time comforting the sick, and rendering the rest more serious. Wherefore he saith, verse 32, but now when we are judged, we are chastened of the Lord. He said not we are punished. He said not we have vengeance taken on us, but we are chastened. For what is done belongs rather to admonition than condemnation, to healing than vengeance, to correction than punishment, and not so only, but also by the threat of a greater evil he makes the present light, saying that we may not be condemned with the world. Seest thou how he brings in hell also, and that tremendous judgment seat, and signifies that trial and punishment is necessary, and by all means must be? For if the faithful, and such as God especially cares for, escape not without punishment in whatsoever things they offend, and this is evident from things present, much more the unbelieving, and they who commit the unpardonable and incurable sins. 3. Verse 33. Therefore, when ye come together to eat, tarry one for another. Thus, while their fear was yet at its height, and the terror of hell remained, he chooses again to bring in also the exhortation in behalf of the poor, on account of which he said all these things, implying that if they do not this, they must partake unworthily. But if the not imparting of our goods excludes from that table, much more the violently taking away. And he said not, quote, Wherefore when ye come together, impart to them that need, unquote, but which has a more reverential sound, tarry one for another. For this also prepared the way for, and intimated that, and with becoming decency introduced the exhortation. Then further, to shame them, verse 34, And if any man hunger, let him eat at home. By permitting, he hinders it, and more strongly than by an absolute prohibition, for he brings him out of the church, and sends him to his house, hereby severely reprimanding and ridiculing them as slaves to the belly, and unable to contain themselves. For he said not, quote, If any despise the poor, unquote, but if any hunger, discoursing as with impatient children, as with brute beasts, which are slaves to appetite. Since it would be indeed very ridiculous if, because they were hungry, they were to eat at home. Yet he was not content with this, but added also another more fearful thing, saying, That ye come not together unto condemnation, that ye come not unto chastisement, unto punishment, insulting the church, dishonoring your brother. Quote, For this cause ye come together, unquote, saith he, quote, that ye may love one another, that ye may profit, and be profited. But if the contrary happen, it were better for you to feed yourselves at home, unquote. This, however, he said, that he might attract them to him the more. Yea, this was the very purpose both of his pointing out the injury that would arise from hence, and of his saying that condemnation was no trifling one, and terrifying them in every way, by the mysteries, by the sick, by those that had died, by the other things before mentioned. Then also he alarms them again in another way, saying, And the rest will I set in order when I come, with reference either to some other things or to this very matter. For since it was likely that they would yet have some reasons to allege, and it was not possible to set all to rights by letters, quote, "The things which I have charged you, let them be observed for the present," unquote, saith he. Quote, "But if ye have anything else to mention, let it be kept for my coming," unquote, speaking either of this matter, as I said, or of some other things not very urgent. And this he doth, that hence too he may render them more serious. For being anxious about his coming, they would correct the error. For the sojourning of Paul in any place was no ordinary thing. And to signify this, he said, "Some are puffed up, as though I would not come to you." And elsewhere again, "Not as in my presence only, but now much more in my absence, work out your own salvation with fear and trembling." And therefore neither did he merely promise that he would come, lest they should disbelieve him and become more negligent, but he also states a necessary cause for his sojourning with them, saying, "The rest I will set in order when I come," which implies that the correction of the things that remained, even had he not in any case been desirous, would have drawn him thither. 4. Hearing therefore all these things, let us both take great care of the poor, and restrain our appetite, and rid ourselves of drunkenness, and be careful worthily to partake of the mysteries. And whatsoever we suffer, let us not take it bitterly, neither for ourselves nor for others, as when untimely deaths happen, or long diseases. For this is deliverance from punishment. This is correction. This is most excellent admonition. Who saith this? He that hath Christ speaking in him. But nevertheless, even after this, many of our women are so foolishly disposed as even to go beyond the unbelievers in the excess of their grief. And some do this blinded by their passion, but others for ostentation, and to avoid the censures of them that are without, who most of all are deprived of all excuse, to my mind. For, quote, "Lest such a one accuse me," unquote, saith she, quote, "Let God be my accuser, lest men more senseless than the brute beasts condemn me, but the law of the King of all be trampled under foot," unquote. Why, how many thunderbolts do not these sayings deserve? Again, if anyone invite you to a funeral supper after your affliction, shall there be no one to say anything against it? Because there's a law of men which enjoins such things. But when God by his law forbids your mourning, do ye all thus contradict it? Doth not Job come into thy mind, O woman? Rememberest thou not his words at the misfortune of his children, which adorn that holy head more than 10,000 crowns, and made proclamation louder than many trumpets? Dost thou make no account of the greatness of his misfortunes, of that unprecedented shipwreck, and that strange and portentous tragedy? For thou possibly hast lost one, or a second, or third, but he so many sons and daughters, and he that had many children suddenly became childless, and not even by degrees were his bowels wasted away. but at one sweep all the fruit of his body was snatched from him. Nor was it by the common law of nature, when they had come to old age, but by a death both untimely and violent, and altogether, and when he was not present, nor sitting by them, that at least by hearing their last words he might have some consolation for so bitter an end of theirs. But contrary to all expectation, and without his knowing anything of what took place, they were all at once overwhelmed, and their house became their grave and their snare. And not only their untimely death, but many things too besides there were to grieve him, such as their being all in the flower of their age, all virtuous and loving altogether, that not one of either sex was left, that it befell them not by the common law of nature, that it came after so great a loss, that when he was unconscious of any sin on his own part, or on theirs, he suffered these things. For each of these circumstances is enough even by itself to disturb the mind, but when we find them even concurring together, imagine the height of those waves, how great the excess of that storm, and what in particular is greater and worse than his bereavement. He did not even know wherefore all these things happened. On this account, then, having no cause to assign for the misfortune, he ascends to the good pleasure of God, and saith, The Lord gave, the Lord hath taken away. As it pleased the Lord, even so it happened. Blessed be the name of the Lord forever. And these things he said when he saw himself, who had followed after all virtue in the last extremity, but evil men and seducers, prospering, luxurious, pampered on all sides. And he uttered no such word, as it is likely that some of the weaker sort would have uttered, quote, Was it for this that I brought up my children and trained them with all exactness? For this did I open my house to all who pass by, that after those many courses run in behalf of the needy, the naked, the orphans, I might receive this recompense. Unquote. But instead of these, he offered up those words better than all sacrifice, saying, Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. If, however, he rent his clothes and shaved his head, marvel not, for he was a father, and a loving father, and it was meet that both the compassion of his nature should be shown, and also the self-command of his spirit. Whereas, had he not done this, perhaps one would have thought this self-command to be of mere insensibility. Therefore, he indicates both his natural affection and the exactness of his piety, and in his grief he was not overthrown. 5. Yea, and when his trial proceeded further, he is again adorned with other crowns on account of his reply to his wife, saying, If we have received good at the hand of the Lord, shall we not endure evil? For in fact his wife was by this time the only one left, all his having been clean destroyed, both his children and his possessions, and his very body, and she reserved to tempt and to ensnare him. And this indeed was the cause why the devil did not destroy her with the children, nor ask her death, because he expected that she would contribute much towards the ensnaring that holy man. Therefore he left her as a kind of implement, and a formidable one for himself. Quote, "For if even out of paradise," unquote, saith he, quote, "I cast mankind by her means, much more shall I be able to trip him up on the dunghill," unquote. And observe his craft. He did not apply this stratagem when the oxen or the asses or the camels, nor even when the house fell, and the children were buried under it, but so long looking on the combatant, he suffers her to be silent and quiet. But when the fountain of worms gushed forth, when the skin began to putrefy and drop off, and the flesh wasting away to omit an ulcerous and most offensive discharge, and the hand of the devil was wearing him out with sharper pain than gridirons and furnaces, and any flame consuming on every side, and eating away his body more grievously than any wild beast. And when a long time had been spent in this misery, then he brings her to him, by this time seasoned and worn down. Whereas, if she had approached him at the beginning of his misfortune, neither would she have found him so unnerved, nor would she have had it in her power so to swell out and exaggerate the misfortune by her words. But now, when she saw him, through the length of time, thirsting for release, and desiring the termination of what pressed on him, vehemently then doth she come upon him, for to show that he was quite worn down, and by this time had become unable even to draw breath, yes, and desired even to die. Hear what he saith, quote, "For I would I could lay hands on myself, or could request another to do it. I would even do this," unquote. And observe, I pray, the wickedness of his wife, from what topic she at once begins, namely, from the length of time, saying, "How long wilt thou hold out?" Now, if often, even when there were no realities, words alone have prevailed to unman a person, consider what it was likely he then should feel, when besides these words the things themselves also were galling him. And what, as it should seem, was worst of all, it was a wife also who spake thus, and a wife who had sunk down utterly, and was giving herself up, and on this account was seeking to cast him also into desperation. However, that we may see more clearly the enquiry which was brought against that adamantine wall, let us listen to the very words. What then are these? How long wilt thou hold out? Saying, Lo, I wait a short time longer, expecting the hope of my salvation. Quote, "Nay," unquote, saith she, quote, "the time hath exposed the folly of thy words, while it is protracted, yet shows no mode of escape," unquote. And these things she said, not only thrusting him into desperation, but also reproaching and jesting upon him. For he, ever consoling her as she pressed upon him, and putting her off, would speak as follows, quote, "Wait a little longer, and there will soon be an end of these things," unquote. Reproaching him, therefore, she speaks, quote, "Wilt thou now again say the same thing? For a long time hath now run by, and no end of these things hath appeared," unquote. And observe her malice, that she makes no mention of the oxen, the sheep, or the camels, as knowing that he was not very much vexed about these, but she goes at once to nature and reminds him of his children. For on their death she saw him both rending his clothes and shaving off his hair. And she said not, quote, "Thy children are dead," unquote, but very pathetically, "Thy memorial is perished from the earth." Quote, "The thing for which thy children were desirable," unquote. For if even now, after that the resurrection hath been made known, children are therefore longed for because they preserve the memory of the departed, much more then, wherefore also her curse becomes from that consideration more bitter. For in that case, he that cursed said not, quote, "Let his children be utterly rooted out," unquote, but, quote, "his memorial from the earth," unquote. "Thy sons and thy daughters." Thus, whereas she said the memorial, she again accurately makes mention of either sex. Quote, "But if thou," unquote, saith she, quote, "carest not for these, at least consider what is mine," unquote. "The pains of my womb and labors, which I have endured in vain with sorrow." Now what she means is this, quote, "I, who endured the more, am wronged for thy sake, and having undergone the toils, I am deprived of the fruits," unquote. And see how she neither makes express mention of his loss of property, nor is silent about it, and hurries it by, but in that point of view in which it also might be most pathetically narrated, in that she covertly refers to it. For when she says, "I too am a vagabond and a slave, going about from place to place, from house to house," she both hints at the loss and indicates her great distress, these expressions being such as even to enhance that misfortune. Quote, "For I come to the doors of others," unquote, saith she, quote, "nor do I beg only, but am a wanderer also, and serve a strange and unusual servitude, going round everywhere and carrying about the tokens of my calamity, and teaching all men of my woes," unquote. Which is most piteous of all, to change house after house. And she stayed not even at these lamentations, but proceeded to say, "Waiting for the sun when it will set, and I shall rest from my miseries and the pains that encompass me, by which I am now straitened." Quote, "Thus that which is sweet to others," unquote, saith she, quote, "to behold the light, this to me is grievous, but the night and the darkness is a desirable thing, for this only gives me rest from my toils. This becometh a comfort to my miseries. But speak somewhat against the Lord and die," unquote. Perceivest thou here, too, her crafty wickedness? how she did not even in the act of advising at once introduce the deadly counsel, but having first pitifully related her misfortunes, and having drawn out the tragedy at length, she couches in few words what she would recommend, and doth not even declare it plainly, but throwing a shade over that, she holds out to him the deliverance which he greatly longed for, and promises death, the thing which he then most of all desired. And mark from this also the malice of the devil, that because he knew the desire of Job towards God, he suffers not his wife to accuse God, lest he should at once turn away from her as an enemy. For this cause she nowhere mentions him, but the actual calamities she is continually harping on. And do thou, besides what hath been said, add the circumstance that it was a woman who gave this counsel, a wonderful orator, to beguile the heedless. Many at least, even without external accidents, have been cast down by the counsel of women alone. 6. What then did this blessed saint, and firmer than adamant, looking bitterly upon her, by his aspect even before he spake, he repelled her devices, since she no doubt expected that she should excite fountains of tears. But he became fiercer than a lion, full of wrath and indignation, not on account of his sufferings, but on account of her diabolical suggestions. And having signified his anger by his looks, in a subdued tone, he gives his rebuke, for even in misfortunes he kept his self-command. And what saith he? Why speakest thou as one of the foolish women? Quote, I have not so taught thee, unquote, saith he. Quote, I did not so nurture thee, and this is why I do not now recognize even mine own consort. For these words are the counsel of a foolish woman, and of one beside herself, unquote. Seest thou not here an instance of wounding in moderation, and inflicting a blow just sufficient to cure the disease? Then, after the infliction, he brings in advice sufficient on the other hand to console her, and very rational, thus speaking, If we have received our good things at the hand of the Lord, shall we not endure our evils? Quote, For remember, unquote, saith he, quote, those former things, and make account of the author of them, and thou wilt bear even these nobly, unquote. Seest thou the chastened spirit of the man, that he doth not at all impute his patience to his own courage, but saith it was part of the natural result of what happened? Quote, For in return, for what did God give us these former things? What recompense did he repay? None, but from mere goodness. For they were a gift, not a recompense, a grace, not a reward. Well then, let us bear these also nobly, unquote. This discourse let us, both men and women, have written on our hearts, and let us engrave the words in our minds, both these and those before them, and by sketching upon our minds, as in picture, the history of his sufferings, I mean the loss of his wealth, the bereavement of his children, the disease of his body, the reproaches, the mockings, the devices of his wife, the snare of the devil, in a word, all the calamities of that righteous man, and that with exactness, let us provide ourselves with a most ample port of refuge, that, enduring all things nobly and thankfully, we may both in the present life cast off all despondency, and receive the rewards that belong to this good way of taking things, by the grace and mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom, to the Father, with the Holy Ghost, be glory, power, and honor, now and forever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 28. Homily 29 of St. John Chrysostom on First Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 29, 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verses 1 and 2. Now, concerning spiritual gifts, brethren, I would not have you ignorant. Ye know that ye were Gentiles, carried away unto these dumb idols, even as ye were led. This whole place is very obscure, but the obscurity is produced by our ignorance of the facts referred to, and by their cessation, being such as then used to occur, but now no longer take place. And why do they not happen now? Why, look now, the cause too of the obscurity hath produced us again another question, namely, why did they then happen and now do so no more? This, however, let us defer to another time, but for the present let us state what things were occurring then. Well, what did happen then? Whoever was baptized, he straightway spake with tongues, and not with tongues only, but many also prophesied, and some also performed many other wonderful works. For since on their coming over from idols, without any clear knowledge or training in the ancient scriptures, they at once on their baptism received the Spirit, yet the Spirit they saw not, for it is invisible. Therefore God's grace bestowed some sensible proof of that energy, and one straightway spake in the Persian, another in the Roman, another in the Indian, another in some other such tongue. And this made manifest to them that were without, that it is the Spirit, in the very person speaking. Wherefore also he so calls it, saying, but the manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man to profit withal, calling the gifts a manifestation of the Spirit. For as the apostles themselves had received this sign first, so also the faithful went on receiving it. I mean the gift of tongues. Yet not this only, but also many others, inasmuch as many used even to raise the dead, and to cast out devils, and to perform many other such wonders. And they had gifts too, some less and some more. But more abundant than all was the gift of tongues among them. And this became to them a cause of division, not from its own nature, but from the perverseness of them that had received it, in that, on the one hand, the possessors of the greater gifts were lifted up against them that had the lesser, and these again were grieved and envied the owners of the greater. And Paul himself, as he proceeds, intimates this. Since then herefrom they were receiving a fatal blow in the dissolution of their charity, he takes great care to correct it. For this happened indeed in Rome also, but not in the same way. And this is why in the epistle to the Romans also he moots it indeed, but obscurely and briefly, saying thus, "For as we have many members in one body, and all members have not the same office, so we, being many, are one body in Christ, and everyone members one of another. Having then gifts differing according to the grace that is given to us, whether prophecy, let us prophesy according to the proportion of faith, or ministry, let us wait on our ministering, or he that teacheth on teaching." And that the Romans also were falling into wilfulness hereby, this he intimates in the beginning of that discourse, thus saying, "For I say through the grace given unto me, to every man that is among you, not to think of himself more highly than he ought to think, but to think soberly, according as God hath dealt to every man the measure of faith." With these, however, for the disease of division and pride had not proceeded to any length, he thus discoursed. But here with great anxiety, for the distemper had greatly spread. And this was not the only thing to disturb them, but there were also in the place many soothsayers, inasmuch as the city was more than usually addicted to Grecian customs, and this with the rest was tending to offense and disturbance among them. This is the reason why he begins by first stating the difference between soothsaying and prophecy. For this cause also they received discerning of spirits, so as to discern and know which is he that speaketh by a pure spirit, and which by an impure. For because it was not possible to supply the evidence of the things uttered from within themselves at the moment, for prophecy supplies the proof of its own truth, not at the time when it is spoken, but at the time of the event. And it was not easy to distinguish it and to discern the true prophesier from the pretender. For the devil himself, accursed as he is, had entered into them that prophesied, bringing in false prophets, as if forsooth they could also foretell things to come, and further, found it moreover easy to deceive them, because the things spoken could not for the present be brought to trial, ere yet the events had come to pass concerning which the prophecy was. For it was the end that proved the false prophet and the true, in order that the hearers might not be deceived. No, not before the end. He gives them a sign, which, even before the event, served to indicate the one and the other. And hence, taking his order and beginning, he thus goes on also to the discourse concerning the gifts, and corrects the contentiousness that arose from hence likewise. For the present, however, he begins the discourse concerning the soothsayers, thus saying, 2. Now concerning the spiritual gifts, brethren, I would not have you ignorant, calling these signs spiritual, because they are the works of the Spirit alone, human care contributing nothing to the working such wonders. And intending to discourse concerning them, first, as I said, he lays down the difference between soothsaying and prophecy, thus saying, Ye know that ye were Gentiles, carried away unto these dumb idols, even as ye were dragged away. Now, what he means is this, quote, In the idol temples, unquote, saith he, if any were at any time possessed by an unclean spirit, and began to divine, even as one dragged away, so was he drawn by that spirit in chains, knowing nothing of the things which he utters. For this is peculiar to the soothsayer, to be beside himself, to be under compulsion, to be pushed, dragged, hailed as a madman. But the prophet not so, but with sober mind and composed temper, and knowing what he is saying, he uttereth all things. Therefore, even before the event, do thou first from this distinguish the soothsayer and the prophet, and consider how he frees his discourse of all suspicion, calling themselves to witness who had made trial of the matter, as if he had said, quote, that I lie not, nor rashly traduce the religion of the Gentiles, feigning like an enemy. Do ye yourselves bear me witness, knowing as ye do, when ye were Gentiles, how ye were pulled and dragged away then, unquote. But if any should say that these too are suspected as believers, come, even from them that are without will I make this manifest to you. Here, for example, Plato saying thus, quote, even as they who deliver oracles and the soothsayers say many and excellent things, but know nothing of what they utter, unquote. Here again another, a poet giving the same intimation. For whereas by certain mystical rites and witchcrafts a certain person had imprisoned a demon in a man, and the man divined, and in his divination was thrown down and torn, and was unable to endure the violence of the demon, but was on the point of perishing in that convulsion. He saith to the persons who are practicing such mystical arts, Loose me, I pray you, the mighty God no longer mortal flesh can hold. And again, Unbind my wreaths, and bathe my feet in drops from the pure stream. Erase these mystic lines, and let me go. For these and such like things, For one might mention many more, point out to us both of these facts which follow: the compulsion which holds down the demons and makes them slaves, and the violence to which they submit, who have once given themselves up to them, so as to swerve even from their natural reason. And the Pythonists too, for I am compelled now to bring forward and expose another disgraceful custom of theirs, which it were well to pass by, because it is unseemly for us to mention such things, but that you may more clearly know their shame, it is necessary to mention it, that hence at least ye may come to know the madness and exceeding mockery of those that make use of the soothsayers. This same Pythoness then is said, being a female, to sit at times upon the tripod of Apollo astride, and thus the evil spirit ascending from beneath, and entering the lower part of her body, fills the woman with madness, and she with dishevelled hair begins to play the bacchanal, and to foam at the mouth, and thus being in a frenzy, to utter the words of her madness. I know that you are ashamed and blush when you hear these things, but they glory in both, in the disgrace and in the madness which I have described. These then, and all such things, Paul was exagitating when he said, Ye know that ye were Gentiles, carried away unto these dumb idols, even as ye were led. And because he was discoursing with those who knew well, he states not all things with exact care, not wishing to be troublesome to them, but having reminded them only, and brought all into their recollection, he soon quits the point, hastening to the subject before him. But what is unto these dumb idols? These soothsayers used to be led and dragged unto them. But if they be themselves dumb, how did they make use of the diviners? And wherefore did the demon lead them to the images? As men taken in war, and in chains, and rendering at the same time his deceit plausible. Thus, to keep men from the notion that it was just a dumb stone, they were earnest to rivet the people to the idols, that their own style and title might be inscribed upon them. But our rites are not such. He did not, however, state ours. I mean the prophesyings, for it was all well known to them, and prophecy was exercised among them, as was meet for their condition, with understanding and with entire freedom. Wherefore, you see, they had power either to speak or to refrain from speaking, for they were not bound by necessity, but were honored with a privilege. For this cause Jonah fled. For this cause Ezekiel delayed. For this cause Jeremiah excused himself. And God thrusts them not on by compulsion, but advising, exhorting, threatening, not darkening their mind, for to cause distraction and madness and great darkness is the proper work of a demon, but it is God's work to illuminate, and with consideration to teach things needful. 3. This, then, is the first difference between a soothsayer and a prophet. But a second and a different one is that which he next states, saying, verse 3, "Wherefore I give you to understand that no man speaking by the Spirit of God calleth Jesus accursed." And then another, "And that no man can say that Jesus is the Lord, but by the Holy Ghost." Quote, "When thou seest," unquote, saith he, quote, "anyone not uttering his name or anathematizing him, he is a soothsayer." Again, "When thou seest another speaking all things with his name, understand that he is spiritual." Unquote. Quote, "What then," unquote, "say you?" Quote, "Must we say concerning the catechumens? For if no man can say that Jesus is the Lord, but by the Holy Ghost, what must we say of them, who name indeed his name, but are destitute of his Spirit?" Unquote. But his discourse at this time was not concerning these, for there were not at that time catechumens, but concerning believers and unbelievers. "What then? Doth no demon call upon God's name? Did not the demoniacs say, We know thee who thou art, the Holy One of God? Did not they say to Paul, These men are the servants of the Most High God? They did, but upon scourging, upon compulsion, never of their own will, and without being scourged. But here it is proper to inquire both why the demon uttered these things, and why Paul rebuked him, in imitation of his teacher. For so Christ did also rebuke, since it was not his will to have testimony from them. And wherefore did the devil also practice this? Intending to confound the order of things, and to seize upon the dignity of the apostles, and to persuade many to pay attention to them, which, had it happened, they would easily have made themselves appear from hence worthy of credit, and have brought in their own designs, that these things then might not be, and the deceit might not have a beginning. He stops their mouths, even when speaking the truth, so that in their falsehoods none should at all give heed unto them, but should stop their ears altogether against the things said by them. 4. Having therefore made manifest the soothsayers and the prophets both by the first sign and also by the second, he next discourses of the wonders, not passing without reason to this topic, but so as to remove the dissension which had arisen from hence, and to persuade both those that had the less portion not to grieve, and those who had the greater not to be elated. Wherefore also he thus began. Verse 4. Now there are diversities of gifts, but the same Spirit. And first he attends on him that had the lesser gift, and was grieved on this account. Quote, For wherefore, unquote, saith he, quote, Art thou dejected, because thou hast not received as much as another? Still, consider that it is a free gift, and not a debt, and thou wilt be able to soothe thy pain. Unquote. For this cause he spake thus in the very beginning, but there are diversities of gifts. And he said not, quote, of signs, unquote, nor, quote, of wonders, unquote, but of gifts, by the name of free gifts, prevailing on them not only not to grieve, but even to be thankful. Quote, and withal consider this also, unquote, saith he, quote, that even if thou art made inferior in the measure of what is given, in that it hath been vouchsafed thee to receive from the same source, as the other who hath received more, thou hast equal honor. For certainly thou canst not say that the Spirit bestowed the gift on him, but an angel on thee, since the Spirit bestowed it both on thee and him. Wherefore he added, but the same Spirit. So that even if there be a difference in the gift, yet is there no difference in the giver. For from the same fountain ye are drawing, both thou and he. Verse 5. And there are differences of administrations, but the same Lord. Thus enriching the consolation, he adds mention of the Son also, and of the Father. And again, he calls these gifts by another name, designing by this also an increase of consolation. Wherefore also he thus said, there are differences of administrations, but the same Lord. For he that hears of a gift, and hath received a less share, perhaps might grieve. But when we speak of an administration, the case is different, for the thing implies labor and sweat. Quote, why grievest thou then, unquote, saith he, quote, if he hath bidden another labor more, sparing thee? Unquote. Verse 6. And there are diversities of operations, but it is the same God, which worketh all in all. Verse 7. But the manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man to profit withal. Quote, and what, unquote, saith one, quote, is an operation, and what a gift, and what an administration, unquote. They are mere differences of names, since the things are the same. For what a gift is, that is an administration, that he calls an operation also. Thus make full proof, saith he, of thine administration, and I magnify mine administration. And writing to Timothy, he says, therefore I put thee in remembrance, that thou stir up the gift of God, which is in thee. And again, writing to the Galatians, he said, for he that wrought in Peter to the apostleship, the same was mighty in me toward the Gentiles. Seest thou that he implies there being no difference in the gifts of the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost? Not confounding the persons, God forbid, but declaring the equal honor of the essence. For that which the Spirit bestows, this he saith that God also works. This that the Son likewise ordains and grants. Yet surely, if the one were inferior to the other, or the other to it, he would not have thus set it down, nor would this have been his way of consoling the person who was vexed. 5. Now, after this, he comforts him also in another kind of way, by the consideration that the measure vouchsafed is profitable to him, even though it be not so large. For having said that it is the same Spirit, and the same Lord, and the same God, and having thereby recovered him, he brings in again another consolation, thus saying, "But the manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man to profit withal." For lest one should say, quote, "What if there be the same Lord, the same Spirit, the same God, yet I have received less," unquote, he saith that thus it was profitable. But the manifestation of the Spirit, he denotes the miracles, with evident reason. For to me, who am a believer, he that hath the Spirit is manifest from his having been baptized, but to the unbeliever this will in no wise be manifest, except from the miracles, so that hence also again there is no small consolation. For though there be a difference of gifts, yet the evidence is one, since whether thou hast much or little, thou art equally manifest. So that if thou desirest to show this, that thou hast the Spirit, thou hast a sufficient demonstration. Wherefore, now that both the giver is one, and the thing given a pure favor, and the manifestation takes place thereby, and this is more profitable for thee, grieve not, as if despised, for not to dishonor thee hath God done it, nor to declare thee inferior to another, but to spare thee, and with a view to thy welfare, to receive more than one has ability to bear. This rather is unprofitable and injurious, and a fit cause of dejection. Verse 8. For to one is given by the Spirit the word of wisdom, to another the word of knowledge by the same Spirit. Verse 9. To another faith by the same Spirit, to another the gifts of healing by the same Spirit. Seest thou how he everywhere makes this addition, saying, by the same Spirit, and according to the same Spirit, for he knew that the comfort from thence was great. Verse 10. To another the working of miracles, to another prophecies, to another discerning of spirits, to another divers kinds of tongues, to another the interpretation of tongues. Thus, since they boasted themselves in this, therefore he placed it last and added, verse 11, but all these worketh that one and the selfsame Spirit. The universal medicine in which his consolation consists is that out of the same root, out of the same treasures, out of the same streams, they all receive, and accordingly from time to time fomenting by this expression the apparent inequality, he places them on a level and consoles them. And above, indeed, he points out both the Spirit and the Son and the Father as supplying the gifts. But here he was content to name the Spirit, that even hence again thou mayest understand their dignity to be the same. But what is the word of wisdom? That which Paul had, which John had, the son of thunder. And what is the word of knowledge? That which most of the faithful had, possessing indeed knowledge, but not thereupon able to teach, nor easily to convey to another what they knew. And to another faith, not meaning by this faith the faith of doctrines, but the faith of miracles, concerning which Christ saith, If ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say to this mountain, Remove, and it shall remove. And the apostles too, concerning this, besought him, saying, Increase our faith. For this is the mother of the miracles. But to possess the power of working miracles and gifts of healing is not the same thing. For he that had a gift of healing used only to do cures, but he that possessed powers for working miracles used to punish also. For a miracle is not the healing only, but the punishing also, even as Paul inflicted blindness, as Peter slew. To another prophecies, to another discerning of spirits. What is discerning of spirits? The knowing who is spiritual and who is not, who is a prophet and who a deceiver. As he said to the Thessalonians, Despise not prophesying, but proving all things, hold fast that which is good. For great was at that time the corruption of the false prophets, the devil striving underhand to substitute falsehood for the truth. To another diverse kinds of tongues, to another interpretation of tongues. For one person knew what he spake himself, but was unable to interpret to another, while another had acquired both these, or the other of the two. Now this seemed to be a great gift, because both the apostles received it first, and the most among the Corinthians had obtained it, but the word of doctrine not so. Wherefore that he places first, but this last. For this was on account of that, and so indeed were all the rest. Both prophecies and working of miracles, and diverse kinds of tongues, and interpretation of tongues. For none is equal to this. Wherefore also he said, Let the elders that rule well be counted worthy of double honor, especially they who labor in the word and doctrine. And to Timothy he wrote, saying, Give attendance to reading, to exhortation, to doctrine. Neglect not the gift that is in thee. Seest thou how he calls it also a gift? 6. Next, the comfort which he before gave, when he said, The same Spirit. This also he here sets before us, saying, But all these worketh that one and the selfsame Spirit, dividing to every man severally as he will. And he not only gives consolation, but also stops the mouth of the gainsayer, saying here, dividing to every man severally as he will. For it was necessary to bind up also, not to heal only, as he doth also in the epistle to the Romans, when he saith, But who art thou that repliest against God? So likewise here, dividing to every man severally as he will. And that which was of the Father, this he signifieth to be of the Spirit also. For as concerning the Father, he saith, But it is the same God which worketh all in all. So also concerning the Spirit, but all these things worketh one and the self same Spirit. But it will be said, quote, He doth it actuated by God, unquote. Nay, he nowhere said this, but thou feignest it. For when he saith, Who actuateth all in all, he saith this concerning men. Thou wilt hardly say that among those men he numbers also the Spirit, though thou shouldest be ever so manifold in thy doting and madness. Yes, because he had said by the Spirit, that thou mightest not suppose this word by to denote inferiority, or the being actuated, he adds, that the Spirit worketh, not, quote, is worked, unquote, and worketh as he will, not as he is bidden. For as concerning the Father, the Son saith that he raiseth up the dead and quickeneth, in like manner also concerning himself, that he quickeneth whom he will. Thus also of the Spirit, in another place, that he doeth all things with authority, and that there is nothing that hinders him. For the expression bloweth where it listeth, though it be spoken of the wind, is yet apt to establish this. But here that he worketh all things as he will. And from another place, too, learn that he is not one of the things actuated, but of those that actuate. For who knoweth, says he, the things of a man, but the spirit of the man? Even so the things of God knoweth no man, but the Spirit of God. Now that the spirit of a man, that is the soul, requires not to be actuated, that it may know the things of itself, is, I suppose, evident to everyone. Therefore, neither doth the Holy Ghost, that he may know the things of God. For his meaning is like this, quote, The secret things of God are known to the Holy Spirit, as to the soul of man the secret things of herself, unquote. But if this be not actuated for that end, much less would that which knoweth the depths of God, and needs no actuation for that knowledge, require any actuating power in order to the giving gifts to the apostles. But besides these things, that also which I before spake of, I will mention again now. What then is this? That if the Spirit were inferior, and of another substance, there would have been no avail in his consolation, nor in our hearing the words of the same Spirit. For he who hath received from the King, I grant, may find it a very soothing circumstance that he himself gave to him. But if it be from the slave, he is then rather vexed when one offers the favor to him. So that even hence is it evident that the Holy Spirit is not of the substance of the servant, but of the king. 7. Wherefore, as he comforted them, when he said that there are differences of administrations, but the same Lord, and diversities of operations, but the same God, So also when he said above, there are diversities of gifts, but the same Spirit. And after this again, when he said, but all these worketh that one and the selfsame Spirit, dividing to every man severally as he will. Quote, let us not, I pray you, bewilder ourselves, unquote, saith he. Quote, neither let us grieve, saying, quote, why have I received this and not received that, unquote. Neither let us demand an account of the Holy Spirit. For if thou knowest that he vouchsafed it from providential care, consider that from the same care he hath given also the measure of it, and be content, and rejoice in what thou hast received. But murmur not at what thou hast not received, yea, rather confess God's favor, that thou hast not received things beyond thy power. And if in spiritual things one ought not to be over-curious, much more in temporal things, but to be quiet, and not nicely inquire why one is rich and another poor. For, first of all, not every single rich man is rich from God, but many even of unrighteousness, and rapine, and avarice. For he that forbade to be rich, how can he have granted that which he forbade to receive? But that I may, far above what the case requires, stop the mouths of those who concerning these things gainsay us, let us carry our discourse higher up, to the time when riches used to be given by God, and answer me, wherefore was Abraham rich, whereas Jacob wanted even bread? Were not both the one and the other righteous? Doth he not say concerning the three alike, I am the God of Abraham, and of Isaac, and of Jacob? Wherefore then was the one a rich man, and the other a hired servant? Or rather, why was Esau rich, who was unrighteous, and a murderer of his brother, while Jacob was in bondage for so long a time? Wherefore again did Isaac live in ease all his time, but Jacob in toils and miseries? For which cause also he said, few and evil are my days. Wherefore did David, who was both a prophet and a king, himself also live all his time in toils, whereas Solomon, his son, spent 40 years in security above all men, in the enjoyment of profound peace, glory, and honor, and going through every kind of deliciousness. What again could be the reason that among the prophets also one was afflicted more, and another less? Because so it was expedient for each. Wherefore upon each a remark must be, thy judgments are a great deep. For if those great and wonderful men were not alike exercised by God, but one by poverty and another by riches, one by ease and another by trouble, much more ought we now to bear these things in mind. 8. But besides this, it becomes one to consider also that many of the things which happen do not take place according to his mind, but arise from our wickedness. Say not then, quote, why is one man rich who is wicked, and another poor who is righteous, unquote. For, first of all, one may give an account of these things also, and say that neither doth the righteous receive any harm, from his poverty, nay, even a greater addition of honor, and that the bad man in his riches possesseth but a store of punishment on his future road, unless he be changed. And even before punishment, oftentimes his riches become to him the cause of many evils, and lead him into 10,000 pitfalls. But God permits it, at the same time to signify the free choice of the will, and also to teach all others not to be mad nor rave after money. Quote, "How is it then, when a man being wicked is rich, and suffers nothing dreadful?" Unquote. Say you, quote, "Since if being good he hath wealth, he hath it justly, but if bad, what shall we say?" Unquote. That even therein he is to be pitied, for wealth added to wickedness aggravates the mischief. But is he a good man and poor? Yet is he nothing injured. Is he then a bad man and poor? Then is he so justly and by desert, or rather even with advantage to himself? Quote, "But such an one," unquote, say you, "received his riches from his ancestors, and lavishes it upon harlots and parasites, and suffers no evil." Unquote. What sayest thou? Doth he commit whoredom, and sayest thou, quote, "he suffers no evil"? Unquote. Is he drunken, and thinkest thou that he is in luxury? Doth he spend for no good, and judgest thou that he is to be envied? Nay, what can be worse than this wealth which destroys the very soul? But thou, if the body were distorted and maimed, wouldst say that his was a case for great lamentation. And seest thou his whole soul mutilated, yet countest him even happy? Quote, "But he doth not perceive it," unquote, say you. Well then, for this very reason again is he to be pitied, as all frantic persons are. For he that knows he is sick will, of course, both seek the physician and submit to remedies, but he that is ignorant of it will have no chance at all of deliverance. Dost thou call such an one happy? Tell me. But it is no marvel, for the more part are ignorant of the true love of wisdom. Therefore do we suffer the extremest penalty, being chastised, and not even withdrawing ourselves from the punishment. For this cause are angers, dejections, and continual tumults, because when God hath shown us a life without sorrow, the life of virtue, we leave this and mark out another way, the way of riches and money, full of infinite evils. And we do the same, as if one, not knowing how to discern the beauty of men's bodies, but attributing the whole to the clothes and the ornaments worn, when he saw a handsome woman and possessed of natural beauty, should pass quickly by her, but when he beheld one ugly, ill-shaped, and deformed, but clothed in beautiful garments, should take her for his wife. Now, also in some such way are the multitude affected about virtue and vice. They admit the one that is deformed by nature on account of her external ornaments, but turn away from her that is fair and lovely, on account of her unadorned beauty, for which cause they ought especially to choose her. 9. Therefore am I ashamed, that among the foolish heathen there are those that practice this philosophy, if not in deeds, yet so far at least as judgment goes, and who know the perishable nature of things present, whereas amongst us some do not even understand these things, but have their very judgment corrupted. And this while the Scripture is ever and anon sounding in our ears, and saying, In his sight the vile person is condemned, but he honoureth them that fear the Lord. The fear of the Lord excelleth everything. Fear God, and keep his commandments, for this is the whole of man. Be not thou envious of evil men. All flesh is grass, and all the glory of man as the flower of grass. For these and such like things, though we hear every day, we are yet nailed to earth, and as ignorant children who learn their letters one after another, if they be examined after they are disarranged concerning their order, naming one instead of another, make much laughter. So also ye, when here we recount them in order, follow us in a manner, but when we ask you out of doors, and in no set order, what we ought to place first, and what next among things, and which after which, not knowing how to answer, ye become ridiculous. Is it not a matter of great laughter? Tell me that they who expect immortality and the good things which eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, should strive about things which linger here, and count them enviable? For if thou hast need yet to learn these things, that riches are no great thing, that things present are a shadow and a dream, that like smoke they are dissolved and fly away. Stand for the present without the sanctuary, abide in the vestibule, since thou art not yet worthy of the entrance to the palace courts on high. For if thou knowest not to discern their nature, which is unstable and continually passing away, when wilt thou be able to despise them? But if thou say thou knowest, cease curiously to inquire and busy thyself. What can be the reason why such an one is rich, and such an one poor? For thou doest the same. When thou askest these questions, as if thou didst go round and inquire why one is fair, and another black, or one hook-nosed, and another flat-nosed. For as these things make no difference to us, whether it be thus or thus, so neither poverty and riches, and much less than they. But the whole ensues from the way in which we use them. Whether thou art poor, thou mayest live cheerfully, denying thyself, or rich, thou art most miserable of all men if thou fliest from virtue. For these are what really concern us, the things of virtue. And if these things be not added, the rest are useless. For this cause also are those continual questions, because the most think that indifferent things are of importance to them, but of the important things they make no account, since that which is of importance to us is virtue and love of wisdom. Because then ye stand, I know not where, at some far distance from her, therefore is there confusion of thoughts, therefore the many waves, therefore the tempest. For when men have fallen from heavenly glory, and the love of heaven, they desire present glory, and become slaves and captives. Quote, and how is it that we desire this, unquote, say you? From the not greatly desiring that. And this very thing, whence happens it? From negligence. And whence the negligence? From contempt. And whence the contempt? From folly and cleaving to things present and unwillingness to investigate accurately the nature of things. And whence again doth this latter arise? From the neither giving heed to the reading of the Scriptures, nor conversing with holy men, and from following the assemblies of the wicked. That this therefore may not always be so, and lest wave after wave receiving us should carry us out into the deep of miseries, and altogether drown and destroy us, while there is time, let us bear up, and standing upon the rock, I mean of the divine doctrines and words, let us look down upon the surge of this present life, for thus shall we both ourselves escape the same, and having drawn up others who are making shipwreck, we shall obtain the blessings which are to come through the grace and mercy, etc. End of Homily 29. Homily 30 of St. John Chrysostom on First Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 30. 1 Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 12. For as the body is one, and hath many members, and all the members of that one body, being many, are one body, so also is Christ. After soothing them from the considerations that the thing given was of free favor, that they received all from one and this self-same Spirit, that it was given to profit withal, that even by the lesser gifts a manifestation was made, and withal having also stopped their mouth from the duty of yielding to the authority of the Spirit. For all these, saith he, worketh that one and the selfsame Spirit, dividing to each man severally as he will. Wherefore it is not right so much as to be over-curious. He proceeds now to soothe them in like manner from another common example, and betakes himself to nature itself, as was his use to do. For so, when he was discoursing about the hair of the men and the women, after all the rest, he drew matter thence also to correct them, saying, Doth not even nature itself teach you that if a man have long hair, it is a shame unto him, but if a woman have long hair, it is a glory to her? And when he spake concerning the idol sacrifices, forbidding to touch them, he took up the discourse from the examples also of them that are without, both making mention of the Olympic games, where he saith, "They which run in a race run all, but one receiveth the prize," and confirming these views from shepherds and soldiers and husbandmen. On just the same ground he brings forward here also a common example, by which he presses on and fights hard to prove that no one was really put in a worse condition, a thing which was marvelous and surprising, to be able to show and calculated to refresh the weaker sort, I mean the example of the body. For nothing so consoles the person of too tender spirit and of inferior gifts, or so persuades him not to grieve, as the being convinced that he is not left with less than his share. Wherefore also Paul, making out this point, thus expresses himself, "For as the body is one and hath many members." Seest thou his exact consideration? He is pointing out the same thing, to be both one and many. Wherefore also he adds, pressing more vigorously on his proposed subject, "And all the members of that one body, being many, are one body." He said not, quote, "being many are of one body," unquote, but, quote, "the one body itself is many," unquote. And those so many members are this one thing. If therefore one is many and many are one, where is the difference? Where the superiority? Where the disadvantage? For all, saith he, are one, and not simply one, but being strictly considered in respect of that even which is most principal, that is, there being a body, they are found all to be one. But when considered as to their particular natures, then the difference comes out, and the difference is in all alike. For none of them by itself can make a body, but each is alike deficient in the making a body. And there is need of our being regularly assembled, since when the many become one, then, and not till then, is there one body. Wherefore, also covertly intimating this very thing, he said, "But all the members of that one body, being many, are one body." And he said not, quote, "the superior and the inferior," unquote, but "being many, which is common to all." And how is it possible that they should be one? When, throwing out the difference of the members, thou considerest the body. For the same thing which the eye is, this also is the foot, in regard of its being a member, and constituting a body. For there is no difference in this respect, nor canst thou say that one of the members makes a body of itself, but another does not. For they are all equal in this, for this very reason, that they are all one body. But having said this, and having shown it clearly from the common judgment of all, he added, "So also is Christ." And when he should have said, quote, "So also is the church," unquote, for this came next in order, this he doth not say, but instead of it he places the name of Christ, carrying the discourse up on high, and appealing more and more to the hearer's reverence. But his meaning is this, quote, "So also is the body of Christ, which is the church," unquote. For as the body and the head are one man, so he said that the church and Christ are one. Wherefore also he placed Christ instead of the church, giving that name to his body. Quote, As then, unquote, saith he, quote, Our body is one thing, though it be composed of many. So also in the church we all are one thing. For though the church be composed of many members, yet these many form one body. Unquote. 2. Thus having, you see, recovered and raised up by this common example him who thought himself depreciated, again he leaves the topic of common experience and comes to another, a mysterious one, bringing greater consolation and indicative of great equality of honor. What then is this? Verse 13. For by one Spirit, saith he, are we all baptized into one body, whether we be Jews or Gentiles, whether we be bond or free. Now his meaning is this: that which hath established us to become one body, and hath regenerated us, is one Spirit. For not by one Spirit was one baptized, and by another another. And not only is that which hath baptized us one, but also that unto which he baptized us, that is, for which he baptized us, is one. For we were baptized not that so many several bodies might be formed, but that we might all preserve one with another, the perfect nature of one body, that is, that we might all be one body, into the same were we baptized. So that both he who formed it is one, and that into which he formed it is one. And he said not, quote, that we might all come to be of the same body, unquote, but that we might all be one body. For he ever strives to use the more expressive phrases. And well said he, we all, adding also himself, quote, For not even I, the apostle, have any more than thou in this respect, unquote, saith he, quote, For thou art the body, even as I, and I even as thou, and we have all the same head, and have passed through the same birth pains. Wherefore we are also the same body, unquote. Quote, And why speak I, unquote, saith he, quote, of the Jews, since even the Gentiles, who were so far off from us, he hath brought into the entireness of one body, unquote. Wherefore, having said, we all, he stopped not here, but added, whether we be Jews or Gentiles, whether we be bond or free. Now, if, having before been so far off, we were united and have become one, much more after that we have become one, we can have no right to grieve and be dejected. Yea, the difference, in fact, hath no place. For if to Greeks and Jews, to bond and free, he hath vouchsafed the same blessings, how can it be, after that so vouchsafing he divides them, now that he hath bestowed a greater perfection of unity by the supply of his gifts? And we have all been made to drink into one Spirit. Verse 14, For the body is not one member, but many. That is, we are come to the same mystery. We enjoy the same table. And why said he not, quote, we are nourished by the same body and drink the same blood? Unquote. Because by saying spirit, he declared them both, as well the flesh as the blood, for through both are we made to drink into one spirit. But to me he appears now to speak of that visitation of the Spirit which takes place in us after baptism and before the mysteries. And he said, we have been made to drink, because this metaphorical speech suited him extremely well for his proposed subject, as if he had said respecting plants in a garden, that by the same fountain all the trees are watered, or by the same water. So also here, quote, we all drank the same Spirit, we enjoyed the same grace, unquote, saith he. If now, as you see, both one Spirit formed us and gathered us all together into one body, for this is the meaning of we were baptized into one body, and vouchsafed us one table, and gave us all the same watering. For this is the meaning of we were made to drink into one spirit, and united persons so widely separated, and if many things then become a body, when they become one, why, I pray, art thou continually tossing to and fro their difference? But if thou sayest, quote, because there are many members and diverse, unquote, know that this very thing is the wonder and the peculiar excellency of the body, when the things which are many and diverse make one. But if they were not many, it were not so wonderful and incredible that they should be one body. Nay, rather, they would not be a body at all. 3. This, however, he states last, but for the present he goes to the members themselves, saying thus, verse 15, if the foot shall say, because I am not the hand, I am not of the body, is it therefore not of the body? Verse 16, and if the ear shall say, because I am not the eye, I am not of the body, is it therefore not of the body? For if the one being made inferior, and the other superior, doth not allow their being of the body, the whole is done away. Do not say, therefore, quote, I am not the body because I am inferior, unquote. For the foot also hath the inferior post, yet is it of the body. For the being or not being part of the body is not from the one lying in this place and the one in that, which is what constitutes difference of place, but from the being conjoined or separated. For the being or not being a body arises the having been made one or not. But do thou, I pray, mark his considerate way, how he applies their words to our members. For, as he said above, these things have I in a figure transferred to myself and Apollos. Just so likewise here, to make his argument free from invidiousness and acceptable, he introduces the members speaking, that when they shall hear nature answering them, being thus convicted by experience herself, and by the general voice, they may have nothing further to oppose. Quote, for say, if you will, unquote, saith he, quote, this very thing, murmur as you please, You cannot be out of the body. For as the law of nature, so much more doth the power of grace guard all things and preserve them entire." Unquote. And see how he kept to the rule of having nothing superfluous, not working out his argument on all the members, but on two only, and these the extremes, having specified both the most honorable of all, the eye, and the meanest of all, the feet. And he doth not make the foot to discourse with the eye, but with the hand, which is mounted a little above it, and the ear with the eyes. For because we are wont to envy not those who are very far above us, but those who are a little higher, therefore he also conducts his comparison thus. Verse 17, "If the whole body were an eye, where were the hearing? If the whole were hearing, where were the smelling? Thus, because having fallen upon the difference of the members, and having mentioned feet and hands and eyes and ears, he had led them to the consideration of their own inferiority and superiority. See how again he consoles them, intimating that so it was expedient, and that there being many and diverse, this especially causeth them to be a body. But if they all were someone, they would not be a body. Wherefore he saith, If they were all one member, where were the body? This, however, he mentions not till afterwards, but here he points out also something more, that besides the impossibility of any one being a body, it even takes away the being of the rest. For if the whole were hearing, where were the smelling, saith he? 4. Then, because after all they were yet disturbed, that which he had done above, the same he doth also now. For as there he first alleged the expediency to comfort them, and afterwards stopped their mouths, vehemently saying, But all these worketh that one and the self same Spirit, dividing to every man severally as he will. So also here, having stated reasons for which he showed that it was profitable that all should so be, he refers the whole again to the counsel of God, saying, verse 18, But now God hath set the members every one of them in the body, as it hath pleased him. Even as he said of the Spirit, as he will, so also here, as it pleased him. Now do not thou seek further into the cause why it is thus and why not thus. For though we have 10,000 reasons to give, we shall not be so able to show that it is well done, as when we say that as the best artificer pleased, so it came to pass. For as it is expedient, so he wills it. Now, if in this body of ours we do not curiously inquire about the members, much more in the church. And see his thoughtfulness, in that he doth not state the difference which arises from their nature, nor that from their operation, but that from their local situation. For now, saith he, God hath set the members every one of them in the body, as it hath pleased him. And he said, well, every one, pointing out that the use extends to all. For thou canst not say, quote, "This he hath himself placed," but not that, but every one according to his will, so it is situated, unquote. So that to the foot also it is profitable that it should be so stationed, and not to the head only. And if it should invert the order, and leaving its own place, should go to another, though it might seem to have bettered its condition, it would be the undoing and ruin of the whole. For it both falls from its own and reaches not the other station. 5. Verse 19. And if they were all one member, where were the body? Verse 20. But now are they many members, yet but one body. Thus, having silenced them sufficiently by God's own arrangement, again he states reasons, and he neither doth this always, nor that, but alternates and varies his discourse. Since, on the one hand, he who merely silences confounds the hearer, and he, on the contrary, who accustoms him to demand reasons for all things, injures him in the matter of faith. For this cause, then, Paul is continually practicing both the one and the other, that they may both believe and may not be confounded. And after silencing them, he again gives a reason likewise. And mark his earnestness in the combat, and the completeness of his victory. For from what things they suppose themselves unequal in honor, because in them there was great diversity, even from these things he shows that on account of this very circumstance they are equal in honor. How? I will tell you. If all were one member, saith he, where were the body? Now, what he means is, if there were not among you great diversity, ye could not be a body, and not being a body, ye could not be one, and not being one, ye could not be equal in honor. Whence it follows again, that if ye were all equal in honor, ye were not a body, and not being a body, ye were not one. And not being one, how could you be equal in honor? As it is, however, because ye are not all endowed with some one gift, therefore are ye a body, and being a body, ye all are one, and differ nothing from one another in this, that ye are a body. So that this very difference is that which chiefly causeth your equality in honor. And accordingly he adds, but now are ye many members, yet one body. 6. These things then let us also consider, and cast out all envy, and neither grudge against them that have greater gifts, nor despise them that possess the lesser. For thus had God willed. Let us not then oppose ourselves. But if thou art still disturbed, consider that thy work is ofttimes such as thy brother is unable to perform, so that even if thou art inferior, yet in this thou hast the advantage, and though he be greater, he is worse off in this respect, and so equality takes place. For so in the body also Even the little members seem to contribute no little, but the great ones themselves are often injured by them. I mean by their removal. Thus, what in the body is more insignificant than the hair? Yet if thou shouldst remove this, insignificant as it is, from the eyebrows and the eyelids, thou hast destroyed all the grace of the countenance, and the eye will no longer appear equally beautiful. And yet the loss is of a trifle. But notwithstanding, even thus all the comeliness is destroyed. And not the comeliness only, but much also of the use of the eyes. The reason is that every one of our members hath both an operation of its own, and one which is common. And likewise there is in us a beauty which is peculiar, and another which is common. And these kinds of beauty appear indeed to be divided, but they are perfectly bound together, and when one is destroyed, the other perishes also along with it. To explain myself, let there be bright eyes, and a smiling cheek, and a red lip, and straight nose, and open brow. Nevertheless, if thou mar but the slightest of these, thou hast marred the common beauty of all. All is full of dejection. All will appear foul to look on, which before was so beautiful. Thus, if thou shouldst crush only the tip of the nose, thou hast brought great deformity upon all, and yet it is the maiming but of a single member. And likewise in the hand, if thou shouldst take away the nail from one finger, thou wouldst see the same result. If now thou wouldst see the same taking place in respect of their function also, take away one finger, and thou wilt see the rest less active, and no longer performing their part equally. Since then the loss of a member is a common deformity to all, and its safety, beauty to all, let us not be lifted up nor trample on our neighbors. For through that small member, the great one too is fair and beautiful, and by the eyelids, slight as they are, is the eye adorned. So that he who wars with his brother wars with himself. For the injury done reaches not only unto him, but himself also shall undergo no small loss. 7. That this then may not be, let us so care for our neighbors as for ourselves. And let us transfer this image of the body now also to the church, and be careful for all, as for our own members. For in the church also there are members many and diverse, and some are more honorable, and some more deficient. For example, there are choirs of virgins, there are assemblies of widows, there are fraternities of those who shine in holy wedlock. In short, many are the degrees of virtue. And in almsgiving again, in like manner, for one empties himself of all his goods. Others care for a competency alone, and seek nothing more than necessaries. Others give of their superfluity. Nevertheless, all these adorn one another, and if the greater should set at naught the less, he would be in the greatest degree injure himself. Thus, suppose a virgin to deal scornfully with a married woman, she hath cut off no small part of her reward. And he again that emptied himself of all, should he upbraid him that hath not done so, hath emptied himself of much of the fruit of his own labors. And why speak I of virgins, and widows, and men without possessions? What is meaner than those who beg? And yet even these fulfill a most important office in the church, clinging to the doors of the sanctuary and supplying one of its greatest ornaments. And without these there could be no perfecting the fullness of the church, which thing, as it seems, the apostles also observing, made a law from the beginning, as in regard to all other things, so also that there should be widows. And so great care did they use about the matter, as also to set over them 7 deacons, for as bishops and presbyters, and deacons and virgins, and continent persons enter into my enumeration, when I am reckoning up the members of the church, so also do widows. Yea, and it is no mean office which they fill, for thou indeed comest here when thou wilt, but these both day and night sing psalms and attend, not for alms only doing this, since if that were their object, they might walk in the marketplace and beg in the alleys, but there is in them piety also in no small degree. At least, behold in what a furnace of poverty they are, yet never shalt thou hear a blasphemous word from them, nor a desponding one, after the manner of many rich men's wives. Yet some of them often lie down to their rest in hunger, and others continue constantly frozen by the cold. Nevertheless, they pass their time in thanksgiving and giving glory. Though you give but a penny, they give thanks and implore 10,000 blessings on the giver. And if you give nothing, they do not complain, but even so they bless, and think themselves happy to enjoy their daily food. Quote, yes, unquote. It is replied, quote, since whether they will or no, they must bear it, unquote. Why, tell me? Wherefore hast thou uttered this bitter expression? Are there not shameful arts which bring gain to the aged, both men and women? Had they not power to support themselves by those means in great abundance, provided they had chosen to cast off all care of good living? Seest thou not how many persons of that age, by becoming pimps and panders, and by other such ministrations, both live and live in luxury? Not so these, but they choose rather to perish of hunger than to dishonor their own life and betray their salvation, and they sit throughout the whole day preparing a medicine of salvation for thee. For no physician, stretching out the hand to apply the knife, works so effectually to cut out the corruption from our wounds as doth a poor man, stretching out his right hand and receiving alms, to take away the scars which the wounds have left. And what is truly wonderful, they perform this excellent chirurgery without pain and anguish. And we who are set over the people and give you so much wholesome advice do not more truly discourse than he doth, who sits before the doors of the church, by his silence and his countenance. For we too sound these things in your ears every day, saying, quote, Be not high-minded, O man. Human nature is a thing that soon declines, and is ready to fall away. Our youth hastens on to old age, our beauty to deformity, our strength to weakness, our honor to contempt. Our health falls away to sickness, our glory to meanness, our riches to poverty. Our concerns are like a violent current that never will stand still, but keeps hastening down the steep. Unquote. The same advice do they also give, and more than this, by their appearance, and by their experience itself too, which is a yet plainer kind of advice. How many, for instance, of those who now sit without were in the bloom of youth, and did great things? How many of these loathsome-looking persons surpassed many, both in vigor of body and in beauty of countenance? Nay, disbelieve it not, nor deride, for surely life is full of 10,000 such examples. For if from mean and humble persons many have oftentimes become kings, what marvel is it, if from being great and glorious some have been made humble and mean? Since the former is much the more extraordinary, but the latter of perpetual occurrence, so that one ought not to be incredulous that any of them ever flourished in arts and arms, and abundance of wealth, but rather to pity them with great compassion, and to fear for ourselves, lest we too should sometimes suffer the same things. For we too are men, and are subject to this speedy change. 8. But perchance some one of the thoughtless and of those who are accustomed to scoff will jeer at this too, which hath been said, and will altogether deride us, saying, quote, How long wilt thou not cease continually introducing poor men and beggars in thy discourses, and prophesying to us of misfortunes, and denouncing poverty to come, and desiring to make us beggars? Unquote. Not from a desire to make beggars of you. O man, do I say these things, but hastening to open unto you the riches of heaven, since he too, who to the healthy man makes mention of the sick, and relates their anguish, saith it not to make him diseased, but to preserve him in health, by the fear of their calamities cutting off his remissness. Poverty seems to you to be a fearful thing, and to be dreaded, even to the mere name of it. Yea, and therefore are we poor, because we are afraid of poverty, though we have 10,000 talents. For not he who hath nothing is poor, but he who shudders at poverty. Since in men's calamities also it is not those who suffer great evils whom we lament and account wretched, but those who know not how to bear them, even though they be small. Whereas he that knows how to bear them is, as all know, worthy of praises and crowns. And to prove that this is so, whom do we applaud in the games? Those who are much beaten, and do not vex themselves, but hold their head on high, or those who fly after the first strokes? Are not those even crowned by us as manly and noble, while we laugh at these as unmanly and cowards. So then, let us do in the affairs of life. Him that bears all easily, let us crown, as we do that noble champion. But weep over him that shrinks and trembles at his dangers, and who, before he receives the blow, is dead with fear. For so in the games, if any, before he raised his hands, at the mere sight of his adversary, extending his right hand, should fly, though he receive no wound, he will be laughed to scorn as feeble and effeminate, and unversed in such struggles. Now, this is like what happens to these who fear poverty, and cannot so much as endure the expectation of it. Evidently, then, it is not we that make you wretched, but ye yourselves. For how can it be that the devil should not henceforth make sport of thee, seeing thee even before the stroke, afraid and trembling at the menace? Or rather, when thou dost but esteem this a threat, he will have no need so much as to strike thee any more, but leaving thee to keep thy wealth, by the expectation of its being taken away, he will render thee softer than any wax. And because it is our nature, so to speak, not to consider the objects of our dread so fearful after suffering as before, and while yet untried, therefore, to prevent thee from acquiring even this virtue, he detains thee in the very height of fear, by the fear of poverty, before all experience of it, melting thee down as wax in the fire. Yea, and such a man is softer than any wax, and lives a life more wretched than Cain himself. For the things which he hath in excess he is in fear, for those which he hath not, in grief. And again, concerning what he hath he trembles, keeping his wealth within, as a wilful runaway slave, and beset by I know not what various and unaccountable passions. For unaccountable desire and manifold fear and anxiety and trembling on every side agitate them, and they are like a vessel driven by contrary winds from every quarter, and enduring many heavy seas. And how much better for such a man to depart, than to be enduring a continual storm. Since for Cain also it were more tolerable to have died, than to be forever trembling. Lest we then, for our part, suffer these things, let us laugh to scorn the device of the devil. Let us burst his cords asunder. Let us sever the point of his terrible spear, and fortify every approach. For if thou laugh at money, he hath not where to strike, he hath not where he may lay hold. Then hast thou rooted up the root of evils, and when the root is no more, neither will any evil fruit grow. 9. Well, these things we must be always saying, and never leave off saying them. But whether our sayings do any good, the day will declare. Even that day which is revealed by fire, which trieth every man's work, which showeth what lamps are bright, and what are not so. Then shall he who hath oil, and he who hath it not, be manifest, But may none then be found destitute of this comfort. Rather may all, bringing in with them abundance of mercy, and having their lamps bright, enter in together with the bridegroom. Since nothing is more fearful and full of anguish than that voice which they who departed without abundant almsgiving shall then hear the bridegroom utter, I know you not. But may we never hear this voice, but rather that most pleasant and desirable one, Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For thus shall we live the happy life, and enjoy all the good things which even pass man's understanding, unto which may we all attain, through the grace and mercy, etc. End of Homily 30. Homily 31 of St. John Chrysostom on 1 Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 31. 1 Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 21. And the eye cannot say to the hand, I have no need of thee, nor again the hand to the feet, I have no need of you. Having checked the envy of those in lower rank, and having taken off the dejection which it was likely that they would feel from greater gifts having been vouchsafed to others, he humbles also the pride of these latter, who had received the greater gifts. He had done the same indeed in his discourse also with the former, for the statement that it was a gift and not an achievement was intended to declare this. But now he doth it again even more vehemently, dwelling on the same image. For from the body, in what follows, and from the unity thence arising, he proceeds to the actual comparison of the members, a thing on which they were especially seeking to be instructed, since there was not so much power to console them in the circumstance of their being all one body, as in the conviction that in the very things wherewith they were endowed, they were not left greatly behind. And he saith, The eye cannot say to the hand, I have no need of thee, nor again the head to the feet, I have no need of you. For though the gift be less, yet is it necessary, and as when the one is absent, many functions are impeded, so also without the other there is a maim in the fullness of the church. And he said not, will not say, but cannot say, so that even though it have a will, though it should actually say so, it is out of the question, nor is the thing consistent with nature. For this cause, having taken the two extremes, he makes trial of his argument in them, first in respect of the hand and the eye, and secondly in respect of the head and the feet, adding force to the example. For what is meaner than the foot? Or what more honorable and more necessary than the head? For this, the head, more than anything, is the man. Nevertheless, it is not of itself sufficient, nor could it alone perform all things, since, if this were so, our feet would have been a superfluous addition. 2. And neither did he stop here, but seeks also another amplification, a kind of thing which he is always doing, contending not only to be on equal terms, but even advancing beyond. Wherefore also he adds, saying, verse 22, Nay, much more, those members of the body which seem to be more feeble are necessary. Verse 23, And those members of the body which we think to be less honorable, upon these we bestow more abundant honor, and our uncomely parts have more abundant comeliness. In every clause adding the term body, and thereby both consoling the one and checking the other. Quote, "For I affirm not this only," unquote, saith he, quote, "that the greater have need of the less, but that they have also much need. Since if there be anything weak in us, if anything dishonorable, this is both necessary and enjoys greater honor," unquote. And he well said, "which seem," and "which we think," pointing out that the judgment arises not from the nature of the things, but from the opinion of the many. For nothing in us is dishonorable, seeing it is God's work. Thus, what in us is esteemed less honorable than our genital members, nevertheless they enjoy greater honor. And the very poor, even if they have the rest of the body naked, cannot endure to exhibit those members naked. Yet surely this is not the condition of things dishonorable, but it was natural for them to be despised rather than the rest. For so in a house the servant who is dishonored, so far from enjoying greater attention, hath not even an equal share vouchsafed him. By the same rule, likewise, if this member were dishonorable, instead of having greater privileges, it ought not even to enjoy the same, whereas now it hath more honor for its portion, and this too the wisdom of God hath effected. For to some parts by their nature he hath given not to need it, but to others, not having granted it by their nature, he hath compelled us to yield it. Yet are they not therefore dishonorable, since the animals too by their nature have a sufficiency, and neither need clothing, nor shoes, nor a roof, the greater part of them, yet not on this account is our body less honorable than they, because it needs all these things. Yea, rather, were one to consider accurately, the parts in question are even by nature itself both honorable and necessary, which in truth Paul himself intimated, not giving his judgment of them from our care and from their enjoying greater honor, but from the very nature of the things. Wherefore, when he calls them weak and less honorable, he uses the expression which seem, but when he calls them necessary, he no longer adds which seem, but himself gives his judgment, saying, they are necessary, and very properly, for they are useful to procreation of children and the succession of our race. Wherefore also the Roman legislators punish them that mutilate these members, and make men eunuchs, as persons who do injury to our common stock and affront nature herself. But woe to the intemperate, who bring reproach on the handiworks of God. For as many are wont to curse wine on account of the drunken, and womankind on account of the unchaste, so also they account these members base by reason of those that use them not as they ought, but improperly. For the sin is not allotted to the thing as a portion of its nature, but the transgression is produced by the will of him that ventures on it. But some suppose that the expressions, the feeble members, and less honorable, and necessary, and which enjoy more abundant honor, are used by Paul of eyes and feet, and that he speaks of the eyes as more feeble and necessary, because, though deficient in strength, they have the advantage in utility, but of the feet as the less honorable, for these also receive from us great consideration. 3. Next, not to work out yet another amplification, he says, verse 24, "But our comely parts have no need, that is, lest any should say, quote, 'Why, what kind of speech is this, to despise the honorable and minister to the less honored?' Unquote. Quote, 'We do not this in contempt,' unquote, saith he. Quote, 'But because they have no need,' unquote. And see how large a measure of praise he thus sets down in brief, and so hastens on, a thing most conveniently and usefully done. And neither is he content with this, but adds also the cause, saying, 'But God hath tempered the body together, having given more abundant honor unto that part which lacked.' Verse 25, that there should be no schism in the body. Now, if he hath tempered it together, he hath not suffered that which is more uncomely to appear. For that which is mingled becomes one thing, and it doth not appear what it was before, since otherwise we could not say that it was tempered. And see how he continually hastens by the defects, saying, 'that which lacked.' He said not, quote, 'to that which is dishonorable,' unquote, quote, 'to that which is unseemly,' unquote, but to that which lacked. That which lacked how? By nature, having given more abundant honor. And wherefore? That there should be no schism in the body. Thus, because though they enjoyed an endless store of consolation, they nevertheless indulged grief, as if they had received less than others, he signifies that they were rather honored. For his phrase is, having given more abundant honor to that which lacked. Next, he also adds the reason, showing that, with a view to their profit, he both caused it to lack and more abundantly honored it. And what is the reason? That there should be no schism, saith he, in the body. And he said not, quote, 'in the members,' unquote, but in the body. For there would indeed be a great and unfair advantage if some members were cared for both by nature and by our forethought, others not even by either one of these. Then would they be cut off from one another, from inability to endure the connection. And when these were cut off, there would be harm done also to the rest. Seest thou how he points out that of necessity greater honor is given to that which lacketh? Quote, 'For had not this been so, the injury would have become common to all,' unquote, saith he. And the reason is, that unless these received great consideration on our part, they would have been rudely treated, as not having the help of nature, and this rude treatment would have been their ruin. Their ruin would have divided the body, and the body having been divided, the other members also would have perished, which are far greater than these. Seest thou that the care of these latter is connected with making provision for those? For they have not their being so much in their own nature, as in their being one by virtue of the body. Wherefore, if the body perish, they profit nothing by such health as they have severally. But if the eye remain, or the nose, preserving its proper function, yet when the bond of union is broken, there will be no use for them ever after. Whereas, suppose this remaining, and those injured, they both support themselves through it, and speedily return to health. But perhaps someone may say, quote, This indeed in the body hath reason, that that which lacketh hath received more abundant honor. But among men, how may this be made out?" Unquote. Why, among men most especially thou mayest see this taking place, for so they who came at the 11th hour first received their hire. And the sheep that had wandered induced the shepherd to leave behind the 99 and run after it. And when it was found, he bore and did not drive it. And the prodigal son obtained more honor than he who was approved. And the thief was crowned and proclaimed before the apostles. And in the case of the talents also thou mayest see this happen, in that to him that receiveth the 5 talents, and to him that received 2, were vouchsafed the same rewards. Yea, by the very circumstance that he received the 2, he was the more favored with great providential care, since had he been entrusted with the 5, with his want of ability, he would have fallen from the whole. But having received the 2, and fulfilled his own duty, he was thought worthy of the same with him that had gained the 5, having so far the advantage, as with less labor to obtain the same crown. And yet he too was a man, as well as the one that traded with the 5. Nevertheless, his master doth not in any wise call him to a strict account, nor compel him to do the same with his fellow servant, nor doth he say, quote, "Why canst thou not gain the 5?" Unquote, though he might justly have said so, but assigned him likewise his crown. 4. Knowing these things, therefore, ye that are greater, trample not on the less, lest instead of them ye injure yourselves. For when they are cut off, the whole body is destroyed, since what else is a body than the existence of many members? As also Paul himself saith, that the body is not one member, but many. If therefore this be the essence of a body, let us take care that the many continue many, since unless this be entirely preserved, the stroke is in the vital parts, which is the reason also why the apostle doth not require this only, their not being separated, but also their being closely united. For instance, having said that there be no schism in the body, he was not content with this, but added that the members should have the same care one for another. Adding this other cause also of the less enjoying more honor, for not only lest they should be separated one from another, hath God so contrived it, but also that there may be abundant love and concord. For if each man's being depends on his neighbor's safety, tell me not of the less and the more. In this case there is no more and less. While the body continues, you may see the difference too, but when it perishes, no longer. And perish it will, unless the lesser parts also continue. If now even the greater members will perish, when the less are broken off, these ought to care in like manner for the less, and so as for themselves, inasmuch as in the safety of these the greater likewise remain. So then, shouldst thou say 10,000 times, quote, such a member is dishonored and inferior, unquote, still if thou provide not for it in like manner as for thyself, if thou neglect it as inferior, the injury will pass on to thyself. Wherefore he said not only that the members should care one for another, but he added that they should have the same care one for another, that is, the small should enjoy the like and the same providential care with the great. Say not then that such an one is an ordinary person, but consider that he is a member of that body which holds together the whole. And as the eye, so also doth he cause the body to be a body. For where the body is being builded up, there none hath anything more than his neighbor. Since neither doth this make a body, there being one part greater and another less, but there being many and diverse. For even as thou, because thou art greater, didst help to make up the body, so also he, because he is less. So that his comparative deficiency, when the body is to be builded up, turns out of equal value with thee unto this noble contribution. Yea, he avails as much as thyself, and it is evident from hence. Let there be no member greater and less, no more and less honorable, but let all be eye or all head. Will not the body perish? Every one sees it. Again, if all be inferior, the same thing will happen. So that in this respect also the less are proved equal. Yea, and if one must say something more, the purpose of the less being less is that the body may remain. So that for thy sake he is less, in order that thou mayest continue to be great. And here is the cause of his demanding the same care from all. And having said that the members may have the same care one for another, he explains this same thing again, saying, 5, verse 26, And whether one member suffer, all the members suffer with it. Or one member be honored, all the members rejoice with it. Quote, Yea, with no other view, unquote, saith he, quote, did he make the care he requires common, establishing unity in so great diversity, but that of all events there might be complete communion. Because if our care for our neighbor be the common safety, it follows also that glory and our sadness must be common. Unquote. 3 things, therefore, he here demands: the not being divided, but united in perfection; the having like care one for another; and the considering all that happens common. And as above, he saith, He hath given more abundant honor to that part which lacked, because it needed it, signifying that the very inferiority was become an introduction to greater honor. So here he equalizes them in respect of the care, also which takes place mutually among them. For, quote, Therefore did he cause them to partake of greater honor, unquote, saith he, quote, that they might not meet with less care, unquote. And not from hence only, but also by all that befalls them, good and painful, are the members bound to one another. Thus often, when a thorn is fixed in the heel, the whole body feels it, and cares for it. Both the back is bent, and the belly and thighs are contracted, and the hands coming forth as guards, and servants draw out what was so fixed, and the head stoops over it, and the eyes observe it with much care. So that even if the foot hath inferiority from its inability to ascend, yet by its bringing down the head it hath an equality, and is favored with the same honor, and especially whenever the feet are the cause of the head's coming down, not by favor, but by their claim on it. And thus, if by being the more honorable it hath an advantage, yet in that, being so, it owes such honor and care to the lesser, and likewise equal sympathy. By this it indicates great equality, since what is meaner than the heel? What more honorable than the head? Yet this member moves toward that, and moves them all together with itself. Again, if anything is the matter with the eyes, all complain, and all are idle. And neither do the feet walk, nor the hands work, nor doth the stomach enjoy its accustomed food. And yet the affection is of the eyes. Why dost thou cause the stomach to pine? Why keep thy feet still? Why bind thy hands? Because they are tied to the feet. And in an unspeakable manner the whole body suffers. For if it shared not in the suffering, it would not endure to partake of the care. Wherefore, having said that the members may have the same care, one for another, he added, whether one member suffer, all the members suffer with it, or one member be honored, all the members rejoice with it. Quote, and how do they rejoice with it? Unquote, say you. The head is crowned, and the whole man is honored. The mouth speaks, and the eyes laugh and are delighted. Yet the credit given is not of the beauty of the eyes, but it belongs to the tongue. Again, if the eyes appear beautiful, the whole woman is beautified, as indeed these also, when a straight nose and upright neck and other members are praised, rejoice and appear cheerful, and shed tears again in great abundance over their griefs and misfortunes, though themselves continue uninjured. 6. Let us all then, considering these things, imitate the love of these members. Let us not in any wise do the contrary, trampling on the miseries of our neighbor and envying his good things, for this is the part of madmen and persons beside themselves, just as he that digs out his own eye hath displayed a very great proof of senselessness, and he that devours his own hand exhibits a clear evidence of downright madness. Now, if this be the case with regard to the members, so likewise, when it happeneth among the brethren, it fastens on us the reputation of folly, and brings on no common mischief. For as long as he shines, thy comeliness also is apparent, and the whole body is beautified. For not at all doth he confine the beauty to himself alone, but permits thee also to glory. But if thou extinguish him, thou bringest a common darkness upon the whole body, and the misfortune thou causest is common to all the members, as indeed if thou preservest him in brightness, thou preservest the bloom of the entire body. For no man saith, quote, the eye is beautiful, unquote, but what? Quote, such a woman is beautiful, unquote. And if it also be praised, it comes after the common encomium. So likewise it happens in the church. I mean, if there be any celebrated persons, the community reaps the good report of it, for the enemies are not apt to divide the praises, but connect them together. And if any be brilliant in speech, they do not praise him alone, but likewise the whole church. For they do not say only, quote, such a one is a wonderful man, unquote, but what? Quote, the Christians have a wonderful teacher, unquote, and so they make the possession common. 7. And now let me ask, do heathens bind together, and dost thou divide and war with thine own body, and withstand thine own members? Knowest thou not that this overturns all? Or even a kingdom, saith he, divided against itself shall not stand. But nothing so divides and separates as envy and jealousy, that grievous disease, and exempt from all pardon, and in some respect worse than the root of all evils. For the covetous is then pleased, when himself hath received, but the envious is then pleased, when another hath failed to receive, not when himself hath received. For he thinks the misfortunes of others a benefit to himself, rather than prosperity, going about a kind of common enemy of mankind, and smiting the members of Christ, than which what can be more akin to madness? The devil is envious, but of men, not of any devil. But thou, being a man, enviest men, and withstandest what is of thine own tribe and family, which not even the devil doth. And what pardon shalt thou obtain, what excuse, trembling and turning pale at sight of a brother in prosperity, when thou oughtest to crown thyself, and to rejoice and exult? If indeed thou wishest to emulate him, I forbid not that. Emulate, but with a view to be like him who is approved, not in order to depress him, but that thou mayest reach the same lofty point, that thou mayest display the same excellence. This is wholesome rivalry, imitation without contention, not to grieve at the good things of others, but to be vexed at our own evils, the contrary to which is the result of envy. For neglecting its own evils, it pines away at the good fortune of other men, and thus the poor is not so vexed by his own poverty as by the plenty of his neighbor, than which what can be more grievous? Yea, in this respect the envious, as I before said, is worse even than the covetous, the one rejoicing at some acquisition of his own, while the other finds his delight in someone else failing to receive. Wherefore I beseech you, leaving this evil way, to change to a proper emulation, for it is a violent thing, this kind of zeal, and hotter than any fire, and to win thereby mighty blessings. Thus also Paul used to guide those of Jewish origin unto the faith, saying, If by any means I might provoke to emulation them which are my flesh, and might save some of them. For he whose emulation is like what Paul wished for, doth not pine when he sees the other in reputation, but when he sees himself left behind. The envious not so, but at the sight of another's prosperity. And he is a kind of drone, injuring other men's labors, and himself never anxious to rise, but weeping when he sees another rising, and doing everything to throw him down. To what then might one compare this passion? It seems to me to be like as if a sluggish ass, and heavy with abundance of flesh, being yoked with a winged courser, should neither himself be willing to rise, and should attempt to drag the other down by the weight of his carcass. For so this man takes no thought nor anxiety to be himself rid of this deep slumber, but doth everything to supplant and throw down him that is flying towards heaven, having become an exact emulator of the devil, since he too, seeing man in paradise, sought not to change his own condition, but to cast him out of paradise. And again, seeing him seated in heaven, and the others hastening thither, he holds to the same plan, supplanting them who are hastening thither, and thereby heaping up the furnace more abundantly for himself. For in every instance this happens, both he that is envied, if he be vigilant, becoming more eminent, and he that is envious accumulating to himself more evils. Thus also Joseph became eminent, thus Aaron the priest. The conspiracy of the envious caused God once and again to give his suffrage for him, and was the occasion of the rod's budding. Thus Jacob attained his abundant wealth, and all those other blessings. Thus the envious pierced themselves through with 10,000 evils. Knowing as we do all these things, let us flee such emulation. For wherefore, tell me, enviest thou? Because thy brother hath received spiritual grace? And from whom did he receive it? Answer me. Was it not from God? Clearly, then, he is the object of the enmity to which thou art committing thyself, he the bestower of the gift. Seest thou which way the evil is tending, and with what sort of a point it is crowning the heap of thy sins, and how deep the pit of vengeance which it is digging for thee? Let us flee it, then, beloved, and neither envy others, nor fail to pray for our enviers, and do all we can to extinguish their passion. Neither let us feel as the unthinking do, who, being minded to exact punishment of them, do all in their power to light up their flame. But let not us do so. Rather let us weep for them and lament, for they are the injured persons, having a continual worm gnawing through their heart and collecting a fountain of poison more bitter than any gall. Come now, let us beseech the merciful God both to change their state of feeling, and that we may never fall into that disease, since heaven is indeed inaccessible to him that hath this wasting sore, and before heaven too, even this present life is not worth living in. For not so thoroughly are timber and wool wont to be eaten through by moth and worm abiding therein, as doth the fever of envy devour the very bones of the envious, and destroy all self-command in their soul. In order, then, that we may deliver both ourselves and others from these innumerable woes, let us expel from within us this evil fever, this that is more grievous than any gangrene, that, having regained spiritual strength, we may both finish the present course and obtain the future crowns, unto which may we all attain, by the grace and mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom to the Father, with the Holy Ghost, be glory, power, honor, now and ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 31. Homily 32 of St. John Chrysostom on First Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 32, 1 Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 27. Now ye are the body of Christ, and members in particular. For lest any should say, quote, what is the example of the body to us, since the body is a slave to nature, but our good deeds are of choice, unquote. He applies it to our own concerns, and to signify that we ought to have the same concord of design, as they have from nature. He saith, now ye are the body of Christ. But if our body ought not to be divided, much less the body of Christ, and so much less, as grace is more powerful than nature. And members in particular, that is, quote, not only, unquote, saith he, quote, are we a body, but members also, unquote. For of both these he had before discoursed, bringing the many together into one, and implying that all become some one thing after the image of the body, and that this one thing is made up of the many, and is in the many, and that the many by this are held together, and are capable of being many. But what is the expression in particular? Quote, so far at least as appertaineth to you, and so far as naturally should receive edification from you, unquote. For because he had said the body, whereas the whole body was not the Corinthian church, but the church in every part of the world, therefore he said in particular, that is, the church amongst you is a part of the church existing everywhere, and of the body which is made up of all the churches, so that not only with yourselves alone, but also with the whole church throughout the world, ye ought to be at peace, if at least ye be members of the whole body. 2. Verse 28. And God hath set some in the church, first apostles, secondarily prophets, thirdly teachers, after that miracles, then gifts of healings, helps, governments, diversities of tongues. Thus what I spake of before, this also he now doth. Because they thought highly of themselves in respect of the tongues, he sets at last everywhere. For the terms, quote, first, unquote, and, quote, second, unquote, are not used by him here at random, but in order to set first the more honorable, and to point out the inferior. Wherefore also he set the apostles first, who had all the gifts in themselves. And he said not, quote, God hath set certain in the church, apostles, unquote, simply, quote, or prophets, unquote, but he employs first, second, and third, signifying that same thing which I told you of. Secondarily, prophets, for they used to prophesy as the daughters of Philip, as Agabus, as these very persons among the Corinthians, of whom he saith, let the prophets speak 2 or 3. And writing also to Timothy, he said, neglect not the gift that is in thee, which was given thee by prophecy. And they were much more numerous then than under the old covenant, the gift not having devolved on some 10 and 20 and 50 and 100, but this grace was poured out abundantly, and every church had many that prophesied. And if Christ saith the law and the prophets prophesied until John, he saith it of those prophets who before proclaimed his coming. Thirdly, teachers. For he that prophesieth speaks all things from the Spirit, but he that teacheth sometimes discourses also out of his own mind. Wherefore also he said, Let the elders that rule well be counted worthy of double honor, especially they who labor in the word and doctrine. Whereas he that speaks all things by the Spirit doth not labor. This accordingly is the reason why he set him after the prophet, because the one is wholly a gift, but the other is also man's labor. For he speaks many things of his own mind, agreeing, however, with these sacred scriptures also. 3. After that, miracles, then gifts of healings. Seest thou how he again divides the healings from the power, which also he did before? For the power is more than the healing, since he that hath power both punishes and heals. But he that hath the gift of healings doeth cures only. And observe how excellent the order he made use of when he set the prophecy before the miracles and the healings. For above, when he said, To one is given by the Spirit the word of wisdom, and to another the word of knowledge, he spake, not setting them in order, but indifferently. Here, on the other hand, he sets a first and a second rank. Wherefore then doth he set prophecy first? Because even in the Old Covenant the matter hath this order. For example, when Isaiah was discoursing with the Jews, and exhibiting a demonstration of the power of God and bringing forward the evidence of the worthlessness of the demons, he stated this also as the greatest evidence of his divinity, his foretelling things to come. And Christ himself, after working so many signs, saith that this was no small sign of his divinity, and continually adds, But these things have I told you, that when it is come to pass, ye may believe that I am he. Quote, Well then, the gifts of healings are justly inferior to prophecy, but why likewise to teaching? Unquote. Because it is not the same thing to declare the word of preaching and sow piety in the hearts of the hearers as it is to work miracles, since these are done merely for the sake of that. When therefore anyone teaches both by word and life, he is greater than all. For those he calls emphatically teachers, who both teach by deeds and instruct in word. For instance, this made the apostles themselves to become apostles, and those gifts certain others also, of no great worth, received in the beginning, as those who said, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name, and done many wonderful works? And after this were told, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. But this twofold word of doctrine, I mean that by deeds and by words no bad man would ever undertake. As to his setting the prophets first, marvel not at it, for he is not speaking of prophets simply, but of those who by prophecy do also teach, and say everything to the common benefit, which, in proceeding, he makes more clear to us. Helps, governments. What is helps? To help the weak. Is this then a gift? Tell me. In the first place, this too is of the gift of God, aptness for a patron's office, the dispensing spiritual things, besides which he calls many even of our own good deeds, quote, gifts, unquote, not meaning us to be dispirited, but intimating that in every case we need God's help, and preparing them to be thankful, and thereby making them more forward, and stirring up their minds. Diversities of tongues. Seest thou where he hath set this gift, and how he everywhere assigns it the last rank? 4. Further, since again by this catalogue he has pointed out a great difference, and stirred up the aforementioned distemper of those who had lesser gifts, he darts upon them in what follows with great vehemence, because he had already forgiven them those many proofs of their not being left much inferior. What I mean is, because it was likely that on hearing these things they would say, quote, and why were we not all made apostles, unquote. Whereas above he had made use of a more soothing tone of discourse, proving at length the necessity of this result, both from the image of the body. For the body, saith he, is not one member. And again, if all were one member, where were the body? And from the fact of their being given as was expedient, for the manifestation of the Spirit is given, saith he, to every man, to profit withal, and from all being watered from the same Spirit, and from what is bestowed being a free gift and not a debt. For there are, saith he, diversities of gifts, but the same Spirit, and from the manifestation of the Spirit being made alike through all. For to every man, saith he, is given his own manifestation through the Spirit. And from the fact that these things were molded according to the pleasure of the Spirit and of God, for all these, saith he, worketh that one and the self same Spirit, dividing to every man severally as he will. And God hath set the members, every one of them, in the body, as it hath pleased him. And from the inferior members also being necessary, for those which seem, saith he, to be more feeble, are necessary, from their being alike, necessary in that they constitute the body equally with the greater. For the body, saith he, is not one member, but many. From the greater too, needing the less. For the head, saith he, cannot say to the feet, I have no need of you, from these latter enjoying even more honor. For to that which lacketh, saith he hath given more abundant honor, from the care of them being common and equal. For all the members have the same care one for another, and from there being one honor and one grief of them all. For whether, saith he, one member suffer, all the members suffer with it, or one member be honored, all the members rejoice with it. Whereas I say, he had above exhorted them by these topics, here and henceforth he uses language so as to bear them down and rebuke them. For, as I said, it behoves us neither always to exhort people, nor always to silence them. Therefore also Paul himself, because he at length exhorted them, doth henceforth vehemently attack them, saying, verse 29, Are all apostles? Are all prophets? Have all the gifts of healing? And he doth not stop at the first and the second gift, but proceeds to the last, either meaning this, that all cannot be all things, even as he there saith, if all were one member, where were the body? Or establishing some other point also along with these, which may tell in the way of consolation again. What then is this? His signifying that even the lesser gifts are objects of contention, contended for equally with the greater, from the circumstance that not even these were given absolutely to all. For, quote, why, unquote, saith he, quote, dost thou grieve that thou hast not gifts of healing? Consider that what thou hast, even though it be less, is oftentimes not possessed by him that hath the greater, unquote. Wherefore he saith, verse 30, do all speak with tongues? Do all interpret? For even as the great gifts of God hath not vouchsafed all to all men, but to some this, and to others that, so also did he in respect of the less, not setting these either before all. And this he did, building up thereby great abundance of harmony and love, that each one standing in need of the other might be brought close to his brother. This economy he established also in the arts, this also in the elements, this also in the plants, and in our members, and absolutely in all things. 5. Then he subjoins further the most powerful consolation, and sufficient to recover them and quiet their vexed souls. And what is this? Verse 31. Covet earnestly, saith he, the best gifts, and yet show I unto you a more excellent way. Now, by saying this, he gently hinted that they were the causes of their own receiving the lesser gifts, and had it in their power, if they would, to have received the greater. For when he saith, covet earnestly, he demands from them all diligence and desire for spiritual things. And he said not the greatest gifts, but the best, that is, the more useful, those which would profit. And what he says is this, quote, continue to desire gifts, and I point out to you a way of gifts, unquote. For neither did he say, quote, a gift, unquote, but a way, that he might the more extol that which he intends to mention. As if he said, it is not one or two or three gifts that I point out to you, but one way which leadeth to all these, and not merely a way, but both a more excellent way, and one that is open in common to all. For not as the gifts are vouchsafed, to some these, to others those, but not all to all, so also in this case, but it is an universal gift. Wherefore also he invites all to it. Covet earnestly, saith he, the best gifts, and yet show I unto you a more excellent way, meaning charity towards our neighbor. Then, intending to proceed to the discourse concerning it and the encomium of this virtue, he first lowereth these by comparison with it, intimating that they are nothing without it, very considerately. For if he had at once discoursed of charity, and having said, I show unto you a way, had added, quote, but this is charity, unquote, and had not conducted his discourse by way of comparison, some might possibly have scoffed at what was said, not understanding clearly the force of the things spoken of, but still gaping after these. Wherefore he doth not at once unfold it, but first excites the hearer by the promise, and saith, I show unto you a more excellent way. And so having led him to desire it, he doth not even thus straightway proceed upon it, but augmenting still further and extending their desire, he discourses first of these very things, and signifies that without it they are nothing, reducing them to the greatest necessity of loving one another, seeing also that from neglect of it sprang that which caused all their evils, so that in this respect also it might justly appear great, if the gifts not only brought them not together, but divided them even after union. But this, when many were so divided, is to reunite them by a virtue of its own, and make them one body. This, however, he doth not say at once, but what they chiefly long for, that he sets down, as that the thing was a gift, and a way to all the gifts, with excellency, so that even if thou wilt not love thy brother on the score of duty, yet for the sake of obtaining a better sign and an abundant gift, make charity welcome. 6. And see whence he first begins, from that which was marvelous in their eyes and great, the gift of tongues. And in bringing forward that gift, he mentions it not just in the degree they had it in, but far more. For he did not say, quote, if I speak with tongues, unquote, but chapter 13, verse 1, if I speak with the tongues of men. What is of men? Of all nations in every part of the world. And neither was he content with this amplification, but he likewise uses another much greater, adding the words, and of angels. And have not charity, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. Dost thou see to what point he first exalted the gift, and to what afterwards he lowered and cast it down? For neither did he simply say, quote, I am nothing, unquote, but I am become sounding brass, a thing senseless and inanimate. But how sounding brass? Emitting a sound indeed, but at random and in vain, and for no good end. Since besides my profiting nothing, I am counted by most men as one giving impertinent trouble, an annoying and wearisome kind of person. Seest thou how one void of charity is like to things inanimate and senseless? Now he here speaks of the tongue of angels, not investing angels with a body, but what he means is this, quote, should I even so speak, as angels are wont to discourse unto each other, without this I am nothing, nay, rather a burden and an annoyance, unquote. Thus, to mention one other example, where he saith, to him every knee shall bow, of things in heaven, and things on earth, and things under the earth, he doth not say these things as if he invested angels with knees and bones, far from it, but it is their intense adoration, which he intends to shadow out by the fashion amongst us. So also here he calls it a tongue, not meaning an instrument of flesh, but intending to shadow out their converse with each other by the manner which is known amongst us. 7. Then, in order that his discourse may be acceptable, he stops not at the gift of tongues, but proceeds also to the remaining gifts, and having depreciated all in the absence of charity, he then depicts her image. And because he preferred to conduct his argument by amplification, he begins from the less and ascends to the greater. For whereas, when he indicated their order, he placed the gift of tongues last, this he now numbers first, by degrees, as I said, ascending to the greater gifts. Thus, having spoken of tongues, he proceeds immediately to prophecy, and saith, verse 2, And though I have the gift of prophecy. And this gift again with an excellency, for as in that case he mentioned not tongues, but the tongues of all mankind, and as he proceeded, those of angels, and then signified that the gift was nothing without charity, so also here he mentions not prophecy alone, but the very highest prophecy, in that having said, Though I have prophecy, he added, and understand all mysteries, and all knowledge, expressing this gift also with intensity. Then, after this, also he proceeds to the other gifts, and again, that he might not seem to weary them, naming each one of the gifts, he sets down the mother and fountain of all, and this again with an excellency, thus saying, And though I have all faith. Neither was he content with this, but even that which Christ spake of as greatest, this also he added, saying, So that I could remove mountains, and have not charity, I am nothing. And consider how again here also he lowers the dignity of the tongues. For whereas in regard of prophecy he signifies the great advantage arising from it, the understanding mysteries, and having all knowledge, and in regard of faith no trifling work, even the removing mountains. In respect of tongues, on the other hand, having named the gift itself only, he quits it. But do thou, I pray, consider this also, how in brief he comprehended all gifts, when he named prophecy and faith, for miracles are either in words or deeds. And how doth Christ say that the least part of faith is the being able to remove a mountain? For as though he were speaking of something very small, did he express himself when he said, If ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say to this mountain, Be thou removed, and it shall remove. Whereas Paul saith that this is all faith. What then must one say? Since this were a great thing, the removing a mountain, therefore also he mentioned it not as though all faith were only able to do this, but since this seemed to be great to the grosser sort because of the bulk of the outward mass, from this also he extols his subject. And what he saith is this, Though I have all faith, and though I can remove mountains, and have not charity, I am nothing. 8. Verse 3. And though I give all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing. Wonderful amplification, for even these things too he states with another addition, in that he said not, quote, If I give to the poor the half of my goods, unquote, or, quote, 2 or 3 parts, unquote, but though I give all my goods. And he said not, quote, Give, unquote, but distribute in morsels, so that to the expense may be added the ministering also with all care. And though I give my body to be burned, He said not, quote, "if I die," unquote, but this too with an excellency, for he names the most terrible of all deaths, the being burnt alive, and saith that even this without charity is no great thing. Accordingly he subjoins, "It profiteth me nothing. But not even yet have I pointed out the whole of her excellency, until I bring forward the testimonies of Christ which were spoken concerning almsgiving and death. What then are his testimonies? To the rich man he saith, If thou wilt be perfect, sell thy goods, and give to the poor, and come follow me. And discoursing likewise of love to one's neighbor, he saith, Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Whence it is evident that in reference to God also this is greatest of all. But, quote, I declare, unquote, saith Paul, quote, that even if we should lay down life for God's sake, and not merely lay it down, but so as even to be burned, for this is the meaning of, if I give my body to be burned, we shall have no great advantage if we love not our neighbor, unquote. Well then, the saying that the gifts are of no great profit without charity is no marvel, since our gifts are a secondary consideration to our way of life. At any rate, many have displayed gifts, and yet on becoming vicious have been punished, as those who prophesied in his name, and cast out many devils, and wrought many wonderful works, as Judas the traitor, while others, exhibiting as believers a pure life, have needed nothing else in order to their salvation. Wherefore that the gifts should, as I said, require this, is no marvel, but that an exact life even should avail nothing without it, this is what brings the intensity of expression strongly out, and causes great perplexity, especially to when Christ appears to adjudge his great rewards to both these, I mean, to the giving up our possessions, and to the perils of martyrdom. For both to the rich man he saith, as I before observed, If thou wilt be perfect, sell thy goods, and give to the poor, and come follow me. And discoursing with the disciples of martyrdom, he saith, Whosoever shall lose his life for my sake shall find it, and whosoever shall confess me before men, him will I also confess before my Father which is in heaven. For great indeed is the labor of this achievement, and well nigh surpassing nature itself, and this is known to such as have had these crowns vouchsafed to them, and known full well. For no language can set it before us, so noble a soul doth the deed belong to, and so exceedingly wonderful is it. 9. But nevertheless, this so wonderful thing, Paul said, was of no great profit without charity, even though it have the giving up of one's goods joined with it. Wherefore then hath he thus spoken? This will I now endeavor to explain, first having inquired of this, how is it possible that one who gives all his goods to feed the poor can be wanting in charity? I grant, indeed, he that is ready to be burned and hath the gifts may perhaps possibly not have charity, but he who not only gives his goods, but even distributes them in morsels, how hath not he charity? What then are we to say? Either that he supposed an unreal case as real, which kind of thing he is ever wont to do when he intends to set before us something in excess, As when writing to the Galatians he saith, If we or an angel from heaven preach any other gospel unto you than that ye have received, let him be accursed. And yet neither was himself nor an angel about to do so, but to signify that he meant to carry the matter as far as possible, he set down even that which could never by any means happen. And again, when he writes to the Romans and saith, Neither angels, nor principalities, nor powers shall be able to separate us from the love of God. For neither was this about to be done by any angels. But here, too, he supposes a thing which was not, as indeed also in what comes next, saying, Nor any other creature, whereas there is no other creature. For he had comprehended the whole creation, having spoken of all things, both above and below. Nevertheless, here also he mentions that which was not, by way of hypothesis, so as to show his exceeding great desire. Now the same thing he doth here also, saying, Though a man give all, and have not charity, it profiteth him nothing. Either then we may say this, or that his meaning is for those who give to be also joined closely to those who receive, and not merely to give without sympathy, but in pity and condescension, bowing down and grieving with the needy. For therefore also hath almsgiving been enacted by God, since God might have nourished the poor as well without this, but that he might bind us together unto charity, and that we might be truly fervent towards each other, he commanded them to be nourished by us. Therefore one saith in another place also, A good word is better than a gift, and, Behold, a word is beyond a good gift. And he himself saith, I will have mercy and not sacrifice. For since it is usual, both for men to love those who are benefited by them, and for those who receive benefits to be more kindly affected towards their benefactors, he made this law, constituting it a bond of friendship. 10. But the point proposed for inquiry above is how, after Christ had said that both these belong to perfection, Paul affirms that these without charity are imperfect. Not contradicting him, God forbid, but harmonizing with him, and that exactly. For so in the case of the rich man he said not merely, Sell thy goods and give to the poor, but he added, And come follow me. Now, not even the following him proves any man a disciple of Christ so completely as the loving one another. For by this shall all men know, saith he, that ye are my disciples, if ye have love one to another. And also when he saith, Whosoever loseth his life for my sake shall find it, and whosoever shall confess me before men, him will I also confess before my Father which is in heaven. He means not this, that it is for any other motive than charity, but he declares the reward which is laid up for these labors. Since that, along with martyrdom, he requires also this, is what he elsewhere strongly intimates, thus saying, Ye shall indeed drink of my cup, and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with. That is, ye shall be martyrs, ye shall be slain for my sake. But to sit on my right hand and on my left, not as though any sit on the right hand and the left, but meaning the highest precedency and honor, is not mine to give, saith he, but to those for whom it is prepared. Then, signifying for whom it is prepared, he calls them and saith, Whosoever among you will be chief, let him be slave to you all, setting forth humility and charity. And the charity which he requires is intense. Wherefore he stopped not even at this, but added, Even as the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister, and to give his life a ransom for many, pointing out that we ought so love as even to be slain for our beloved. For this above all is to love him. Wherefore also he saith to Peter, If thou lovest me, feed my sheep. 11. And that ye may learn how great a work of virtue it is, let us sketch it out in word, since in deeds we see it nowhere appearing, and let us consider, if it were everywhere in abundance, how great benefits would ensue, how there were no need then of laws, or tribunals, or punishments, or avenging, or any other such thing, since if all loved and were beloved, no man would injure another. Yea, murders and strifes and wars and divisions and rapines and frauds and all evils would be removed, and vice be unknown even in name. Miracles, however, would not have effected this. They rather puff up such as are not on their guard unto vainglory and wilfulness. Again, what is indeed the marvelous part of charity? All the other good things have their evils yoked with them, as he that gives up his possessions is oftentimes puffed up on this account. The eloquent is affected with a wild passion for glory. The humble-minded, on this very ground, not seldom thinks highly of himself in his conscience. But charity is free from every such mischief, for none could ever be lifted up against the person whom he loves. And do not, I pray, suppose one person only loving, but all alike, and then wilt thou see its virtue. Or rather, if thou wilt, first suppose one single person beloved, and one loving. Loving, however, as it is meet to love. Why, he will so live on earth as if it were heaven, everywhere enjoying a calm, and weaving for himself innumerable crowns. For both from envy and wrath and jealousy and pride and vainglory and evil concupiscence and every profane love and every distemper, such a man will keep his own soul pure. Yea, even as no one would do himself an injury, so neither would this man his neighbors. And being such, he shall stand with Gabriel himself, even while he walks on the earth. Such then is he that hath charity. But he that works miracles and hath perfect knowledge, without this, though he raise 10,000 from the dead, will not be much profited, broken off as he is from all, and not enduring to mix himself up with any of his fellow servants. For no other cause than this did Christ say that the sign of perfect love towards him is the loving one's neighbor. For if thou lovest me, saith he, O Peter, more than these, feed my sheep. Dost thou see how hence also he again covertly intimates in what case this is greater than martyrdom? For so if any one had a beloved child, in whose behalf he would even give up his life, and someone were to love the father, but pay no regard whatever to the son, he would greatly incense the Father, nor would he feel the love for himself because of the overlooking his Son. Now, if this ensue in the case of Father and Son, much more in the case of God and men, since surely God is more loving than any parents. Wherefore, having said, the first and great commandment is, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God, he added, and the second. He leaves it not in silence, but sets it down also, is like unto it, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. And see how with nearly the same excellency he demands also this. For as concerning God he saith, with all thy heart, so concerning thy neighbor as thyself, which is tantamount to with all thy heart. Yea, and if this were duly observed, there would be neither slave nor free, neither ruler nor ruled, neither rich nor poor, neither small nor great, nor would any devil then ever have been known. I say not Satan only, but whatever other such spirit there be, nay, rather were there 100 or 10,000 such, they would have no power while charity existed. For sooner would grass endure the application of fire than the devil the flame of charity. She is stronger than any wall. She is firmer than any adamant. Or if thou canst name any material stronger than this, the firmness of love transcends them all. Her neither wealth nor poverty overcometh. Nay, rather, there would be no poverty, no unbounded wealth, if there were love, but the good parts only from each estate. For from the one we should reap its abundance, from the other its freedom from care, and should neither have to undergo the anxieties of riches, nor the dread of poverty. 12. And why do I mention the advantages arising from it? Yea, rather consider how great a blessing it is of itself to exercise love, what cheerfulness it produces, and how great grace it establishes the soul, a thing which above all is a choice quality of it. For the other parts of virtue have each their trouble yoked with them, as fasting, temperance, watching, have envy, concupiscence, and contempt. But love along with the gain hath great pleasures too, and no trouble, and like an industrious bee gathering the sweets from every flower, deposits them in the soul of him who loveth. Though any one be a slave, it renders slavery sweeter than liberty. For he who loveth rejoices not so much in commanding as in being commanded, although to command is sweet. But love changes the nature of the things and presents herself with all blessings in her hands, gentler than any mother, wealthier than any queen, and makes difficulties light and easy, making out virtue to be facile, but vice very bitter to us. As thus to expend seems grievous, yet love makes it pleasant, to receive other men's goods pleasant. But love suffers it not to appear pleasant, but frames our minds to avoid it as evil. Again, to speak evil seems to be pleasant to all, but love, while she makes this out to be bitter, causeth speaking well to be pleasant. For nothing is so sweet to us as to be praising one whom we love. Again, anger hath a kind of pleasure, but in this case no longer, rather all its sinews are taken away. Though he that is beloved should grieve him who loves him, anger nowhere shows itself, but tears and exhortations and supplications, so far as love from being exasperated, and should she behold one in error, she mourns and is in pain, yet even this pain itself brings pleasure. For the very tears and the grief of love are sweeter than any mirth and joy. For instance, they that laugh are not so refreshed as they that weep for their friends. And if thou doubt it, stop their tears. And they repine at it no otherwise than as persons intolerably ill-used. Quote, but there is, unquote, saith one, quote, a profane pleasure in love, unquote. Avaunt and hold thy peace, whoever thou art, for nothing is so pure from such pleasure as genuine love. For tell me not of this ordinary sort, the vulgar and low-minded, and a disease rather than love, but of this which Paul seeks after, which considers the profit of them that are loved. And thou shalt see that no fathers are so affectionate as persons of this stamp, and even as they who love money cannot endure to spend money, but would with more pleasure be in straits than see their wealth diminishing, so too he that is kindly affected towards anyone would choose to suffer 10,000 evils than see his beloved one injured. 13. Quote, how then, unquote, saith one, quote, did the Egyptian woman who loved Joseph wish to injure him, unquote? Because she loved with this diabolical love. Joseph, however, not with this, but with that which Paul requires. Consider then how great a love his words were tokens of, and the action which she was speaking of. Quote, insult me, and make me an adulteress, and wrong my husband, and overthrow all my house, and cast thyself out from thy confidence towards God, unquote, which were expressions of one who, so far from loving him, did not even love herself. But because he truly loved, he sought to avert her from all these, and to convince you that it was in anxiety for her. Learn the nature of it from his advice. For he not only thrust her away, but also introduced an exhortation capable of quenching every flame, namely, if on my account my master, saith he, knoweth not anything which is in his house. He at once reminds her of her husband, that he might put her to shame, and he said not, quote, thy husband, unquote, but my master, which was more apt to restrain her and induce her to consider who she was, and of whom she was enamored, a mistress of a slave. Quote, for if he be Lord, then art thou mistress. Be ashamed then of familiarity with a servant, and consider whose wife thou art, and with whom thou wouldst be connected, and towards whom thou art becoming thankless and inconsiderate, and that I repay him greater goodwill, unquote. And see how he extols his benefits. For since that barbarous and abandoned woman could entertain no lofty sentiment, he shames her from human consideration, saying, he knoweth nothing through me, that is, quote, he is a great benefactor to me, and I cannot wound my patron in the tenderest part. He hath made me a second lord of his house, and no one hath been kept back from me, but thee, unquote. Here he endeavors to raise her mind, that so at any rate he might persuade her to be ashamed, and might signify the greatness of her honor. Nor did he stop even here, but likewise added a name sufficient to restrain her, saying, quote, because thou art his wife, and how shall I do this wickedness? But what sayest thou? That thy husband is not present, nor knoweth that he is wronged? But God will behold it, Unquote. She, however, profited nothing by his advice, but still sought to attract him, for desiring to satiate her own frenzy. Not through love of Joseph she did these things, and this is evident from what she did afterwards, as that she institutes a trial and brings in an accusation and bears false witness and exposes to a wild beast him that had done no wrong, and casts him into prison. Or rather, for her part, she even slew him. In such a manner did she arm the judge against him. What then? Was then Joseph too such as she was? Nay, altogether the contrary, for he neither contradicted nor accused the woman. Quote, yes, unquote, it may be said, quote, for he would have been disbelieved, unquote. And yet he was greatly beloved. And this is evident not only from the beginning, but also from the end. For had not his barbarian master loved him greatly, he would even have slain him in his silence, making no defense, being as he was an Egyptian, and a ruler, and wronged in his marriage bed, as he supposed, and by a servant, and a servant to whom he had been so great a benefactor. But all these things gave way to his regard for him, and the grace which God poured down upon him. And together with this grace and love he had also other no small proofs, had he been minded to justify himself, the garments themselves. For if it were she to whom violence was done, her own vest should have been torn, her face lacerated, instead of her retaining his garments. But he heard, saith she, that I lifted up my voice, and left his garments, and went out. And wherefore then didst thou take them from him, since unto one suffering violence what was the one thing desirable? To be rid of the intruder. But not from hence alone, but also from these subsequent events shall I be able to point out his good will and his love. Yea, even when he fell into a necessity of mentioning the cause of his imprisonment, and remaining there, he did not even then declare the whole course of the story. But what saith he? I too have done nothing, but indeed I was stolen out of the land of the Hebrews. And he nowhere mentioned the adulteress, nor doth he plume himself on the matter, which would have been anyone's feeling, if not for vainglory, yet so as not to appear to have been cast into that cell for an evil cause. For if men in the act of doing wrong by no means abstain even so from blaming the same things, although to do so brings reproach, of what admiration is not he worthy, because, pure as he was, he did not mention the woman's passion, nor make a show of her sin, nor when he ascended the throne and became ruler of all Egypt, remember the wrong done by the woman, nor exact any punishment? Seest thou how he cared for her, but hers was not love, but madness? For it was not Joseph that she loved, but she sought to fulfill her own lust. And the very words, too, if one would examine them accurately, were accompanied with wrath and great bloodthirstiness. For what saith she? Thou hast brought in a Hebrew servant to mock us, upbraiding her husband for the kindness. And she exhibited the garments, having become herself more savage than any wild beast. But not so he. And why speak I of his good will to her, when he was such, we know, towards his brethren who would slay him, and never said one harsh thing of them, either within doors or without? 14. Therefore Paul saith that the love which we are speaking of is the mother of all good things, and prefers it to miracles and all other gifts. For as where there are vests and sandals of gold, we require also some other garment whereby to distinguish the king. But if we see the purple and the diadem, we require not to see any other sign of his royalty. Just so here likewise, when the diadem of love is upon our head, it is enough to point out the genuine disciple of Christ, not to ourselves only, but also to the unbelievers. For by this, saith he, shall all men know that ye are my disciples, if you have love one to another. So that this sign is greater surely than all signs, in that the disciple is recognized by it. For though any should work 10,000 signs, but be at strife one with another, they will be a scorn to the unbelievers. Just as if they do no sign, but love one another exactly, they will continue both reverenced and inviolable by all men. Since Paul himself we admire on this account, not for the dead whom he raised, nor for the lepers whom he cleansed, but because he said, Who is weak, and I am not weak? Who is offended, and I burn not? For shouldst thou have 10,000 miracles to compare with this, thou wilt have nothing equal to it to say, since Paul also himself said that a great reward was laid up for him, not because he wrought miracles, but because to the weak he became as weak. For what is my reward, saith he, that when I preach the gospel I may make the gospel without charge? And when he puts himself before the apostles, he saith not, quote, I have wrought miracles more abundant than they, unquote, but I have labored more abundantly than they. And even by famine was he willing to perish for the salvation of the disciples. For it were better for me to die, saith he, than that any man should make my glorying void, not because he was glorying, but that he might not seem to reproach them. For he nowhere is wont to glory in his own achievements, when the season doth not call to it. But even if he be compelled so to do, he calleth himself a fool. But if he ever glory, it is in infirmities, in wrongs, in greatly sympathizing with those who are injured, even as here also he saith, Who is weak, and I am not weak. These words are greater even than perils. Wherefore also he sets them last, amplifying his discourse. Of what then must we be worthy compared with him, who neither condemn wealth for our own sake, nor give up the superfluities of our goods? But not so Paul. Rather both soul and body did he use to give up, that they who stoned and beat him with rods might obtain the kingdom. Quote, For thus, unquote, saith he, quote, hath Christ taught me to love, unquote, who left behind him the new commandment concerning love, which also himself fulfilled indeed. For being Lord of all, and of that blessed nature, from men whom he created out of nothing, and on whom he had bestowed innumerable benefits from these, insulting and spitting on him, he turned not away, but even became man for their sakes, and conversed with harlots and publicans, and healed the demoniacs, and promised heaven. And after all these things they apprehended and beat him with rods, bound, scourged, mocked, and at last crucified him. And not even so did he turn away, but even when he was on high upon the cross, he saith, Father, forgive them their sin. But the thief, who before this reviled him, he translated into very paradise, and made the persecutor Paul an apostle, and gave up his own disciples, who were his intimates, and wholly devoted to him unto death for the Jews' sake who crucified him. Recollecting, therefore, in our minds all these things, both those of God and of men, let us emulate these high deeds and possess ourselves of that which is above all gifts, charity, that we may obtain both the present and the future blessings, the which may we all obtain through the grace and mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom to the Father, with the Holy Ghost, be glory, power, honor, now and ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 32. Homily 33 of St. John Chrysostom on First Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 33. First Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 4. Charity suffereth long, and is kind. Charity envieth not. Charity vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up. Thus, whereas he had showed that both faith and knowledge and prophecy and tongues and gifts and healing and a perfect life and martyrdom, if love be absent, are no great advantage. Of necessity he next makes an outline of its matchless beauty, adorning its image with the parts of virtue as with a sort of colors, and putting together all its members with exactness. But do not thou hastily pass by, beloved, the things spoken, but examine each one of them with much care, that thou mayest know both the treasure which is in the thing and the art of the painter. Consider, for example, from what point he at once began and what he set first as the cause of all its excellencies. And what is this? Long suffering. This is the root of all self-denial. Wherefore also a certain wise man said, A man that is long-suffering is abundant in understanding, but he that is hasty of spirit is mightily foolish. And comparing it too with a strong city, he said that it is more secure than that, for it is both an invincible weapon and a sort of impregnable tower, easily beating off all annoyances, and as a spark falling into the deep doth it no injury, but is itself easily quenched. So upon a long-suffering soul, whatever unexpected thing falls, this indeed speedily vanishes, but the soul it disturbs not. For of a truth there is nothing so impenetrable as long-suffering. You may talk of armies, money, horses, walls, arms, or anything else whatsoever. You will name nothing like long-suffering. For he that is clad with those, oftentimes being overcome by anger, is upset like a worthless child, and fills all with confusion and tempest. But this man, settled as it were in a harbor, enjoys a profound calm. Though thou surround him with loss, thou hast not moved the rock. Though thou bring insult upon him, thou hast not shaken the tower. And though thou bruise him with stripes, thou hast not wounded the adamant. Yea, and therefore is he called long-suffering, because he hath a kind of long and great soul. For that which is long is also called great. But this excellence is born of love, both to them who possess and to them who enjoy it, contributing no small advantage. For tell me not of those abandoned wretches who, doing evil and suffering none, become worse. Since here, not from his long suffering, but from those who abuse it, this result arises. Tell me not therefore of these, but of those gentler persons who gain great benefit therefrom. For when, having done ill, they suffer none, admiring the meekness of the sufferer, they reap thereby a very great lesson of self-command. But Paul doth not stop here, but adds also the other high achievements of charity, saying, is kind. For since there are some who practice their long-suffering not to their own self-denial, but to the punishment of those who have provoked them, to make them burst asunder, he saith that neither hath charity this defect. Wherefore also he added, is kind. For not at all with a view to light up the fire in those who are inflamed by anger do they deal more mannerly with them, but in order to appease and extinguish it. And not only by enduring nobly, but also by soothing and comforting, do they cure the sore and heal the wound of passion. Envieth not, for it is possible for one to be both long-suffering and envious, and thereby that excellency is spoiled. But love avoids this also. Vaunteth not itself, that is not rash, for it renders him who loves both considerate and grave, and steady in his movements. In truth, one mark of those who love unlawfully is a defect in this point, whereas he to whom this love is known is of all men the most entirely freed from these evils. For when there is no anger within, both rashness and insolence are clean taken away. Charity, like some excellent husbandman, taking her seat inwardly in the soul, and not suffering any of these thorns to spring up, is not puffed up. For so we see many who think highly of themselves on the score of these very excellencies, for example, on not being envious, nor grudging, nor mean-spirited, nor rash. These evils being incidental not to wealth and poverty only, but even to things naturally good. But love perfectly purges out all. And consider, he that is long-suffering is not, of course, also kind. But if he be not kind, the thing becomes a vice, and he is in danger of falling into malice. Therefore she supplies a medicine, kindness, and preserves the virtue pure. Again, the kind person often becomes over-complacent, but this also she corrects, for, quote, love, saith he, vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up. The kind and long-suffering is often ostentatious, but she takes away this vice also, unquote. And see how he adorns her not only from what she hath, but also from what she hath not. For he saith that she both brings in virtue and extirpates vice. Nay, rather, she suffers it not to spring up at all. Thus he said not, quote, she envieth indeed, but overcometh envy, unquote, nor, quote, is arrogant, but chastiseth that passion, unquote. But envieth not, vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up. Which truly is most to be admired, that even without toil she accomplishes her good things, and without war and battle array her trophy is set up. she not permitting him that possesseth her to toil, and so to attain the crown, but without labor conveying to him her prize. For where there is not passion to contend against sober reason, what labor can there be? 2. Doth not behave herself unseemly. Nay, why, saith he, do I say she is not puffed up, when she is so far from that feeling, that in suffering the very worst for him whom she loves, she doth not even count the thing an unseemliness. Again, he did not say, she suffereth unseemliness, but beareth the shame nobly, but, she doth not even entertain any sense at all of the shame, For if the lovers of money endure all manner of reproaches for the sake of that sordid traffic of theirs, and far from hiding their faces, do even exult in it, much more he that hath this approved charity will count nothing whatsoever to be refused for the safety's sake of those whom he loves, nay, nor will anything that he can suffer shame him. And that we may not fetch our example from anything base, let us examine this same statement in its application to Christ, and then we shall see the force of what hath been said. For our Lord Jesus Christ was both spit upon and beaten with rods by pitiful slaves. And not only did he not count it as unseemliness, but he even exulted and called the thing glory, and bringing in a robber and murderer with himself before the rest into paradise, and discoursing with a harlot, and this when the standers by all accused him, he counted not the thing to be disgraceful, but both allowed her to kiss his feet, and to bedew his body with her tears, and to wipe them away with her hair. And this amid a company of spectators who were foes and enemies. For love doeth nothing unseemly. Therefore also fathers, though they be the first of philosophers and orators, are not ashamed to lisp with their children, and none of those who see them find fault with them, but the thing is esteemed so good and right as to be even worth a prayer. And again, should they become vicious, the parents keep on correcting, caring for them, abridging the reproaches they incur, and are not ashamed. For love doth nothing unseemly, but as it were with certain golden wings covereth up all the offenses of the beloved. Thus also Jonathan loved David, and hearing his father say, Thou son of damsels that have run away from their homes, thou womanly bred, he was not ashamed, though the words be full of great reproval. For what he means is this, Thou son of mean harlots who are mad after men who run after the passers-by, thou unnerved and effeminate wretch, who hast nothing of a man, but livest to the shame of thyself and the mother who bare thee. What then? Did he grieve at these things, and hide his face, and turn away from his beloved? Nay, quite the contrary. He displayed his fondness as an ornament. And yet the one was at that time a king, and a king's son, even Jonathan, the other a fugitive and a wanderer, David. But not even thus was he ashamed of his friendship. For love doth not behave itself unseemly. Yea, this is its wonderful quality, that not only it suffers not the injured, to grieve and feel galled, but even disposes him to rejoice. Accordingly, he too, of whom we are speaking, after all these things, just as though he had a crown put on him, went away and fell on David's neck. For love knows not what sort of thing shame may be, therefore it glories in those things for which another hides his face, since the shame is not to know how to love. Not when thou lovest to peril thyself, and endure all for thy beloved ones. But when I say, quote, all, unquote, do not suppose that I mean things injurious also. For example, assisting a youth in a love affair, or whatsoever hurtful thing anyone may beseech another to do for him. For such a person doth not love, and this I showed you lately from the Egyptian woman, since in truth he only is the lover, who seeks what is profitable to the beloved, so that if any pursue not this, even what is right and good, though he make 10,000 professions of love, he is more hostile than any enemies. So also Rebekah aforetime, because she exceedingly clung to her son, both perpetrated a theft, and was not ashamed of detection, neither was she afraid, though the risk was no common one. But even when her son carefully debated the matter with her, "Upon me be thy curse, my son," she said. "Dost thou see even in a woman the soul of an apostle? How, even as Paul chose, if one may compare a small thing with a great, to be anathema for the Jews' sake, so also she, that her son might be blessed, chose to be no less than accursed. And the good things she gave up to him, for she was not, it seems, to be blessed with him, but the evils she was prepared to endure herself alone. Nevertheless she rejoiced, and hasted, and this where so great a danger lay before her, and she was grieved at the delay of the business, having besides a fear lest Esau might anticipate them and render her wisdom vain. Wherefore also she cuts short the conversation and urges on the young man, and just permitting him to answer what had been said, states a reason sufficient to persuade him. For she said not, quote, "Thou sayest these things without reason, and in vain thou fearest, thy father having grown old and being deprived of clearness of sight," unquote. But what? Quote, "Upon me be thy curse, my son. Only do not mar the plot, nor lose the object of our chance, nor give up the treasure," unquote. And this very Jacob, served he not for wages with his kinsman twice 7 years? Was he not together with the bondage subject to mockery in respect of that trick? What then? Did he feel of the mockery? Did he count it behaving himself unseemly, that being a free man, and free-born, and well brought up, he endured slave's treatment among his own kinsmen, a thing which is wont to be most vexing, when one receives opprobrious treatment from one's friends? In no wise. And the cause was his love, which made the time, though long, appear short. For they were, saith he, in his sight as a few days. So far was he from being galled and blushing for this his bondage. Justly then said the blessed Paul, "Love doth not behave itself unseemly." 3. Verse 5. Seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked. Thus having said, doth not behave itself unseemly, he showeth also the temper of mind, on account of which she doth not behave herself unseemly. And what is that temper? That she seeketh not her own. For the beloved she esteems to be all, and then only behaveth herself unseemly, when she cannot free him from such unseemliness, so that if it be possible by her own unseemliness to benefit her beloved, she doth not so much as count the thing unseemliness. For the other party thereafter is yourself, when you love, since this is friendship, that the lover and the beloved should no longer be two persons divided, but in a manner one single person, a thing which nohow takes place except from love. Seek not, therefore, thine own, that thou mayest find thine own. For he that seeks his own finds not his own. Wherefore also Paul said, Let no man seek his own, but every man another's. For your own profit lies in the profit of your neighbor, and his and yours. As therefore one that had his own gold buried in the house of his neighbor, should he refuse to go and there seek and dig it up, will never see it. So likewise here, he that will not seek his own profit in the advantage of his neighbor will not attain unto the crowns due to this. God himself having therefore so disposed of it, in order that we should be mutually bound together, and even as one awakening a slumbering child to follow his brother, when he is of himself unwilling, places in the brother's hand that which he desires and longs for, that through desire of obtaining it he may pursue after him that holds it, and accordingly so it takes place. Thus also here, each man's own profit hath he given to his neighbor, that hence we may run after one another, and not be torn asunder. And if thou wilt, see this also in our case who address you, for my profit depends on thee, and thy advantage on me. Thus, on the one hand, it profits thee to be taught the things that please God, but with this have I been entrusted, that thou mightest receive it from me, and therefore mightest be compelled to run unto me. And on the other hand, it profits me, that thou shouldest be made better, for the reward which I shall receive for this will be great. But this again lieth in thee, and therefore am I compelled to follow after thee, that thou mayest be better, and that I may receive my profit from thee. Wherefore also Paul saith, For what is my hope? Are not even ye? And again, my hope and my joy and the crown of my rejoicing. So that the joy of Paul was the disciples, and his joy they had. Therefore he even wept when he saw them perishing. Again, their profit depended on Paul, wherefore he said, For the hope of Israel I am bound with this chain. And again, These things I endure for the elect's sake, that they may obtain eternal life. And this one may see in worldly things. For the wife, saith he, hath not power of her own body, nor yet the husband, but the wife of the husband's, and the husband of the wife's. So likewise we, when we wish to bind any together, do this. We leave neither of them in his own power, but extending a chain between them, we cause the one to be holden of the other, and the other of the one. Wilt thou also see this in the case of governors? He that judges sits not in judgment for himself, but seeking the profit of his neighbor. The governed, on the other hand, seek the profit of the governor by their attendance, by their ministry, by all the other things. Soldiers take up their stations for us, for on our account they peril themselves. We for them are in straits, for from us are their supplies. But if thou sayest, quote, each one doth this seeking his own, unquote, this also say I, but I add that by the good of another one's own is one. Thus both the soldier, unless he fight for them that support him, hath none that ministers to him for this end, and this same, on the other hand, unless he nourish the soldier, hath none to arm himself in his behalf. 4. Seest thou charity, how it is everywhere extended, and manages all things? But be not weary, until thou have thoroughly acquainted thyself with this golden chain. For having said, seeketh not her own, he mentions again the good things produced by this. And what are these? Is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil. See charity again, not only subduing vice, but not even suffering her to take any ground at all. For he said not, quote, though provoked, she overcomes, unquote, but is not even provoked. And he said not, quote, worketh no evil, unquote, but, quote, not even thinketh, unquote. That is, so far from contriving any evil, she doth not even suspect it of the beloved. How then could she work any, or how be provoked, who doth not even endure to admit an evil surmise, with whom is the fountain of all affection? Verse 6. Rejoiceth not in iniquity, that is, doth not feel pleasure over those that suffer ill, and not this only, but also what is much greater, rejoiceth in the truth. Quote, she feels pleasure, unquote, saith he, quote, with them that are well spoken of, unquote, as Paul saith, rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Hence, she envieth not, hence, she is not puffed up, since in fact she accounts the good things of others her own. Seest thou how by degrees charity makes her nursling an angel? For when he is void of anger, and pure from envy, and free from every tyrannical passion, consider that even from the nature of man he is delivered from henceforth, and hath arrived in a port, at the very serenity of the angels. Nevertheless, he is not content with these, but he hath something even more than these to say, according to his plan of stating the stronger points later. Wherefore he saith, beareth all things. From her long suffering, from her goodness, whether they be insults or stripes or death or whatsoever else. And this again one may perceive from the case of blessed David. For what could be more intolerable than to see a son rising up against him, and aiming at usurpation, and thirsting for a father's blood? Yet this did he, that blessed one, endure, nor even so could he bear to throw out one bitter expression against the parricide. But even when he left all the rest to his captains, gave a strong injunction respecting his safety. For strong was the foundation of his love, wherefore also it beareth all things. Now, Its power the apostle here intimates, but its goodness by what follows. For it hopeth all things, saith he, believeth all things, endureth all things. What is hopeth all things? Quote, it doth not despair, unquote, saith he, quote, of any good thing in the beloved. But even though he be worthless, it continues to correct, to provide, to care for him, unquote. Believeth all things, quote, for it doth not merely hope, unquote, saith he, quote, but also believeth from its great affection, unquote. And even if these good things should not turn out according to its hope, but the other should prove yet more intolerable, it bears even these. For saith he, it endureth all things. 5. Verse 8. Charity never faileth. Seest thou when he put the crown on the arch? And what of all things is peculiar to this gift? For what faileth not? It is not severed, is not dissolved by endurance, for it puts up with everything, since happen what will, he that loves never can hate. This, then, is the greatest of its excellencies. Such a person was Paul. Wherefore also he said, if by any means I may provoke to emulation them which are my flesh. And he continued hoping. And to Timothy he gave a charge, saying, and the servant of the Lord must not strive, but be gentle unto all men, in meekness, instructing those that oppose themselves, if God peradventure will give them the knowledge of the truth. Quote, what then, unquote, saith one, quote, if they be enemies and heathens, must not one hate them? Unquote. One must hate not them, but their doctrine, not the man, but the wicked conduct, the corrupt mind. For the man is God's work, but the deceit is the devil's work. Do thou not therefore confound the things of God in the things of the devil, since the Jews were both blasphemers and persecutors and injurious, and spake 10,000 evil things of Christ. Did Paul then hate them, he who of all men most loved Christ? In no wise, but he both loved them and did everything for their sakes. And at one time he saith, my heart's desire and prayer to God for them is that they may be saved. And at another, I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for their sakes. Thus also Ezekiel, seeing them slain, saith, alas, O Lord, dost thou blot out the remnant of Israel? And Moses, if thou wilt forgive their sin, forgive. Why then, saith David, do not I hate them, O Lord, that hate thee, and against thy enemies did I not pine away? I hated them with perfect hatred. Now, in the first place, not all things spoken in the Psalms by David are spoken in the person of David. For it is he himself who saith, I have dwelt in the tents of Kedar, and by the waters of Babylon there we sat down and wept. Yet he neither saw Babylon, nor the tents of Kedar. But besides this, we require now a completer self-command. Wherefore also when the disciples besought that fire might come down, even as in the case of Elias, ye know not, saith Christ, what manner of spirit ye are of. For at that time not the ungodliness only, but also the ungodly themselves they were commanded to hate, in order that their friendship might not prove an occasion of transgression unto them. Therefore he severed their connections both by blood and marriage, and on every side he fenced them off. But now, because he hath brought us to a more entire self-command, and set us on high above that mischief, he bids us rather admit and soothe them. For we get no harm from them, but they get good by us. What then doth he say? We must not hate, but pity. Since if thou shalt hate, how wilt thou easily convert him that is in error? How wilt thou pray for the unbeliever? For that one ought to pray. Hear what Paul saith. I exhort therefore that first of all supplications, prayers, intercessions, and giving of thanks be made for all men. But that all were not then believers is, I suppose, evident unto everyone, and again for kings and all that are in authority. But that these were ungodly and transgressions, this also is equally manifest. Further, mentioning also the reason for the prayer, he adds, For this is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Saviour, who will have all men to be saved, and to come unto the knowledge of the truth. Therefore, if he find a Gentile wife consorting with a believer, he dissolves not the marriage, yet what is more closely joined than a man to his wife? For they two shall be one flesh, and great in that instance is the charm, and ardent the desire. But if we are to hate ungodly and lawless men, we shall go on to hate also sinners, and thus in regular process thou wilt be broken off from the most, even of thy brethren, or rather from all. For there is not one, no, not one, without sin. For if it be our duty to hate the enemies of God, one must not hate the ungodly only, but also sinners. And thus we shall be worse than wild beasts, estranged from all, and puffed up with pride, even as that Pharisee. But not thus did Paul command us, but how? Warn the unruly, comfort the feeble-minded, support the weak, be patient toward all men. 6. What then doth he mean when he saith, If any obey not our word by this epistle, mark that man, and keep no company with him? In the first place, he saith this of brethren, however, not even so without limitation, but this too with gentleness. For do not thou cut off what follows, but subjoin also the next clause. How, having said, keep no company, he added, Yet count him not as an enemy, but admonish him as a brother. Seest thou how he bade us hate the deed that is evil, and not the man? For indeed it is the work of the devil to tear us asunder from one another, and he hath ever used great diligence to take away love, that he may cut off the way of correction, and may retain him in error, and thee in enmity, and thus block up the way of his salvation. For when both the physician hates the sick man and flies from him, and the sick man turns away from the physician, when will the distempered person be restored, seeing that neither the one will call in the other's aid, nor will the other go to him? But wherefore, tell me, dost thou at all turn away from him and avoid him? Because he is ungodly? Truly, for this cause oughtest thou to welcome and attend him, that thou mayest raise him up in his sickness. But if he be incurably sick, still thou hast been bidden to do thy part, since Judas also was incurably diseased, yet God left not off attending upon him. Wherefore neither do thou grow weary, for even if after much labor thou fail to deliver him from his ungodliness, yet shalt thou receive the deliverer's reward, and will cause him to wonder at thy gentleness, and so all this praise will pass on to God. For though thou shouldest work wonders, and raise the dead, and whatsoever work thou doest, the heathen will never wonder at thee so much as when they see thee displaying a meek, gentle, mild disposition. And this is no small achievement, since many will even be entirely delivered from their evil way, there being nothing that hath such power to allure men as love. For in respect to the former, they will rather be jealous of thee, the signs and wonders, but for this they will both admire and love thee. And if they love, they will also lay hold of the truth in due course. If, however, he become not all at once a believer, wonder not, nor hurry on, neither do thou require all things at once, but suffer him for the present to praise, and love, and unto this in due course he will come. 7. And that thou mayest clearly know how great a thing this is, hear how even Paul, going before an unbelieving judge, made his defense. I think myself happy, saith he, having to answer for myself before thee. And these things he said not to flatter him, far from it, but wishing to gain him by his gentleness. And he did in part gain him. And he that was till then considered to be condemned took captive his judge, and the victory is confessed by the person himself, who made captive with a loud voice in the presence of all, saying, Almost thou persuadest me to be a Christian. What then saith Paul? He spreads his net the wider, and saith, I would to God that not only thou, but also all present, were that which I am, except these bonds. What sayest thou, O Paul, except these bonds? And what confidence remains for thee if thou art ashamed of these things, and fliest from them, and this before so great a multitude? Dost thou not everywhere in thy epistles boast of this matter, and call thyself a prisoner? Dost thou not everywhere carry about this chain in our sight as a diadem? What then hath happened now that thou deprecatest these bonds? Quote, I deprecate them not, unquote, saith he, quote, nor am I ashamed of them, but I condescend to their weakness. For they are not yet able to receive my glorying, and I have learned from my Lord not to put a piece of a new cloth upon an old garment. Therefore did I thus speak. For, in fact, unto this time are they ill affected to our doctrine, and abhor the cross. If therefore I should add also bonds, their hatred becometh greater. I removed these, therefore, that the other might be made acceptable. So it is that to them it seems disgraceful to be bound, because they have not as yet tasted of the glory which is with us. One must therefore condescend, and when they shall have learned self-denial, then they will know the beauty also of this iron, and the luster which comes of these bonds. Unquote. Furthermore, discoursing with others, he even calls the thing a free gift, saying, It is given to us by God not only to believe on him, but also to suffer for his sake. But for the time then present, it was a great thing for the hearers not to be ashamed of the cross, for which cause he goes on gradually. Thus neither doth anyone introducing a person to a palace, before that he beholds the vestibule, compel him, yet standing without, to survey what is within, since in that way it will not even seem admirable, unless one enter in and so acquaint oneself with all. So then let us also deal with the heathen sort, with condescension, with love. For love is a great teacher, and able both to withdraw men from error, and to reform the character, and to lead them by the hand unto self-denial, and out of stones to make men. 8. And if thou wouldest learn her power, bring me a man timid and fearful of every sound, and trembling at shadows, or passionate and harsh, and a wild beast rather than a man, or wanton and licentious, or endowed with any sort of wickedness, and deliver him into the hands of love, and introduce him to this school, and thou wilt speedily see that cowardly and timid creature turned into a brave and magnanimous one, and venturing upon all things cheerfully. And what is wonderful, not from any change of nature do these things result, but in the coward soul itself, love manifests her peculiar power, and it is much the same kind of result as if one should cause a leaden sword, not turned into steel, but continuing in the nature of lead, to do the work of steel. As thus, Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in a house, and unpractised in toils and dangers, living a kind of remiss and easy life, and like a virgin in her chamber, so also he was compelled for the most part to sit within doors and keep the house, withdrawn from the forum and all tumults of the forum, and from all such matters, and ever continuing in ease and quietness. What then? After that the torch of love had set him on fire, see how it made this plain and home-keeping man apt to endure and fond of toil. And of this hear not what I say, but what the patriarch himself saith, how finding fault with his kinsman his words are, These 20 years am I with thee, and how hast thou been these 20 years? For this also he adds, Consumed by the heat in the daytime, and with the frost by night, and sleep departed from mine eyes. Thus speaks that plain man, keeping at home and living that easy life. Again, that he was timid is evident, in that, expecting to see Esau, he was dead with fear. But see again how this timid man became bolder than a lion under the influence of love. For putting himself forward like some champion before the rest, he was ready to be first in receiving that savage and slaughter-breathing brother, as he supposed him to be, and with his own body to purchase the safety of his wives. And him whom he feared and shuddered at, he desired to behold himself foremost in the array. For this fear was not so strong as his affection for his wives. Seest thou how, being timid, he became suddenly adventurous, not by changing his character, but being invigorated by love? For that after this also he was timid, is evident by his changing from place to place. But let no man consider what has been said to be a charge against that just man, since being timid is no reproach, for this is a man's nature, but the doing anything unseemly for timidity's sake. For it is possible for one that is timid by nature to become courageous through piety. What did Moses? Did he not, through fear of a single Egyptian, fly and go away into banishment? Nevertheless, this fugitive, who could not endure the menace of a single man, after that he tasted of the honey of love, nobly and without compulsion from any man, was forward to perish together with them whom he loved. For if thou wilt forgive their sin, saith he, forgive, and if not, blot me also out of thy book, which thou hast written. 9. Moreover, that love makes also the fierce moderate, and the wanton chaste. We have no longer need of any examples in this being evident to all men. Though a man be more savage than any wild beast, no sheep so gentle as he is, rendered by love. Thus, what could be more savage and frantic than Saul? But when his daughter let his enemy go, he uttered not against her even a bitter word. And he that unsparingly put to the sword all the priests for David's sake, seeing that his daughter had sent him away from the house, was not indignant with her even as far as words, and this when so great a fraud had been contrived against him, because he was restrained by the stronger bridle of love. Now, as moderation, so chastity is an ordinary effect of love. If a man love his own wife as he ought to love, even though he be never so much inclined to wantonness, he will not endure to look upon another woman on account of his affection for her. For love, saith one, is strong as death, so that from no other source doth wanton behavior arise than from want of love. Since then love is the artificer of all virtue, let us with all exactness implant her in our own souls, that she may produce for us many blessings, and that we may have her fruit continually abounding, the fruit which is ever fresh and never decays. For thus shall we obtain no less than eternal blessings, which may we all obtain through the grace and mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom to the Father and also the Holy Ghost be glory, power, and honor, now and forever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 33. Homily 34 of St. John Chrysostom on 1 Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 34, 1 Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 8. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. Having shown the excellency of charity from its being requisite both to the gifts and to the virtues of life, and from rehearsal of all its good qualities, and by showing it to be the foundation of exact self-denial, from another, a third head, again he points out its worth. And this he doth first from a wish to persuade those who seem to be accounted inferior that it is in their power to have the chief of all signs, and that they will be no worse off than the possessors of the gifts, if they have this, but rather much better. Secondly, with regard on the other hand to them that have the greater gifts, and were lifted up, thereby studying to bring them down, and to signify that they have nothing unless they have this. For thus they would both love one another, envy as well as pride being hereby taken away, and reciprocally loving one another, they would still further banish these passions. For love envieth not, is not puffed up, so that on every side he throws around them an impregnable wall, and a manifold unanimity, first removing all their disorders, and thereby again waxing stronger. Therefore also he put forward innumerable reasons which might comfort their dejection, as thus both the same Spirit, saith he, is the giver, and he giveth to profit withal, and divideth as he will. And it is a gift which he divideth, not a debt. Though thou receive but a little, thou dost equally contribute to the body, and even thus thou enjoyest much honor. And he that hath the greater needs thee who hast the less. And, quote, charity is the greatest gift, and the more excellent way, unquote. Now all this he said doubly to bind them to each other, both by their not considering themselves disparaged, while they had this, and because, after pursuit and attainment of it, they henceforth feel not, as might be expected from human infirmity, both as having the root of all gifts, and as no longer capable of contentiousness, even though they had nothing. For he that is once led captivity by charity is freed from contentiousness. And this is why, pointing out to them how great advantages they shall thence reap, he sketched out its fruits by his praises of it, repressing their disorders, inasmuch as each one of the things mentioned by him was a sufficient medicine to heal their wounds. Wherefore also he said, suffereth long to them that are at strife one with another, is kind to them that stand mutually aloof and bear a secret grudge, envieth not to them that look grudgingly on their superiors, vaunteth not itself to them that are separated, is not puffed up to them that boast themselves against others, doth not count it unseemly to them that are unwilling to condescend, seeketh not her own to them that overlook the rest, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil to them that are insolent, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, to them again that are envious, beareth all things to them that are treacherously dealt with, hopeth all things to the despairing, endureth all things, never faileth to them that easily separate themselves. 2. Now then, after that in every way he hath shown her to be very exceedingly great, again he doth so from another most important head, by a fresh comparison elevating her dignity, and saying thus, but whether there be prophecies, they shall fail, whether there be tongues, they shall cease. For if both these were brought in order to the faith, when that is everywhere sown abroad, the use of these is henceforth superfluous. But the loving one another shall not cease, rather it shall even advance further, both here and hereafter, and then more than now. For here there are many things that weaken our love, wealth, business, passions of the body, disorders of the soul, but there none of these. But although it be no marvel that prophecies and tongues should fail, that knowledge should be done away, this is what may cause some perplexity. For this also he added and said, whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. What then? Are we then to live in ignorance? Far from it. Nay, then especially it is probable that our knowledge is made intense. Wherefore also he said, then shall I know even as also I am known. For this reason, if you mark it, that you might not suppose this to be done away equally with the prophecy and the tongues, having said, whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. He was not silent, but added also the manner of its vanishing away, immediately subjoining the saying, verse 9, 10. We know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. It is not therefore knowledge that is done away, but this circumstance, that our knowledge is in part. For we shall not only know as much, but even a great deal more. But that I may also make it plain by example, now we know that God is everywhere. But how? We know not. That he made out of things that are not the things that are, we know. But of the manner we are ignorant. That he was born of a virgin we know, but how? We know not yet. But then shall we know somewhat more and more clearly concerning these things. Next, he points out also how great is the distance of the two, and that our deficiency is no small one, saying, verse 11, When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. And by another example, too, he manifests the same thing again, saying, verse 12, For now we see through a glass. Further, because the glass sets before us the things seen in some way or other, he added, darkly, to show very strongly that the present knowledge is most partial, but then face to face. Not as though God hath a face, but to express the notion of greater clearness and perspicuity. Seest thou how we learn all things by gradual addition? Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. Seest thou how in two ways he pulls down their pride? Both because their knowledge is in part, and because not even this have they of themselves. Quote, For I knew him not, but he made himself known to me, unquote, saith he. Wherefore, even as he knew me, and himself now first hastened towards me, so shall I hasten towards him, then much more than now. For so he that sits in darkness as long as he sees not the sun, doth not of himself hasten to meet the beauty of its beam. That beam indeed shows itself as soon as it hath begun to shine, but when he perceives its brightness, then also himself at length follows after its light. This then is the meaning of the expression, even as also I am known. Not that we shall so know him as he us, but that even as he hastened toward us now, so also shall we cleave unto him then, and shall know many of the things which are now secret, and shall enjoy that most blessed society and wisdom. For if Paul, who knew so much, was a child, consider what those things must be. If these be a glass and a riddle, do thou hence again infer God's open face, how great a thing it is. 3. But then I may open out to thee some small part of this difference, and may enkindle some faint ray of this thought in thy soul. I would have thee recall to mind things as they were in the law, now after that grace hath shone forth. For those things too that came before grace had a certain great and marvelous appearance. Nevertheless, hear what Paul saith of them after grace came. That which was made glorious had no glory in this respect, by reason of the glory that excelleth. But that what I say may be made yet clearer, let us manage the argument with a view to some one of the rites then performed, and then thou wilt see how great is the difference. And if thou wilt, let us bring forward that Passover and this, and then shalt thou be aware of our superiority. For the Jews indeed celebrated it, but they celebrated it so as in a glass and darkly. But these hidden mysteries they never at any time did even conceive in their mind, nor what things they were which those prefigured. They saw a lamb slain, and the blood of a beast, and doorposts sprinkled with it, but that the Son of God incarnate shall be slain, and shall set free the whole world, and shall grant both to Greeks and barbarians to taste of this blood, and shall open heaven to all, and shall offer what is there to the whole human race, and having taken his flesh steeped in blood, shall exalt it above the heaven and the heaven of heavens, and in a word, above all the hosts on high, of the angels and archangels and all the other powers, and shall cause it to sit down upon the throne itself of the King, on the right hand of the Father, shining in unspeakable glory. These things, I say, no one either of them, or of the rest of mankind, either foreknew or was able ever to conceive. 4. But what say those who shrink from nothing? That the expression, now I know in part, is spoken of dispensations, for that the apostle had the perfect knowledge of God.
And how calls he himself a child?
How sees he through a glass? How darkly, if he hath the sum of knowledge? And why doth he refer it as something peculiar to the Spirit, and to no other power in the creation, saying, For what man knoweth the things of a man, save the spirit of a man which is in him? Even so, the things of God knoweth no man, save the Spirit of God. And Christ again saith that this belongs to himself alone, thus saying, Not that any man hath seen the Father, save he which is of God. He hath seen the Father, giving the name sight, to the most clear and perfect knowledge. And how shall he who knoweth the essence be ignorant of the dispensations, since that knowledge is greater than this? Quote, Are we then, unquote, saith he, quote, ignorant of God? Unquote. Far from it. That he is, we know, but what he is, as regards his essence, we know not yet. And that thou mayest understand that not concerning the dispensations did he speak the words, Now I know in part. Hear what follows. He adds then, But then shall I know, even as also I am known. He was not surely known by the dispensations, but by God. Let none therefore consider this to be a small or simple transgression, but twofold, and threefold, yea, and manifold. For not only is there this impiety, that they boast of knowing those things which belong to the Spirit alone, and to the only begotten Son of God, but also that when Paul could not acquire even this knowledge, which is in part without the revelation from above, these men say that they have obtained the whole from their own reasonings, for neither are they able to point out that the Scripture hath anywhere discoursed to us of these things. 5. But, however, leaving their madness, let us give heed to the words which follow concerning charity. For he was not content with these things, but adds again, saying, verse 13, And now abideth faith, hope, charity, these three, but the greatest of these is charity. For faith indeed and hope, when the good things believed and hoped for are come, cease. And to show this, Paul said, For hope that is seen is not hope. For what a man seeth, why doth he yet hope for? Again, now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen.
So that these cease when those appear.
But charity is then most elevated and becomes more vehement. Another praise again for charity. For neither is he content with those before mentioned, but he strives to discover again yet another. And observe, he hath said that it is a great gift, and a way to these in a more eminent manner. He hath said that without it there is no great profit in our gifts. He hath shadowed out its image at length. He intends again, and in another manner, to exalt it, and to show that it is great from its abiding. Wherefore also he said, But now abideth faith, hope, charity, these three, but the greatest of these is charity. How then is charity the greater? In that those pass away. If now so great is the virtue of charity, with good reason doth he add and say, Follow after charity. For there is surely need of following, and of a kind of vehement running after her. In such sort doth she fly from us, and so many are the things which subvert our course in that direction. Wherefore we have ever need of great earnestness in order to overtake her. And to point out this, Paul said not, follow charity, but pursue her, stirring us up and inflaming us to lay hold on her. For so God from the beginning contrived 10,000 ways for implanting her in us. Thus first he granted one head to all, Adam. For why do we not all spring out of the earth? Why not full grown as he was? In order that both the births and the bringing up of children, and the being born one of another,
might bind us mutually together. For this cause neither made he the woman out of the earth.
And because the being of the same substance was not equally sufficient to shame us into unanimity, unless we had also the same progenitor, he provided also for this, since, if now, being separated only by place, we consider ourselves alien from one another, much more would this have happened if our race had had two originals. For this cause, therefore, as it were from some one head, he bound together the whole body of the human race. And because from the beginning they seem to be in a manner two, see how he fastens them together again, and gathers them into one by marriage. For this cause, saith he, shall a man leave his father and his mother, and be joined unto his wife, and they two shall be for one flesh. And he said not, quote, the woman, unquote, but the man, because the desire too is stronger in him. Yea, and for this cause he made it also stronger, that it might cause the superior party to bend to the absolute sway of this passion, and might subjugate it to the weaker. And since marriage also must needs be introduced, him from whom she sprang he made husband to the woman. For all things in the eye of God are second to charity. And if, when things had thus begun, the first man straightway became so frantic, and the devil sowed among them so great warfare and envy, what would he not have done had they not sprung from one root? Further, in order that the one might be subject and the other rule.
For equality is wont oftentimes to bring in strife.
He suffered it not to be a democracy, but a monarchy, and as in an army, this order one may see in every family. In the rank of monarch, for instance, there is the husband, but in the rank of lieutenant and general, the wife. And the children, too, are allotted a third station in command. Then, after these, a fourth order, that of the servants. For these also bear rule over their inferiors, and some one of them is oftentimes set over the whole, keeping ever the post of the master, but still as a servant. And together with this again another command, and among the children themselves again another, according to their age and according to their sex, since among the children the female doth not possess equal sway. And everywhere hath God made governments at small distances and thick together, that all might abide in concord and much good order. Therefore, even before the race was increased to a multitude, when the first two only were in being, he bade him govern and her obey, and in order again that he might not despise her as inferior and separate from her, see how he honored her, and made them one, even before her creation. For let us make for man, saith he, a helpmeet, implying that she was made for his need, and thereby drawing him unto her who was made for his sake. Since to all those things are we more kindly disposed, which are done for our sakes, but that she, on the other hand, might not be elated as being granted him for help, nor might burst this bond, he makes her out of his side, signifying that she is a part of the whole body, and that neither might the man be elated therefore, he no longer permits that to belong to him alone, which before was his alone, but effected the contrary to this by bringing in procreation of children, and herein too giving the chief honor unto the man, not however allowing the whole to be his. Seest thou how many bonds of love God hath wrought? And these indeed by force of nature he hath lodged in us as pledges of concord. For both our being of the same substance leads to this, for every animal loves its like, and the woman being of the man, and again the children of both. Whence also many kinds of affection are produced. For one we love as a father, another as a grandfather, one as a mother, another as a nurse, and one as a son and grandson, and great-grandson again, and another as a daughter and granddaughter, and one as a brother, another as a nephew, and one as a sister, another as a niece. And why need one recount all the names of consanguinity? And he devised also another foundation of affection. For having forbidden the marriages of kindred, he led us out unto strangers, and drew them again unto us. For since by this natural kindred it was not possible that they should be connected with us, he connected us anew by marriage, uniting together whole families by the single person of the bride, and mingling entire races with races. For marry not, saith the Lord, thy sister, nor thy father's sister, nor any damsel which hath such consanguinity with thee as utterly hinders the marriage, naming the degrees of such relationship. It is enough for thine affection towards them that ye were the fruit of the same birth pangs, and
that the others are in such relation as they are to thee.
Why dost thou narrow the breadth of love? Why dost thou idly throw away a ground of affection towards her, such as that thou mightest thereby provide thyself with a distinct source for affection to spring from? I mean by taking a wife from another family, and through her a chain of kinsmen, both mother and father and brethren and their connections. 7. Seest thou by how many ways he hath bound us together? Nevertheless, not even this sufficed him, but he likewise made us to stand in need of one another, that thus also he might bring us together, because necessities above all create friendships. For no other reason neither suffered he all things to be produced in every place, that hence also he might compel us to mix with one another. But having set us in need of one another, he, on the other hand, made the intercourse easy, since if this were not so, the matter would have turned out painful and difficult in another way. For if one that wanted a physician, or a carpenter, or any other workman had need to set off on a long foreign sojourn, the whole had come to naught. Here then is why he founded cities also, and brought all into one place, and accordingly, that we might easily keep up intercourse with distant countries, he spread the level of the sea between us, and gave us the swiftness of winds, thereby making our voyages easy. And at the beginning he even gathered all men together in one spot, and did not disperse them until they who first received the gift abused their concord unto sin. However, he hath drawn us together in every way, both by nature and by consanguinity, and by language and by place, and as he willed not that we should fall from paradise. For had he willed it, he would not have placed there at all the man whom he had formed, but he that disobeyed was the cause. So neither was it his will that men should have diverse tongues, since otherwise he would have made it so from the beginning. But now the whole earth was of one language, and all had one speech. Here is the reason why, when it was needful that the earth should be destroyed,
not even then did he make us of other matter.
Nor did he translate the righteous man, but leaving him in the midst of the deluge, like a kind of spark of the world, he rekindled our race from thence, even by the blessed Noah. And from the beginning he made one sovereignty only, setting the man over the woman. But after that our race became wrecked in extreme disorder. He appointed other sovereignties also, those of masters and those of governors, and this too for love's sake. That is, since vice was a thing apt to dissolve and subvert our race, he set those who administered justice in the midst of our cities as a kind of physicians, that driving away vice, as it were a plague to love, they might gather together all in one. And that not only in cities, but also in each family there might be great unanimity. He honored the man with rule and superiority. The woman, on the other hand, he armed with desire.
And the gift also of procreation of children he committed in common to both, and withal he furnished also other things apt to conciliate love, neither entrusting all to the man, nor all to the woman, but dividing these things also severally to each, to her entrusting the house, and to him the market, to him the work of feeding, for he tills the ground, to her that of clothing, for the loom and the distaff are the woman's, for it is God himself who gave to womankind skill in woven work. Woe be to covetousness, which suffers not this difference to appear. For men's general effeminacy hath gone so far as to introduce our men to the looms, and put shuttles into their hands, and the woof, and threads. Nevertheless, even thus the forethought of the divine economy shines out, for we still greatly need the woman in other more necessary things, and we require the help of our inferiors in those things which keep our life together. 8. And so strong is the compulsion of this need, that though one be richer than all men, not even thus is he rid of this close conjunction, and of his want of that which is inferior to himself. For it is not, we see, the poor only who need the rich, but the rich also the poor. And these require those more than the others them. And that thou mayest see it more clearly, let us suppose, if it seem good, 2 cities, the one of rich only, but the other of poor. And neither in that of the rich let there be any poor man, nor in that of the poor any rich. But let us purge out both of the 2 thoroughly, and see which will be the more able to support itself. For if we find that of the poor able, it is evident that the rich will more stand in need of them. Now then, in that city of the affluent,
there will be no manufacturer,
no builder, no carpenter, no shoemaker, no baker, no husbandman, no brazier, no rope maker, nor any other such trade. For who among the rich would ever choose to follow these crafts, seeing that the very men who take them in hand, when they become rich, endure no longer the discomfort caused by these works? How then shall this our city stand? The rich, it is replied, giving money will buy these things of the poor, Well then, they will not be sufficient for themselves. Their needing the others proves that. But
how will they build houses?
Will they purchase this too? But the nature of things cannot admit this. Therefore they must needs invite the artificers thither, and destroy the law which we made at first, when we were founding the city. For you remember that we said, let there be no poor man within it, But lo, necessity, even against our will, hath invited and brought them in, whence it is evident that it is impossible without poor for a city to subsist, since if the city were to continue refusing to admit any of these, it will be no longer a city, but will perish. Plainly, then, it will not support itself unless it shall collect the poor as a kind of preservers to be within itself. But let us look also upon the city of the poor, whether this too will be in a like needy condition on being deprived of the rich. And first, let us in our discourse thoroughly clear the nature of riches and point them out plainly, What then may riches be? Gold and silver and precious stones and garments silken, purple and embroidered with gold. Now then that we have seen what riches are, let us drive them away from our city of the poor. And if we are to make it purely a city of poor persons, let not any gold appear there. No, not in a dream nor garments of such quality, and if you will, neither silver nor vessels of silver. What then? Because of this will that city and its concerns live in want? Tell me. Not at all. For suppose first there should be need to build. One does not want gold and silver and pearls, but skill, and hands not of any kind, but such as are become callous, and fingers hardened, and great strength, and wood and stones. Suppose again one would weave a garment. Neither here have we need of gold and silver, but as before of hands and skill and women to work. And what if one require husbandry and digging the ground? Is it rich men who are wanted, or poor? It is evident to everyone, poor. And when iron too is to be wrought, or any such thing to be done, this is the race of men whereof we most stand in need. What respect then remains wherein we may stand in need of the rich, except the thing required be to pull down the city? For should that sort of people make an entrance, and these philosophers, for I call them philosophers who seek after nothing superfluous, should fall to desiring gold and jewels, giving themselves up to idleness and luxury, they will ruin everything from that day forward. 9. Quote, But unless wealth be useful, unquote, saith one, quote, wherefore hath it been given by God? Unquote. And whence is it evident that being rich is from God? Quote, The Scripture saith, The silver is mine, and the gold is mine, and to whomsoever I will give it. Unquote. Here, if I were not doing an unseemly thing, I could at this moment laugh loudly in derision of those who say these things, because as little children, admitted to a king's table, together with that food thrust into their mouth everything that comes to hand, so also do these together with the divine Scriptures
privily bring in their own notions.
For this, the silver is mine, and the gold is mine, I know to have been spoken by the prophet, but that, quote, to whomsoever I will give it, unquote, is not added,
but is brought in by these offscourings of the people.
And as to the former, why it was said, I will explain. The prophet Haggai, because he was continually promising to the Jews, after their return from Babylon, that he would show the temple in its former appearance, and some doubted of the thing spoken, and considered it to be well nigh impossible that after being reduced to dust and ashes, the house should appear again such as it was. He, to remove their unbelief in the person of God, saith these things, as if he said, quote, Why are ye afraid, and why do ye refuse to believe? The silver is mine, and the gold is mine, and I need not to borrow from others, and so to beautify the house. Unquote. And to show that this is the meaning, he adds,
And the glory of this house, the latter glory,
shall be greater than the glory of the former. Let us not then bring in spiders' webs upon the royal robe, for if any person detected in weaving a counterfeit thread in a purple vest, is to suffer the severest punishment, much more in spiritual things, since neither is it an ordinary sin which is hereby committed. And why, say I, by adding and taking away? By a mere point, and by a mere circumstance of delivery in the reading, many impious thoughts have not seldom been brought into being. Quote, "Whence then the rich?" unquote, saith one. Quote, "For it hath been said, riches and poverty are from the Lord." Unquote. Let us then ask those who object these things against us, whether all riches and all poverty are from the Lord. Nay, who would say this? For we see that both by rapine and by wickedly breaking open of tombs, and by witchcraft, and by other such devices, great wealth is gathered by many, and the possessors not worthy to live. What then, tell me, do we say that this wealth is from God? Far from it. Whence then? From sin. For so the harlot, by doing indignity to her own body, grows rich, and a handsome youth, oftentimes selling his bloom with disgrace, brings himself gold, and the tomb spoiler, by breaking open men's sepulchres, gathers together unjust wealth, and the robber by digging through their partition walls. Is then all this wealth from God? Quote, "What then," unquote, saith one, quote, "shall we say to this expression?" Unquote. Acquaint thyself first with a kind of poverty which proceeds not from God, and then we will proceed to the saying itself. I mean, that when any dissolute youth spends his wealth either on harlots or on conjurers, or on any other such evil desires, and becomes poor, is it not very evident that this hath not come from God, but from his own profligacy? Again, if any through idleness become poor, if any through folly be brought down to beggary, if any by taking in hand perilous and unlawful practices, is it not quite evident that neither hath any one of these and other such persons been brought down to this their poverty by God? Quote, "Doth then the Scripture speak falsely?" Unquote. God forbid! But they do foolishly, who neglect to examine all things written with due exactness. For if this on the one hand be acknowledged, that the Scripture cannot lie, and this on the other hand proved, that not all wealth is from God, the weakness of inconsiderate readers is the cause of the difficulty. 10. Now, it were right for us to dismiss you, having herein exculpated the Scripture, that ye may suffer this punishment at our hands for your negligence concerning the Scriptures. But because I greatly spare you, and cannot any longer bear to look on you confused and disturbed, let us also add the solution, having first mentioned the speaker, and when it was spoken, and to whom. For not alike to all doth God speak, as neither do we deal alike with children and men. When then was it spoken, and by whom, and to whom? By Solomon in the Old Testament to the Jews, who knew no other than things of sense, and by these proved the power of God. For these are they who say, Can he give bread also? And what sign showest thou unto us? Our fathers did eat manna in the desert, whose God is their belly. Since then they were proving him by these things, he saith to them, quote, This also is possible with God, to make both rich and poor, unquote. Not that it is of course he himself who maketh them, but that he can when he will. Just as when he saith, Who threateneth the sea, and maketh dry, and maketh all the rivers a desert, and yet this was never done. How then doth the prophet say so? Not as though it were a doing always, but as a thing that was possible for him to do. What kind of poverty then doth he give, and what kind of wealth? Remember the patriarch, and thou shalt know the kind of wealth that is given by God. For he made both Abraham rich, and after him Job, even as Job himself saith, If we have received good from the Lord, shall we not also endure evil? And the wealth of Jacob thence had its beginning. There is also a poverty which cometh from him, that which is commended, such as he once would have introduced to the knowledge of that well-known rich man, saying, If thou be perfect, sell thy goods, and give to the poor, and come, follow me. And to the disciples again, making a law, and saying, Provide neither gold, nor silver, nor 2 coats. Say not then that all wealth is his gift,
seeing that cases have been pointed out of its being collected both by murders and by rapine, and by 10,000 other devices.
But again, the discourse reverts to our former question, viz., quote, If the rich are no way useful to us, wherefore are they made rich? Unquote. What then must we say? That these are not useful, who so make themselves rich, whereas those surely who are made so by God are in the highest degree useful. And do thou learn this from the very things done by those whom we just now mentioned. Thus Abraham possessed wealth for all strangers, and for all in need. For he, who on the approach of 3 men, as he supposed, sacrificed a calf, and needed 3 measures of fine flour, and that while sitting in his door in the heat of the day, consider with what liberality and readiness he used to spend his substance on all, together with his goods, giving also the service of his body, and this at such an advanced age, being a harbor to strangers, to all who had come to any kind of want, and possessing nothing as his own, not even his son, since at God's command he actually delivered up even him. And along with his son he gave up also himself and all his house, when he hastened to snatch his brother's son out of danger. And this he did not for lucre's sake, but of mere humanity. When, for instance, they who were saved by him would put the spoils at his disposal, he rejected all, even to a thread and a shoe latchet. Such also was the blessed Job. For my door, saith he, was open to every one who came. I was eyes to the blind, and feet to the lame. I was a father of the helpless. The stranger lodged not without, and the helpless, whatever need they had, failed not of it. Neither suffered I one helpless man to go out of my door with an empty bosom. And much more too than these, that we may not now recount all, he continued to do, spending all his wealth on the needy. Wilt thou also look upon those who have become rich, but not of God, that thou mayest learn how they employed their wealth? Behold him in the parable of Lazarus, how he imparted not so much as a share of his crumbs. Behold Ahab, how not even the vineyard is free from his extortion. Behold Gehazi, behold all such. Thus they on the one hand who make just acquisitions, as having received from God, spend on the commands of God, but they who in the act of acquiring offend God, in the expending also do the same, consuming it on harlots and parasites, or burying and shutting it up, but laying out nothing upon the poor. Quote, "And wherefore," unquote, saith one, quote, "doth God suffer such men to be rich?" Unquote. Because he is long-suffering, because he would bring us to repentance, because he hath prepared hell, because he hath appointed a day in which he is to judge the world. Whereas, did he use at once to punish them that are rich and not virtuously, Zacchaeus would not have had an appointed time for repentance, so as even to restore fourfold whatever he had unjustly taken, and to add half of his goods, nor Matthew, to be converted and become an apostle, taken off as he would have been before the due season, nor yet many other such. Therefore doth he bear with them, calling all to repentance. But if they will not, but continue in the same, they shall hear Paul saying, that after their hardness and impenitent heart they treasure up unto themselves wrath against the day of wrath and revelation and righteous judgment of God.
Which wrath that we may escape.
Let us become rich with the riches of heaven, and follow after the laudable sort of poverty. For thus shall we obtain also the good things to come, the which may we all obtain through the grace and mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom to the Father, with the Holy Ghost, be glory, power, and honor, now and forever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 34.
Homily 35 of St. John Chrysostom on 1 Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 35. 1 Corinthians, chapter 14, verse 1. Follow after charity, and desire spiritual gifts, but rather that ye may prophesy. Thus, inasmuch as he had with exactness rehearsed unto them all the excellence of charity, he exhorts them in what follows with alacrity to lay hold of it. Wherefore also he said, Follow after, for he that is in chase beholds that only which is chaste, and towards that he strains himself, and leaves not off until he lay hold of it. He that is in chase, when by himself he cannot, by those that are before him, he doth overtake the fugitive, beseeching those who are near with much eagerness to seize and keep it so seized for him until he shall come up. This then let us also do. When of ourselves we do not reach unto charity, let us bid them that are near to her hold her, till we come up with her, and when we have apprehended, no more let her go, that she may not again escape us. For continually she springs away from us, because we use her not as we ought, but prefer all things unto her. Therefore we ought to make every effort, so as perfectly to retain her. For if this be done, we require not henceforth much labor, nay, rather scarce any, but taking our ease and keeping holiday, we shall march on in the narrow path of virtue. Wherefore he saith, Follow after her. Then, that they might not suppose that for no other end, he brought in the discourse of charity, Except that he might extinguish the gifts, he subjoins as follows. Verse 1, And desire spiritual gifts, but rather that ye may prophesy. Verse 2, For he that speaketh in an unknown tongue speaketh not unto men, but unto God, for no man understandeth him. Howbeit in the Spirit he speaketh mysteries. Verse 3, But he that prophesieth speaketh unto men to edification and exhortation and comfort. At this point he proceeds to make a comparison between the gifts, and lowers that of the tongues, neither signifying it to be altogether useless, nor very profitable by itself, for in fact they were greatly puffed up on account of this, because the gift was considered to be a great one, and it was thought great because the apostles received it first, and with so great display. It was not, however, therefore, to be esteemed above all the others. Wherefore, then, did the apostles receive it before the rest? Because they were to go abroad everywhere. And as in the time of building the tower, the one tongue was divided into many, so then the many tongues frequently met in one man, and the same person used to discourse both in the Persian and Roman and Indian and many other tongues, the Spirit sounding within him, and the gift was called the gift of tongues, because he could all at once speak diverse languages. See accordingly how he both depresses and elevates it, thus by saying, He that speaketh with tongues speaketh not unto men, but unto God, for no man understandeth him. He depressed it, implying that the profit of it was not great, but by adding, Howbeit in the Spirit he speaketh mysteries. He again elevated it, that it might not seem to be superfluous and useless and given in vain. But he that prophesieth speaketh unto men to edification and exhortation and comfort. Seest thou by what he signifies the choice nature of this gift, that is, by the common benefit, and how everywhere he gives the higher honor to that which tends to the profit of the many? For do not the former speak unto men also? Tell me. But not so much to edification and exhortation and comfort, so that the being possessed by the Spirit is common to both, as well to him that prophesieth as to him that speaketh with tongues. But in this, the one, he, I mean, who prophesieth, hath the advantage, in that he is also profitable unto the hearers. For they who spake with tongues were not understood by them that had not the gift. What then? Did they edify no man? Quote, Yes, unquote, saith he, quote, themselves alone, unquote. Wherefore also he adds, verse 4, He that speaketh in an unknown tongue edifieth himself. And how, if he know not what he saith? Why, for the present he is speaking of them who understand what they say, understand it themselves, but know not how to render it unto others. But he that prophesieth edifieth the church. Now, as great as is the difference between a single person and the church, so great is the interval between these two. Seest thou his wisdom, how he doth not thrust out the gift and make nothing of it, but signifies it to have some advantage, small though it be, and such as to suffice the possessor only? 2. Next, lest they should suppose that in envy to them he depresses the tongues, for the more part had this gift, to correct their suspicion, he saith, verse 5, I would that ye all spake with tongues, but rather that ye prophesied. For greater is he that prophesieth than he that speaketh with tongues, except he interpret, that the church may receive edifying. But rather and greater. Do not mark opposition, but superiority. So that hence also it is evident that he is not disparaging the gift, but leading them to better things, displaying both his carefulness on their behalf and his Spirit free from all envy. For neither did he say, quote, I would that 2 or 3, unquote, but that ye all spake with tongues, and not this only, but also that ye prophesied, and this rather than that, for greater is he that prophesieth. For since he hath established and proved it, he next proceeds also to assert it, not however simply, but with a qualification. Accordingly, he adds, except he interpret, since if he be able to do this, I mean the interpreting, quote, he hath become equal unto the prophet, unquote. So he speaks, quote, because then there are many who reap the advantage of it, unquote. A thing to be especially observed, how this throughout, before all else, is his object. Verse 6. But now, brethren, if I come unto you speaking with tongues, what shall I profit you, except I shall speak to you either by revelation, or by knowledge, or by prophesying, or by doctrine? Quote, and why speak I, unquote, saith he, quote, of the rest? Nay, let the person who speaketh with tongues be Paul. Yea, even so will no good come of it to the hearers, unquote. And these things he saith to signify that he is seeking their profit, not bearing any grudge against them that have the gift, since not even in his own person doth he shrink from pointing out their unprofitableness. And indeed it is his constant way to work out the disagreeable topics in his own person, as in the beginning of the epistle he said, quote, who then is Paul, and who is Apollos, and who is Cephas, unquote. The same then he doth also here, saying, not even I shall profit you, except I shall speak to you either by revelation, or by prophesying, or by knowledge, or by doctrine. And what he means is, quote, if I say not somewhat that can be made intelligible to you, and that may be clear, but merely make display of my having the gift of tongues, which when you have heard ye will go away with no sort of profit. For how should you profit by a voice which ye understand not? Unquote. 3. Verse 7. Yet even the things without life giving sound, whether pipe or harp, except they give a distinction in the sounds, how shall it be known what is piped or harped? Quote, and why do I say, unquote, saith he, quote, that in our case this is unprofitable, and that only useful, which is clear and easy to be apprehended by the hearers? Since even in musical instruments without life one may see this, for whether it be pipe or harp, yet if it be struck or blown confusedly and unskilfully, without proper cadence or harmony, it will captivate none of the hearers. For even in these inarticulate sounds there is need of some distinctness, and if thou strike not or breathe into the pipe according to art, thou hast done nothing. Now, if from things without life we require so much distinctness and harmony and appropriateness, and into those inarticulate sounds we strive and contend to infuse so much meaning, much more in men, endued with life and reason and in spiritual gifts, ought one to make significancy an object. Verse 8. For if the trumpet give an uncertain sound, who shall prepare himself to the battle? Thus, from things merely ornamental, he carries on his argument to those which are more necessary and useful, and saith that not in the harp alone, but in the trumpet also one may see this effect produced. For in that also there are certain measures, and they give out at one time a warlike note, and at another one that is not so. And again, sometimes it leads out to line of battle, and unless one know this, there is danger to all that is most important, which is just what he means, and the mischief of it, what he is manifesting, when he saith, who shall prepare himself to the battle? So then, if it have not this quality, it is the ruin of all. Quote, and what is this to us? Unquote, saith one. Truly, it concerns you very especially. Wherefore also, he adds, verse 9, so likewise ye, except ye utter by the tongue words easy to be understood, how shall it be known what is spoken? For ye shall speak into the air, that is, calling to nobody, speaking unto no man. Thus everywhere he shows its unprofitableness. 4. Quote, but if it be unprofitable, why was it given? Unquote, saith one. So as to be useful to him that hath received it. But if it is to be so to others also, there must be added interpretation. Now this he saith, bringing them near to one another, that if a person himself have not the gift of interpretation, he may take unto him another that hath it, and make his own gift useful through him. Wherefore he everywhere points out its imperfection, that so, if it might be, he may bind them together. Anyhow, he that accounts it to be sufficient for itself doth not so commend it as disparage it, not suffering it to shine brightly by the interpretation. For excellent indeed and necessary is the gift, but it is so when it hath one to explain what is spoken, since the finger too is a necessary thing, but when you separate it from the other members, it will not be equally useful, and the trumpet is necessary, but when it sounds at random, it is rather an annoyance. Yea, neither shall any art come to light without matter subject to it, nor is matter put into shape if no form be assigned to it. Suppose then the voice to be as the subject matter, but the distinctness as that form, which not being present, there will be no use in the material. Verse 10. There are, it may be, so many kinds of voices in the world, and none of them without signification. That is, so many tongues, so many voices of Scythians, Thracians, Romans, Persians, Moors, Indians, Egyptians, innumerable other nations. Verse 11. Therefore, if I know not the meaning of the voice, I shall be unto him that speaketh a barbarian. Quote, for suppose not, unquote, saith he, quote, that this happens only in our case, rather in all one may see this taking place, so that I do not say this to disparage the voice, but to signify that to me it is useless, as long as it is not intelligible, unquote. Next, that he may not render the accusation unpalatable, he makes his charge alike for the two, saying, he shall be unto me a barbarian, and I to him. Not from the nature of the voice, but from our ignorance. Seest thou how by little and little he draws men to that which is akin to the subject, which is his use to do, to fetch his examples from afar, and to end with what more properly belongs to the matter? For having spoken of a pipe and harp, wherein is much that is wanting and that is unprofitable, he comes to the trumpet, a thing more useful. Next, from that he proceeds to the very voice itself. So also before, when he was discoursing to show that it was not forbidden the apostles to receive, beginning first with husbandmen and shepherds and soldiers, then he brought the discourse on to that which is nearer to the subject, the priests in the old covenant. But do thou, I pray, consider how everywhere he hath given diligence to free the gift from censure, and to bring round the charge to the receivers of it. For he said not, quote, I shall be a barbarian, unquote, but unto him that speaketh a barbarian. And again he did not say, quote, he that speaketh shall be a barbarian, unquote, but he that speaketh shall be a barbarian unto me. 5. Quote, what then must be done, unquote, saith he? Why, so far from disparaging, one ought to recommend and to teach it, as indeed himself also doth, since after he had accused and rebuked it, and shown its unprofitableness, he proceeds to counsel them, saying, verse 12, even so ye, forasmuch as ye are zealous of spiritual gifts, seek that ye may excel to the edifying of the church. Seest thou his aim everywhere, how he looks to one thing continually, and in all cases the general utility, the profiting the church, laying this down as a kind of rule? And he did not say, quote, that ye may obtain the gifts, unquote, but that ye may excel, that is, that ye may even possess them in great abundance. Thus, so far am I from wishing you not to possess them, that I even wish you to abound in them, only so that ye handle them with a view to the common advantage. And how this same purpose may be answered, he declares and saith by way of inference. Verse 13, wherefore let him that speaketh in an unknown tongue pray that he may interpret. Verse 14, but if I pray in an unknown tongue, my spirit prayeth, but my understanding is unfruitful. Verse 15, what is it then? I will pray with the spirit, and I will pray with the understanding also. I will sing with the spirit, and I will sing with the understanding also. Here he intimates that it is in their own power to obtain the gift. For let him pray, saith he, that is, quote, let him contribute his own part, unquote, since if thou ask diligently, thou wilt surely receive. Ask according not to have a gift of an unknown tongue only, but also of interpretation, that thou mayest become useful unto all, and not shut up the gift in thyself alone. For if I pray in an unknown tongue, saith he, my spirit prayeth, but my understanding is unfruitful. Seest thou how by degrees, bringing his argument to a point, he signifies that not to others only is such an one useless, but also to himself, if at least his understanding is unfruitful? For if a man should speak only in the Persian or any other foreign tongue, and not understand what he saith, then of course to himself also will he be thenceforth a barbarian, not to another only, from not knowing the meaning of the sound. For there were of old many had also a gift of prayer, together with some unknown tongue, and they prayed, and the tongue spake, either in the Persian or Latin language, uttering a prayer, but their understanding knew not what was spoken. Wherefore also he said, If I pray in an unknown tongue, my spirit prayeth, that is, the gift which is given me, and which moves my tongue, but my understanding is unfruitful. What then may that be which is best in itself, and doth good? And how ought one to act, or what request of God? To pray both with the Spirit, that is the gift, and with the understanding. Wherefore also he said, I will pray with the Spirit, and I will pray with the understanding also. I will sing with the Spirit, and I will sing with the understanding also. 6. He signifieth the same thing again here also, that both the tongue may speak, and the understanding may not be ignorant of the things spoken. For except this be so, there will also be another confusion. Verse 16. For besides, saith he, when thou shalt bless with the Spirit, how shall he that occupieth the room of the unlearned say the Amen at thy giving of thanks, seeing he understandeth not what thou sayest? Verse 17. For thou verily givest thanks well, but the other is not edified. Observe how again here he brings his stone to the plumb line, everywhere seeking the edification of the church. Now by the unlearned he means the layman, and signifies that he also endures no little loss when he is unable to say the Amen. And what he saith is this, quote, If thou shalt bless in a barbarian tongue, not knowing what thou sayest, nor able to interpret, the layman cannot respond the Amen. For not hearing the words forever and ever, which are at the end, he doth not say the Amen. Unquote. Then again, comforting him concerning this, that he might not seem to hold the gift too cheap, the same kind of remark as he made above, that he speaketh mysteries, and speaketh unto God, and edifieth himself, and prayeth with the Spirit, intending no little comfort from these things, this also he utters here, saying, quote, For thou indeed givest thanks well. Since thou speakest being moved by the Spirit, but the other hearing nothing, nor knowing what is said, stands there receiving no great advantage by it. Unquote. 7. Further, because he had attacked the possessors of this gift, as though they had no such great thing, that he might not seem to hold them cheap, as being himself destitute of it, see what he saith. Verse 18. I thank God, speaking with tongues more than ye all. And this he doth also in another place, intending namely to take away the advantages of Judaism, and to show that henceforth they are nothing. He begins by intimating that himself had been endowed with them, yea, and that in very great excess. And then he calls them loss, thus saying, If any man thinketh that he hath confidence in the flesh, I more. Circumcised the 8th day, of the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin, and Hebrew of the Hebrews, as touching the law, a Pharisee, concerning zeal, persecuting the church, touching the righteousness which is in the law, blameless. And then, having signified himself to have the advantage of all, he saith, But what things were gain to me, those I counted loss for Christ. So also he doth here, saying, I speak with tongues more than ye all. Do not ye therefore glory as though ye only had the gift, for I also possess it, yea, more than ye. Verse 19. Yet in the church I had rather speak 5 words with my understanding, that I might teach others also. What is that? Speak with my understanding, that I might teach others also? Quote, understanding what I say, unquote, and, quote, words which I can both interpret to others and speak intelligently and teach the hearers, unquote. Than 10,000 words in an unknown tongue. Wherefore? That I may teach others, saith he, for the one hath but display only, the other great utility, this being what he everywhere seeks, I mean the common profit. And yet the gift of tongues was strange, but that of prophecy familiar and ancient, and heretofore given to many. This, on the contrary, then first given, howbeit it was not much cared for by him, wherefore neither did he employ it, not because he had it not, but because he always sought the more profitable things, being as he was free from all vainglory, and considering one thing only, how he might render the hearers better. 8. And here is the account of the faculty he had of seeing the expedient both to himself and to all others, viz., because he was free from vainglory. Since he assuredly that is enslaved by it, so far from discerning what is good to others, will not even know his own. Such was Simon, who, because he looked to vainglory, did not even see his own advantage. Such also were the Jews, who because of this pledged their own salvation to the devil. Hence also did idols spring, and by this madness did the heathen philosophers excite themselves and make shipwreck in their false doctrines. And observe the perverseness of this passion, how because of it some of them also made themselves poor. Others were eager about wealth. So potent is its tyranny that it prevails even in direct contraries. Thus one man is vain of chastity, and contrariwise another of adultery, and this man of justice, and another of injustice. So of luxury and fasting, modesty and rashness, riches and poverty. I say poverty, since some of them that were without, when it was in their power to receive, for admiration's sake forbore to receive. But not so the apostles. That they were pure from vainglory, they showed by their doings, in that when someone were calling them gods, and were ready to sacrifice unto them oxen with garlands, they did not merely just forbid what was doing, but they even rent their clothes. And after they had set the lame man upright, when all with open mouths were beholding them, they said, Why look ye so earnestly on us, as though by our own power we had made this man to walk? And those among men who admired poverty chose to themselves a state of poverty, but these among persons who despised poverty and gave praise to wealth. And these, if they received aught, ministered to the needy. Thus not vainglory, but benevolence was the motive of all they did. But those quite the reverse, as enemies and pests of our common nature, and no otherwise did they such things. Thus one sunk all his goods in the sea for no good purpose, imitating fools and madmen. And another let all his land go to sheep common. Thus they did everything for vainglory. But not so the apostles. Rather, they both received what was given them and distributed to the needy with so great liberality that they even lived in continual hunger. But if they had been enamored of glory, they would not have practiced this, the receiving and distributing, for fear of some suspicion arising against them. For he who throws away his own for glory will much more refuse to receive the things of others, that he may not be accounted to stand in need of others, nor incur any suspicion. But these thou seest both ministering to the poor, and themselves begging for them. So truly were they more loving than any fathers. 9. And observe also their laws, how moderate and freed from vainglory. Thus, having, saith he, food and raiment, let us be therewith content. Not like him of Sinope, who, clothed in rags and living in a cask to no good end, astonished many, but profited none, whereas Paul did none of these things, for neither had he an eye to ostentation, but was both clothed in ordinary apparel with all decency, and lived in a house continually, and displayed all exactness in the practice of all other virtues, which the cynic despised, living impurely and publicly disgracing himself, and dragged away by his mad passion for glory. For if anyone ask the reason of his living in a cask, he will find no other but vainglory alone. But Paul also paid rent for the house wherein he abode at Rome, although he who was able to do things far severer could much more have had strength for this. But he looked not to glory, that savage monster, that fearful demon, that pest of the world, that poisonous viper, since, as that animal tears through the womb of her parent with her teeth, so also this passion tears in pieces him that begets it. 10. By what means, then, may one find a remedy for this manifold distemper? By bringing forward those that have trodden it under foot, and with an eye to their image, so ordering one's own life. For so the patriarch Abraham, nay, let none accuse me of tautology, if I often make mention of him, and on all occasions. This being that which most of all shows him wonderful, and deprives them that refuse to imitate him of all excuse. For if we exhibit one doing well in this particular, and another in that, someone might say that virtue is hardly to be attained, for that it is scarcely possible to succeed in all those things together, whereof each one of the saints hath only performed a part. But when one and the same person is found to possess all, what excuse will they have, who after the law and grace are not able to attain unto the same measure with them that were before the law and grace? How then did this patriarch overcome and subdue this monster when he had a dispute with his nephew? For so it was, that coming off worst, and losing the first share, he was not vexed. But ye know that in such matters the shame is worse than the loss to the vulgar-minded, and particularly when a person having all in his own power, as he had then, and having been the first to give honor, was not honored in return. Nevertheless, none of these things vexed him, but he was content to receive the second place, and when wronged by the young man, himself old, and uncle by a nephew, he was not indignant, nor took it ill, but loved him equally and ministered to him. Again, having been victorious in that great and terrible fight, and having mightily put to flight the barbarians, he doth not add show to victory, nor erect a trophy, for he wished to save only, not to exhibit himself. Again, he entertained strangers, yet did he not here act vaingloriously, but himself both ran to them and paid them worship, not as though he were giving, but receiving a benefit, and he calleth them lords, without knowing who they are who are come to him, and presents his wife in the place of a handmaiden. And in Egypt too, before this, when he had appeared so extraordinary a person, and had received back this very woman, his wife, and had enjoyed so great honour, he showeth it to no man, and though the inhabitants of the place called him prince, he himself even laid down the price of the sepulchre. And when he sent to betroth a wife for his son, he gave no command to speak in high and dignified terms of him, but merely to bring the bride. 11. Wilt thou examine also the conduct of those under grace, when from every side great was the glory of the doctrine flowing round them? And wilt thou see then also this passion cast out? Consider, I pray, this same apostle, who speaks these things, how he ever ascribes the whole to God, how of his sins he makes mention continually, but of his good deeds never, unless perchance it should be needful to correct the disciples, and even if he be compelled to do this, he calls the matter folly, and yields the first place to Peter, and is not ashamed to labor with Priscilla and Aquila, and everywhere he is eager to show himself lowly, not in the marketplace, nor stately walking carrying crowds with him, but setting himself down among the obscure. Wherefore also he said, but his bodily presence is weak, that is easy to be despised, and in not being accompanied with display. And again, I pray that ye do not evil, not that we may appear approved. And what marvel if he despise this glory, seeing that he despises the glory of heaven, and the kingdom, and hell, for that which was pleasing unto Christ? For he wishes himself to be accursed from Christ, for the glory of Christ. For if he saith that he is willing to suffer this for the Jews' sake, he saith it on this account, that none of those without understanding might think to take to himself the promises made to them. If therefore he were ready to pass by those things, what marvel is it if he despised human things? 12. But the men of our times are overwhelmed by all things, not by desire of glory only, but also on the other hand by insult and fear of dishonor. Thus, should anyone praise, it would puff thee up, and if he blame, it would cast thee down. And as weak bodies are by common accidents injured, so also souls which grovel on earth. For such not poverty alone, but even wealth destroys not grief only, but likewise joy and prosperity more than adversity. For poverty compels to be wise, but wealth leads on oftentimes into some great evil, and as men in a fever are hard to be pleased in anything, so also they that are depraved in mind on every side receive hurt. Knowing therefore these things, let us not shun poverty, let us not admire riches, but prepare our soul to be sufficient for all estates. For so any one building an house doth not consider how neither rain may descend nor sunbeam light on it, for this were impossible, but how it may be made capable of enduring all. And he again that builds a ship doth not fashion and design anything to keep waves from breaking against it, or any tempest from rising in the sea, for this too were impossible, but that the sides of the ship may be ready to meet all. And again, he that cares for the body doth not look to this, that there may be no inequality in the temperature, but that the body may easily endure all these things. So accordingly let us act in respect of the soul, and neither be anxious to fly poverty, nor to become rich, but to regulate each of them for our own safety. Wherefore, letting alone these things, let us render our soul meet, both for wealth and poverty. For although no calamity such as man is subject to befall, which is for the most part impossible, even thus better is he that seeks not wealth, but knows how to bear all things easily, than he that is always rich. And why? First, such an one hath his safety from within, but the other from without. And as he is a better soldier who trusts to his bodily powers and skill in fighting, than he that hath his strength in his armor only, so he that relies on his wealth, compared with him that is fenced in by his virtue, is inferior. Secondly, because even if he do not fall into poverty, it is impossible that he should be without trouble. For wealth hath many storms and troubles, but not so virtue, but pleasure only and safety. Yea, and it puts a man out of the reach of them that lay snares for him, but wealth quite the contrary, rendering him easy to be attacked and taken. And as among animals, stags and hares are of all most easily taken through their natural timidity, but the wild boar and the bull and the lion would not lightly throw themselves in the way of the liers in wait, just so one may see in the case of the rich and of them that live voluntarily in poverty. The one is like the lion and the bull, the other like the stag and the hare. For whom would not the rich man fear? Are there not robbers, potentates, enviers, informers? And why speak I of robbers and informers in a case where a man suspects his very domestics? 13. And why say I, quote, when he is alive, unquote? Not even when dead is he freed from the villainy of the robbers, nor hath death power to set him in safety, but the evildoers spoil him even when dead. So dangerous a thing is wealth. For we see that not only do they dig into houses, but they even burst open tombs and coffins. What then can be more wretched than this man, since not even death can furnish him with this security, but that wretched body, even when deprived of life, is not freed from the evils of life, those that commit such wickedness hastening to war even with dust and ashes, and much more grievously than when it was alive. For then it might be, entering his storehouse, they would remove his chests, but abstain from his person, and would not take so much as to strip the body itself. But now the accursed hands of the tomb breakers do not even abstain from these, but move and turn it about, and with much cruelty insult it. For after it hath been committed to the ground, having stripped it both of its covering of earth and of that which its grave clothes constitute, they leave it thus to be cast out. What foe then so deadly as wealth, which destroys both the very soul of the living and insults the very body of the dead, and suffers it not even to lie buried in the ground, which is common even to the condemned, and to them that have been taken in the vilest crimes? For of them the legislators have exacted the punishment of death. Inquire no further, but of these wealth, even after death, exacts a most bitter punishment, exposing them naked and unburied, a dreadful and pitiable spectacle, since even those who suffer this after sentence, and by the anger of their judges, do not suffer so grievously as these. For they indeed remain unburied the first and second day, and so are committed to the ground. But these, when they have been committed to the ground, are then stripped naked and insulted. And if the robbers depart without taking the coffin too, there is still no thanks to their wealth, but in this case also to their poverty. For she it is that guards it, whereas most assuredly, had we entrusted wealth with even so much as this, and leaving off to form it of stone, had forged it of gold, we should have lost this also. So faithless a thing is wealth, which belongs not so much to them that have it, as to them that endeavor to seize it, so that it is but a superfluous argument which aims to show that wealth is an irresistible sort of evil, seeing that not even on the day of their death do its possessors obtain security. And yet who is not reconciled with the departed, whether it be wild beast or demon or whatever else? The very sight being enough to bend even one who is altogether iron and quite past feeling. Wherefore, when one sees a corpse, though it be an enemy, public or private, whom he sees, yet he weeps for him as one of his dearest friends, and his wrath is extinguished with life, and pity is brought in. And it would be impossible, in time of mourning and carrying out the burial, to distinguish an enemy from him who is not such. So greatly do all men revere their common nature, and the customs which have been introduced respecting it. But wealth, not even on obtaining this, remits her anger against her possessors. Nay, it renders them that have been no way wronged enemies of the dead, if at least to strip the dead body be an act of persons very bitter and hostile. And nature, for her part, reconciles even his enemies to him then. But wealth makes foes of them that have nothing to accuse him of, and cruelly entreats the body in its utter desolation. And yet, in that case, there are many things which might lead one to pity. The fact of its being a corpse, its inability to move, and tending to earth and corruption, the absence of anyone to help. But none of these things soften those accursed wretches because of the tyranny they are under from their base cupidity. For the passion of covetousness, like some ruthless tyrant, is at hand, enjoining on them those inhuman commands, and having made wild beasts of them, so brings them to the tombs. Yea, like wild beasts attacking the dead, they would not even abstain from their flesh, if their limbs were any way useful unto them. Such is our enjoyment of wealth. to be insulted even after death, and deprived of sepulture, whereof even the most desperate criminals partake. 14. Are we still then, tell me, to be fond of so grievous an enemy? Nay, I beseech you, nay, my brethren, but let us fly from it without turning to look, and if it come into our hands, let us not keep it within, but bind it fast by the hands of the poor. For these are the bonds which have more power to hold it, and from those treasures it will never more escape. And so this faithless one abides for the time to come, faithful, tractable, tame, the right hand of mercy producing this effect on it. As I have said, then, if it ever come to us, let us hand it over to her. But if it come not, let us not seek after it, nor fret ourselves, nor count its possessors happy. For what sort of a notion of happiness is this, unless thou wouldest also say that those who fight with beasts are to be envied, because those high-priced animals are shut up and reserved by the proposers of such contests for themselves, not daring, however, themselves to approach or to touch them, but fearing and trembling because of them. Something like this, I say, is the case of the wealthy, when they have shut up their wealth in their treasuries, as it were, some savage beast, and day by day receive from it innumerable wounds. In this latter, unlike to the beasts, since they, when thou leadest them out, then and not till then, hurt such as meet them, but this, when it is shut up and preserved, then destroys its possessors and hoarders. But let us make this beast tame, and it will be tame if we do not shut it up, but give it into the hands of all who are in need. So shall we reap from this quarter the greatest blessings, both living in the present life with safety and a good hope, and in the day that is to come standing with boldness, to which may we all attain through the grace and mercy, etc., etc. End of Homily 35. Homily 36 of St. John Chrysostom on First Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 36. 1 Corinthians, chapter 14, verse 20. Brethren, be not children in understanding, howbeit in malice be ye children, but in understanding be men. As might be expected, after his long argument and demonstration, he adopts a more vehement style and abundance of rebuke, and mentions an example suited to the subject. For children, too, are wont to gape after trifles, and to be fluttered, but of things very great they have not so much admiration. Since then these also, having the gift of tongues, which was the lowest of all, thought they had the whole. Therefore he saith, Be not children, that is, be not without understanding where ye ought to be considerate, but there be ye childlike and simple, where unrighteousness is, where vainglory, where pride. For he that is a babe in wickedness ought also to be wise, since as wisdom with wickedness would not be wisdom, so also simplicity with folly would not be simplicity, it being requisite both in simplicity to avoid folly, and in wisdom wickedness. For as neither bitter nor sweet medicines in excess do good, so neither doth simplicity by itself, nor wisdom, And this is why Christ, enjoining us to mix both, said, Be ye wise as serpents and harmless as doves. But what is it to be a babe in wickedness? Not even to know what wickedness is. Yea, such he willed them to be. Wherefore also he said, Fornication is positively heard of among you. He said not, quote, is done, unquote, but is heard of. As if he said, quote, Ye are not without knowledge of the thing, ye have heard of it sometime, unquote. I say he would have them both to be men and children, the one, however, in wickedness, but the other in wisdom. For so even the man may become a man, if he be also a child, but as long as he is not a child in wickedness, neither will he be a man. For the crafty, instead of perfect growth, will be but a fool. Verse 21. For in the law it is written, With men of other tongues and other lips will I speak unto this people, and yet for all that will they not hear me, saith the Lord. Yet surely it is nowhere written in the law, but as I said before, he calls always the whole of the Old Testament the law, both the prophets and the historical books, and he brings forward his testimony from Isaiah the prophet, again covertly detracting from the glory of the gift for their profit. Nevertheless, even thus he states it with a signification of honor, for the expression, not for all that, hath force to point out that the miracle was enough to astonish them, and if they did not believe, the fault was theirs. And wherefore did God work it, if they were not to believe? That he might in every case appear to do his part. 2. Having shown then, even from the prophecy, that the sign in question is not of great use, he adds, verse 22, Wherefore tongues are for a sign, not to them that believe, but to them that believe not. But prophesying serveth not for them that believe not, but for them which believe. Verse 23, If therefore the whole church be come together into one place, and all speak with tongues, and there come in those that are unlearned or unbelievers, will they not say that ye are mad? Verse 24, But if all prophesy, and there come in one that believeth not, or one unlearned, he is convinced of all, he is judged of all. Verse 25, And thus are the secrets of his heart made manifest, and so, falling down on his face, he will worship God, and report that God is in you of a truth. Great in this place is the difficulty which one seems to find arising from what is said. For if tongues are for a sign to them that believe not, how saith he, if they that believe not should see you speaking with tongues, they will say that ye are mad? And if prophecy be not for them that believe not, but for them that believe, how shall also the unbelievers gain thereby? For if there come in, saith he, when ye are prophesying, one that believeth not, he is convinced of all, and judged. And not only this, but also after this, another question hence springs up, since the tongue will appear on the contrary greater than the prophecy. For if the tongues are for a sign to them that believe not, but prophecy to them that believe, that which draws in aliens and makes them of the household, is greater than that which regulates those of the household. What then is the meaning of that expression? Nothing difficult, nor obscure, nor contrary to what went before, but rather very agreeable to it, if we give heed, viz., that prophecy is suitable to both, but the foreign tongue not so. Wherefore, having said of the unknown tongue, it is for a sign, he adds, not to them that believe, but to them that believe not, and to them for a sign, that is, for astonishment, not so much for instruction. Quote, but in the case of prophecy too, unquote, saith some one, quote, he did the very same thing, saying, but prophesying serveth not for them that believe not, but for them which believe. For the believer hath no need to see a sign, but requires only teaching and catechizing. Quote, how then sayest thou, unquote, saith he, quote, that prophecy is of use to both, when Paul saith, not to them that believe not, but to them which believe, unquote. If thou wilt accurately examine, thou wilt understand what is said. For he said not, quote, prophecy is not useful to them that believe not, unquote, but, quote, is not for a sign as the unknown tongue, unquote. That is, it is unprofitable, nor is the tongue any way useful to them that believe not, for its only work is to astonish and to confound. The word sign being one of those which may be taken two ways, as when he saith, show me a sign, he adds, for good, and again, I am become as it were a monster unto many, that is, a sign. And to show thee that he introduced the term sign here, not as a thing which of course did some good, he added that which resulted from it. And what was this? They will say, saith he, that ye are mad. This, however, not from the nature of the sign, but from their folly. But when thou hearest of unbelievers, do not suppose that the same persons are in every case intended, but at one time they which are incurably diseased, and abide uncorrected, and at another they which may be changed, such as were they who in the times of the apostles admire the mighty things of God which they hear of, such as in the case of Cornelius. His meaning, according is this, that prophecy avails both among them that believe not, and among them that believe. As to the unknown tongue, when heard by the unbelieving and inconsiderate, instead of profiting by it, they rather deride the utterers as madmen. For in fact, it is to them but for a sign, that is, in order to astonish them merely, whereas they who had understanding used also to profit by it, with a view to which the sign was given. Even as then there were not only certain who accused them of drunkenness, but many also admired them as relating the wonderful works of God. It appears then that the mockers were those without understanding. Wherefore also Paul did not simply say, they will say that ye are mad, but added, unlearned and unbelievers. But prophecy is not for a sign merely, but is also suitable and useful for faith and for profit unto both. And this, if not directly, yet in the sequel he more clearly explained, saying, he is convinced of all. For if all prophesy, saith he, and there come in one that believeth not, or unlearned, he is convinced of all, he is judged of all, and thus are the secrets of his heart made manifest, and so, falling down on his face, he will worship God and report that God is in you of a truth. So that not in this only is a prophecy greater, in its availing with each class, but also in its attracting the more shameless of the unbelievers. For it was not the same wonder when Peter convicted Sapphira
which was a work of prophecy, and when he spake with tongues, but in the former case all shrank into themselves, whereas when he spake with tongues, he got the credit of being even beside himself. 3. Having said then that the unknown tongue profited not, and having again qualified this statement by turning the charge upon the Jews, he proceeds to signify that it even doth injury, quote, "And wherefore was it given?" unquote, that it might go forth with interpretation, since without this it hath even the contrary effect among them that are without understanding. For if, saith he, all speak with tongues, and there come in unbelievers or unlearned, they will say that ye are mad. As indeed even the apostles incurred the suspicion of being drunken. For these men, it saith, are full of new wine. But it is not the fault of the sign, but of their unskillfulness. Therefore he added, unlearned and unbelievers, to show that the notion belongs to their ignorance and want of faith. For, as I before said, his object is to rank that gift not among things that are disparaged, but among those which do not greatly profit, and this in order to repress them and bring them to a necessity of seeking for an interpreter. For since the greater part looked not to this, but made use of it for display and rivalry, this is what he especially withdraws them from, intimating that their credit is injured, they bringing on themselves a suspicion of madness. And this especially is what Paul continually attempts to establish when he wants to lead men away from anything. He shows that the person suffers loss in respect of those very things which he desires. And do thou accordingly likewise. If thou wouldest lead men away from pleasure, show that the thing is bitter. If thou wouldest withdraw them from vainglory, show that the thing is full of dishonor. Thus also was Paul used to do. When he would tear away the rich from their love of money, he said not merely that wealth is a hurtful thing, but also that it casts into temptations. For they that will be rich, saith he, fall into temptation. Thus, since it seems to deliver from temptations, he attributes to it the contrary of that which the rich supposed. Others again held fast by the wisdom that is without, as though by it establishing Christ's doctrine. He signifies that not only it gives no aid to the cross, but even makes it void. They held to going to law before strangers, thinking it unmeet to be judged by their own, as if those without were wiser. He points out that going to law before them that are without is shameful. They clave to things offered in sacrifice to idols as displaying perfect knowledge. He intimates that this is a mark of imperfect knowledge, not to know what economy to practice in the things which concern our neighbors. So also here, because they were wild about this gift of tongues, through their love of glory, he signifies that this, on the other hand, more than anything, brings shame upon them, not only depriving them of glory, but also involving them in a suspicion of madness. But he did not at once say this, but having spoken very many things before, when he had made his discourse acceptable, then he brings in that topic, so very contrary to their opinion. And this, in fact, is no more than the common rule, that he who intends thoroughly to shake a deep-rooted opinion and to turn men round to its contrary must not at once state the opposites. Otherwise he will be ridiculous in the eyes of them that are preoccupied by the contrary conviction, since that which is very much beside expectation
cannot be from the beginning easily received, but you must first well undermine by other arguments, and then give it the contrary turn. Thus, for example, he did when discoursing of marriage. I mean, since many turn their minds to it as a thing which brings rest, and he wished to intimate that the abstaining from marriage was rest. If he had said this at once, he would not so easily have made it acceptable, whereas now, having stated it after much other matter, and timing its introduction exactly, he strongly touched the hearers. This also he did in respect of virginity, for before this, having said much, and after this again, at last he saith, I spare you, and I would have you without care. This then he doth in respect of the tongues, showing that they not only deprive of glory, but also bring shame upon those who have them in the eyes of the unbelievers. But prophecy, on the contrary, is both free from reproach among the unbelievers, and hath very great credit and usefulness. For none will say in regard to prophesying, they are mad, nor will any one deride them that prophesy, but on the contrary will be astonished at and admire them. For he is convinced of all, that is, the things which he hath in his heart are brought forward and shown unto all. Now, it is not the same thing for anyone to come in and see one speaking in Persian and another in Syriac, and to come in and hear the secrets of his own mind, as whether he cometh in as a tempter, and with evil mind, or sincerely, or that such and such a thing hath been done by him, and such another designed. For this is much more awful and more profitable than the other. For this cause, therefore, whereas of the tongues he saith, Ye are mad, not however affirming this of himself, but of their judgment, that is, they will say, saith he, that ye are mad. Here, on the contrary, he makes use both of the verdict of the facts and that of those who are the objects of the benefit. For he is convinced of all, saith he is judged of all, and thus are the secrets of his heart made manifest, and so falling down on his face, he will worship God, reporting that God is in you of a truth. Seest thou that this is not capable of two interpretations? How, in the former case, what is done may be doubted of, and here and there an unbeliever might ascribe it to madness? Whereas here there will be no such thing, but he will both wonder and worship, first making a confession by his deeds, and then by his words also. Thus also Nebuchadnezzar worshipped God, saying, Of a truth your God, he is the God that revealeth secrets, seeing thou couldest reveal this secret. Seest thou the might of prophecy, how it changed that savage one, and brought him under instruction, and introduced him to faith? 4. Verse 26. How is it then, brethren, when ye come together, every one of you hath a psalm, hath a doctrine, hath a tongue, hath a revelation, hath an interpretation? Let all things be done unto edifying. Seest thou the foundation and the rule of Christianity? How, as it is the artificer's work to build, so it is the Christian's to profit his neighbors in all things. But since he had vehemently run down the gift, lest it might seem to be superfluous, for with a view to pull down their pride and no more, he did this. Again he reckons it with the other gifts, saying, hath a psalm, hath a doctrine, hath a tongue. For of old they used also to make psalms by a gift, and to teach by a gift. Nevertheless, quote,
Let all these look to one thing, unquote, saith he, quote, the correction of their neighbor. Let nothing be done at random. For if thou comest not to edify thy brother, why dost thou come here at all? In fact, I do not make much account of the difference of the gifts. One thing concerns me, one thing is my desire, to do all things unto edifying, unquote. Thus also he that hath the lesser gifts will outrun him that hath the greater, if this be not wanting. Yea, therefore are the gifts bestowed, that each might be edified, since unless this take place, the gift will rather turn to the condemnation of the receiver. For what, tell me, is the use of prophesying? What is the use of raising the dead when there's none who profits by it? But if this be the end of the gifts, and if it be possible to effect it in another way without gifts, boast not thyself on the score of the signs, nor do thou bewail thyself to whom the gifts are denied. 5. Verse 27. And if any man speak in an unknown tongue, let it be by 2, or at the most by 3, and that by course, and let one interpret. Verse 28. But if there be no interpreter, let him keep silence in the church, and let him speak to himself and to God. What sayest thou? Tell me. Having spoken so much of tongues, that the gift is a thing unprofitable, a thing superfluous, if it have no interpreter, dost thou command again to speak with tongues? I do not command, saith he, neither do I forbid, as when he saith, if any of them that believe not bid you to a feast, and ye be disposed to go, he saith it not laying down a law for them to go, but not hindering them, so likewise here. And let him speak to himself and to God. If he endure not to be silent, saith he, but is so ambitious and vainglorious, let him speak by himself. And thus by the very fact of so permitting, he greatly checked and put them to shame, which he doth also elsewhere, discoursing of converse with a wife, and saying, but this I say through your incontinency. But not so did he speak when he was discoursing of prophecy. How then? In a tone of command and legislation, let the prophet speak 2 or 3. And he nowhere here seeks the interpreter, nor doth he stop the mouth of him that prophesies, as under the former head, saying, if there be no interpreter, let him keep silence. Because, in fact, he who speaks in a tongue hath not the command of himself. Wherefore, if any hath both gifts, let him speak. But if he have not yet wished to speak, let him do so with the interpreter's aid. For the prophet is an interpreter but of God, whereas thou art of man. But if there be no interpreter, let him keep silence. For nothing ought to be done superfluously, nothing for ambition. Only let him speak to himself and to God, that is, mentally or quietly, and without noise, at least if he will speak. For this is not surely the tone of one making a law, but it may be of one who shames them more, even by his permission, as when he saith, but if any hunger, let him eat at home. And seeming to give permission, he touches them hereby the more sharply, quote, for ye come not together for this purpose, unquote, saith he, quote, that ye may show that ye have a gift, but that ye may edify the hearers, unquote, which also he before said, let all things be done unto edifying.
6, verse 29, let the prophets speak, 2 or 3, and let the other judge. Nowhere hath he added, for the most part, as in the case of the tongues. And what is this that he saith? Intimating that neither is prophecy sufficient in itself, if at least he permitteth the judgment to others. Nay, surely it is quite sufficient, and this is why he did not stop the mouth of the prophet, as of the other when there is no interpreter, nor as in his case he said, if there be no interpreter, let him keep silence. So also in the case of the prophet, quote, if there be none to judge, let him not prophesy, unquote. But he only secured the hearer, since for the satisfaction of the hearers he said this, that no diviner might throw himself in among them. For of this also at the beginning he bade them beware, and he introduced a distinction between divination and prophecy, and now he bids them discriminate and spy out the matter, so that nothing satanic might privily enter. Verse 30, if anything be revealed to another that sitteth by, let the first hold his peace. Verse 31, for ye may all prophesy one by one, that all may learn, and all may be comforted. What may this be which is spoken? Quote, if when thou prophesiest, unquote, saith he, quote, and art speaking, the spirit of another stir him up, be silent thenceforth, unquote. For that which he said in the case of the tongues, this also here he requires, that it should be done, quote, by course, unquote, only in a diviner way here, for he made not use of the very expression by course, but if it be revealed to another. Since what need was there further that when the second was moved to prophesy, the first should speak? Ought they then both? Nay, this were profane, and would produce confusion. Ought the first? This too were out of place, for to this end, when the one was speaking, the Spirit moved the other, in order that he too might say somewhat. So then, comforting him that had been silenced, he saith, for ye may all prophesy one by one, that all may learn, and all may be comforted. Seest thou again how he states the reason wherefore he doeth all things? For if him that speaks with tongues he altogether forbid to speak, when he hath not an interpreter, because of the unprofitableness, reasonably also he bids restrain prophecy, if it have not this quality, but createth confusion and disturbance and unseasonable tumult. Verse 32, and the spirits of the prophets are subject to the prophets. Seest thou how he put him to shame earnestly and fearfully? For that the man might not strive, nor be factious, he signifies that the gift itself is under subjection. For by spirit here he means its actual working, but if the spirit be subject, much more thou its possessor canst not justly be contentious. 7. Then he signifies that this is pleasing also unto God, subjoining and saying, verse 33, for God is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as I teach in all the churches of the saints. Seest thou by how many reasons he leads him to silence, and soothes him in the act of giving way to the other? By one, and that the chief, that his part was not made null and void by such a proceeding. For ye may all prophesy, saith he, one by one, By a second, that this seems good to the Spirit himself, for the spirits of the prophets are subject to the prophets. Besides these, that this is according to the mind of God, for God, saith he, is not of confusion, but of peace. And by a fourth, that in every part of the world this custom prevails, and no strange thing is enjoined upon them. For thus saith he, I teach in all the churches of the saints. What now can be more awful than these things? For in truth the church was a heaven then, the Spirit leading the people in all things, and moving each one of the rulers, and making him inspired. But now we retain only the symbols of those gifts. For now also we speak two or three, and by course, and when one is silent, another begins. But these are only signs and memorials of those things. Wherefore, when we begin to speak, the people respond, with thy Spirit, indicating that of old they thus used to speak, not of their own wisdom, but moved by the Spirit. But not so now. I speak of mine own case so far. But the present church is like a woman who hath fallen from her former prosperous days, and in many respects retains the symbols only of that ancient prosperity, displaying indeed the repositories and caskets of her golden ornaments, but bereft of her wealth. Such an one doth the present church resemble. And I say not this in respect of gifts, for this were nothing marvelous, if it were this only, but in respect also of life and virtue. Thus the list of her widows and the choir of her virgins then gave great ornament to the churches, but now she is made desolate and void, and the tokens only remain. There are indeed widows now, there are also virgins, but they retain not that adornment which women should have who prepare themselves for such wrestlings. For both the special distinction of the virgin is the caring for the things of God alone, and the waiting on him without distraction, and the widow's mark, too, should be not so much the not engaging in a second marriage as the other things, charity to the poor, hospitality, continuing instant in prayers, all those other things which Paul, writing to Timothy, requires with great exactness. One may see also the married women exhibiting among us great seemliness, but this is not the only thing required, but rather that sedulous attention to the needy, through which those women of old shone out most brightly, not as the generality nowadays, for then instead of gold they were clothed with the fair array of almsgiving, but now, having left off this, they are decked out on every side with cords of gold, woven of the chain of their sins. Shall I speak of another repository too, emptied of its hereditary splendor? They all met together in old time and sang psalms in common. This we do also now, but then among all was there one soul and one heart. But now not in one single soul can one see that unanimity. Rather great is the warfare everywhere. Quote, peace, unquote, even now, quote, to all, unquote, he that presides in the church prays for, entering as it were into his Father's house. But of this peace the name is frequent, but the reality nowhere. 8. Then the very houses were churches, but now the church itself is a house, or rather worse than any house. For in a house one may see much good order, since both the mistress of the house is seated on her chair with all seemliness, and the maidens weave in silence, and each of the domestics hath his appointed task in hand. But here great is the tumult, great the confusion, and our assemblies differ in nothing from a vintner's shop. So loud is the laughter, so great the disturbance, as in baths, as in markets, the cry and tumult is universal. And these things are here only, since elsewhere it is not permitted even to address one's neighbor in the church, not even if one have received back a long absent friend. But these things are done without, and very properly. For the church is no barber's or perfumer's shop, nor any other merchant's warehouse in the marketplace, but a place of angels, a place of archangels, a palace of God, heaven itself. As therefore if one had rent the heaven, and had brought thee in thither, though thou shouldest see thy father or thy brother, thou wouldest not venture to speak, so neither here ought one to utter any other sound but those which are spiritual. For in truth, the things in this place are also a heaven. And if thou believest not, look to this table. Call to mind for whose sake it is set, and why. Consider who it is that is coming forth here. Tremble with awe even before the time. For so, when one sees the throne only of a king, in heart he rises up, expecting the king's coming forth. And do thou accordingly thrill with awe, even before that thrilling moment. Raise up thyself, and before thou seest the veils drawn aside, and the choir of angels marching forth, ascend thou to the very heaven. But the uninitiated knows not these things. Well, then, it is necessary, with a view to him also, to introduce other topics, for neither towards him shall we want reasons of power to stir him up thoroughly and cause him to soar. Thou then, who knowest not these things, when thou shalt hear the prophet saying, Thus saith the Lord, quit the earth, ascend thou also unto heaven, consider who it is that by him discourses with thee. But as things are, for a buffoon who is moving laughter, or for a whorish and abandoned woman, so vast an assemblage of spectators is set, listening in entire quietness to what is spoken, and this when none commands silence, and there is neither tumult, nor cry, nor any the least noise. But when God is speaking from heaven on subjects so awful, we behave ourselves more impudently than dogs, and even to the harlot women we pay greater respect than to God. Doth it make your flesh creep to be told of these things? Nay, then, much rather let it creep when ye do them. 9. That which Paul said of them that despised the poor and feasted alone, What, have ye not houses to eat and to drink in? Or despise ye the church of God, and shame them that have not? The same allow me also to say of those who make a disturbance and hold conversations in this place. Quote, What? Have ye not houses to trifle in? Or despise ye the church of God, and corrupt those even who would be modest and quiet? Unquote. Quote, But it is sweet and pleasant for you to converse with your friends. Unquote. I do not forbid this, but let it be done in the house, in the market, in the baths. For the church is not a place of conversation, but of teaching. But now it differs not from the market, nay, if it be not too bold a word, haply not even from the stage. In such sort do the women who assemble here adorn themselves more wantonly than the unchaste who are to be found there. Accordingly, we see that even hither many profligates are enticed by them. And if anyone is trying or intending to corrupt a woman, There is no place, I suppose, that seems to him more suitable than the church. And if anything be to be sold or bought, the church appears more convenient than the market. For on such subjects also there is more talk here than in the shops themselves. Or if any wish to say or to hear any scandal, you will find that this too is to be had here, more than in the forum without. And if you wish to hear anything of political matters, or the affairs of private families, or the camp, go not to the judgment hall, nor sit in the apothecary's shop, for here, I say, are those who report all these things more accurately, and our assemblies are anything rather than church. Can it be that I have touched you to the quick? I, for my part, think not. For while ye continue in the same practices, how am I to know that you are touched by what hath been said? Therefore I must needs handle the same topics again. Are these things then to be endured? Are these things to be borne? We weary and distract ourselves every day that ye may not depart without having learned something useful, and none of you goes away at all the better, but rather injured the more. Yea, and ye come together unto condemnation, having no longer any cloak for your sin, and ye thrust out the more modest, disturbing them with your fooleries on every side. But what do the multitude say? Quote, I do not hear what is read, unquote, saith one, quote, nor do I know what the words are which are spoken, unquote. Because thou makest a tumult and confusion, because thou comest not with a reverent soul, what sayest thou? Quote, I know not what things are said, unquote. Well then, for this very reason oughtest thou to give heed. But if not even the obscurity stir up thy soul, much more, if things were clear, wouldest thou hurry them by. Yea, this is the reason why neither all things are clear, lest thou shouldest indulge indolence, nor obscure, lest thou shouldest be in despair. And whereas that eunuch and barbarian said none of these things, but surrounded as he was with a crowd of so important affairs, and on his journey had a book in his hands, and was reading, dost thou, both abounding in teachers and having others to read to thee privately, allege to me thine excuses and pretexts? Knowest thou not what is said? Why then pray that thou mayest learn? But sure it is impossible to be ignorant of all things, for many things are of themselves evident and clear. And further, even if thou be ignorant of all, even so oughtest thou to be quiet, not to jostle out them that are attentive, that God, accepting thy quietness and thy reverence, may make the obscure things also plain. But canst thou not be silent? Well then, go out, not to become a mischief to others also. For in truth there ought to be but one voice in the church always, even as there is but one body. Therefore both he that reads utters his voice alone, and the bishop himself is content to sit in silence, and he who chants alone. And though all utter the response, the voice is wafted as from one mouth, and he that pronounces a homily pronounces it alone. But when there are many conversing on many and diverse subjects, why do we disturb you for no good? Since surely, unless ye thought that we are but disturbing you for no good, ye would not, in the midst of our speech on such high matters, discourse on things of no consequence. 10. Therefore not in your conduct only, but in your very estimation of things, there is great perversion, and ye gape after superfluities, and leaving the truth, pursue all sorts of shadows and dreams. Are not all present things a shadow, and dreams, and worse than a shadow? For both before they appear, they fly away, and before they are flown, the trouble they give is much, and more than the pleasure. Let one acquire in this world, and bury in the earth ever such abundance of wealth, yet when the night is past, naked he shall depart hence, and no wonder. Since they too, who are rich but in a dream, on rising from their couch, have nothing of what they seem to have while sleeping, so also are they greedy of gain, or rather not so, but in a much worse condition. For he that dreams of being rich, neither hath the money which he fancied he had, nor is any other mischief found to have accrued to him from this fantasy when he arises, but this man is both deprived of his riches, and hath also to depart, filled with the sins which arise out of them. And in his wealth, having but enjoyed a fantasy, the evils resulting from his wealth he sees not in fancy any more, but in the very truth of things. And his pleasure was in dreams, but the punishment ensuing on his pleasure turns out no more a dream, but is matter of actual experience. Yea, rather, even before that punishment, even here he pays the heaviest penalty, in the very collecting of his wealth, wearing into himself innumerable sadnesses, anxieties, accusations, calumnies, tumults, perturbations. In order, therefore, that we may be delivered both from the dreams and from the evils that are not in dreams, instead of covetousness, let us choose almsgiving, instead of rapine, mercy to mankind. For thus we shall obtain the good things, both present and to come, through the grace and mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom to the Father, with the Holy Ghost, be glory, power, honor, now and ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 36. Homily 37 of St. John Chrysostom on First Corinthians, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 37. 1 Corinthians, chapter 14, verse 34. Let your women keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but to be under obedience, as also saith the law. Having abated the disturbance both from the tongues and from the prophesyings, and having made a law to prevent confusion, that they who prophesy should be silent when another begins, he next in course proceeds to the disorder which arose from the women, rooting out their unseasonable boldness of speech, and that very opportunely. For if to them that have the gifts it is not permitted to speak inconsiderately, nor when they will, and this though they be moved by the Spirit, much less to those women who prate idly and to no purpose. Therefore he represses their babbling, and that with much authority, and taking the law along with him, thus he sews up their mouths, not simply exhorting here or giving counsel, but he even laying his commands on them vehemently by the recitation of an ancient law on that subject. For having said, Let your women keep silence in the churches, and it is not permitted unto them to speak, but to be under obedience, he added, As also saith the law. And where doth the law say this? Thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Seest thou the wisdom of Paul? What kind of testimony he adduced? One that not only enjoins on them silence, but silence too with fear, and with as great fear as that wherewith a maidservant ought to keep herself quiet. Wherefore, also having himself said, It is not permitted unto them to speak, he added not, quote, but to be silent, unquote. But instead of to be silent, he set down what is more, to wit, to be under obedience. And if this be so in respect of husbands, much more in respect of teachers and fathers in the general assembly of the church. Quote, but if they are not even to speak, unquote, saith one, quote, nor ask a question, to what end are they to be present, unquote? That they may hear what they ought, but the points which are questioned let them learn at home from their husbands. Wherefore also he added, verse 35, and if they will learn anything, let them ask their husbands at home. Thus, quote, not only, as it seems, are they not allowed to speak, unquote, saith he, quote, at random, but not even to ask any question in the church, unquote. Now, if they ought not to ask questions, much more is their speaking at pleasure contrary to law. And what may be the cause of his setting them under so great subjection? Because the woman is in some sort a weaker being, and easily carried away, and light-minded. Here you see why he set over them their husbands as teachers, for the benefit of both. For so he both rendered the women orderly, and the husbands he made anxious, as having to deposit with their wives very exactly what they heard. Further, because they suppose this to be an ornament to them, I mean their speaking in public, again he brings round the discourse to the opposite point, saying, for it is a shame for a woman to speak in the church. That is, first he made this out from the law of God, then from common reason and our received custom, even as, when he was discoursing with the women about long hair, he said, doth not even nature herself teach you? And everywhere thou mayest find this to be his manner, not only from the divine scriptures, but also from the common custom, to put them to shame. 2. But besides these things, he also shames them by consideration of what all agreed on, and what was everywhere drawn out in form, which topic also here he hath set down, saying, verse 36, What? Came the word of God out from you? Or came it unto you only? Thus he brings in the other churches also as holding this law, both abating the disturbance by consideration of the novelty of the thing, and by the general voice making his saying acceptable. Wherefore also elsewhere he said, Who shall bring you into remembrance of my ways which be in Christ, as I teach everywhere in all the churches? And again, God is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all the churches of the saints. And here, what? Came the word of God out from you? Or reached it unto you only? That is, quote, neither first nor alone are ye believers, but the whole world, unquote. Which also writing to the Colossians, he said, As it bringeth forth fruit, and increaseth in all the world, speaking of the gospel. But he turns it also in another way to the encouragement of his hearers, as when he saith that theirs were the first fruits, and were manifest unto all. Thus, writing to the Thessalonians, he said, For from you sounded out the word of God, and in every place your faith to God word is spread abroad. And again to the Romans, your faith is published in the whole world. For both are apt to shame and stir up, as well the being commended of others, as that they have others partakers in their judgment. Wherefore also here he saith, What? Came the word of God out from you? Or reached it unto you only? Quote, For neither can ye say this, unquote, saith he, quote, we were made teachers to the rest, and it cannot be right for us to learn of others, unquote. Nor, quote, the faith remained in this place only, and no precedents from other quarters ought to be received, unquote. Seest thou by how many arguments he put them to shame? He introduced the law. He signified the shamefulness of the thing. He brought forward the other churches. 3. Next, what is strongest of all, he puts last, saying, quote, God ordains these things even at this time by me, unquote. Verse 37. Thus, if any man think himself to be a prophet or spiritual, let him acknowledge that the things which I write unto you are the commandments of the Lord. Verse 38. But if any man be ignorant, let him be ignorant. And wherefore did he add this? Intimating that he is not using violence nor contention, which is a sign of them who wish not to set up their own things, but who aim at what is profitable to others. Wherefore also in another place he saith, But if any man seem to be contentious, we have no such custom. But he doth not this everywhere, but only where the offenses are not very great, and then chiefly as to shaming them. Since when he discourses of other sins, he speaks not thus. But how? Be not deceived, neither fornicators nor effeminate shall inherit the kingdom of God. And again, Behold, I, Paul, say unto you, that if ye be circumcised, Christ shall profit you nothing. But here, since his discourse was of silence, he doth not very keenly inveigh against them, by this very thing attracting them the more. Then, as he is ever wont to do, unto the former subject whence he digressed, to say these things, he brings back his discourse as follows. Verse 39. Wherefore, brethren, covet to prophesy, and forbid not to speak with tongues. For this too is his wont, not only to work out what is before him, but also starting from that, to set right whatever seems to him in any way akin to it, and again to return to the former, so as not to appear to wander from the subject. For so, when he was discoursing of their concord in their banquets, he digressed to their communion in the mysteries, and having thence put them to shame, he returns again to the former, saying, Wherefore, when ye come together to eat, tarry one for another. And here, accordingly, having discoursed of good order in their gifts, and of its being a duty, neither to faint in the lesser, nor to be puffed up on account of the greater, then having made an excursion from thence to the sobriety becoming women, and having established it, he returns again to his subject, saying, Wherefore, brethren, covet to prophecy, and forbid not to speak with tongues. Seest thou how to the end he preserved the difference of these, and how he signifies that the one is very necessary, the other not so? Wherefore of the one he saith covet, but of the other forbid not. 4. Then, as in brief summary, setting all things right, he adds the words, verse 40, Let all things be done decently and in order. Again, giving a blow to them who chose to behave themselves unseemly without cause, and to incur the imputation of madness, and who keep not their proper rank, for nothing doth so build up as good order, as peace, as love, even as their contraries tend to pull down. And not only in things spiritual, but also in all others, one may observe this. Thus, whether it be in a dance, or a ship, or in a chariot, or a camp, if thou shouldest confound the order, and casting the greater out of their proper place, shouldest bring in the lesser into their rank, thou destroyest all. And thus things are turned upside down. Neither let us then destroy our order, nor place the head below, and the feet above. Now this is done, when we cast down right reason, and set our lusts, passion, and anger, and pleasure over the rational part, whence violent are the billows, and great the confusion, and intolerable the tempest, all things being wrapped in darkness. And if thou wilt, let us first examine the unseemliness which arises herefrom, and then the loss. How then may this be clear to us and thoroughly known? Let us bring forward a man in that frame of mind, enamored of a harlot and overcome by a dishonorable passion, and then we shall see the mockery which this comes to. For what can be baser than a man watching the doors before the harlot's chambers, and beaten by a whorish woman, and weeping and lamenting, and turning his glory into shame? And if thou wilt also see the loss, call to mind, I pray, the expenditure of money, the extreme risks, the contests with the rival lovers, the wounds, the stripes received in such a phrase. Such also are they who are holden by the lust of wealth, or rather they behave themselves more unseemly. For whereas these are wholly occupied about one person, the covetous busy themselves about all men's substance alike, both poor and rich, and long for things that are not, a thing which, above all, denotes the wildness of their passion. For they say not, quote, I would fain have the substance of such a person, or of such another, unquote, only, but they want the very mountains to be gold, and the houses, and all that they see, and they go forth into another world. And this passion they feel without bounds, and at no point cease from their lusting. What discourse can set before us the tempest of those thoughts, the waves, the darkness? And where the waves and tempests are so great, what can the pleasure be? There is not any, but tumult and anguish and black clouds, instead of rain bringing with them great sorrow of heart, the kind of thing which is wont to happen in the case of those who are enamored of beauty, not their own. See, then, if they who have no passionate love at all are not in more pleasure than any lovers. 5. This, however, no man would gainsay. But to me, even he who loves but restrains his passion seems to live more pleasurably than he who continually enjoys his unlawful love. For though the proof be rather difficult, nevertheless, even at that disadvantage, the argument must be ventured on, the cause of the increased difficulty not being the nature of the thing, but because of the want of meet hearers for this high morality. Thus, whether is it pleasanter, tell me, to the lover to be despised by his beloved, or to be valued and to look down upon her? Evidently the latter. Whom then, tell me, will the harlot value more? Him that is a slave to her and is already led captive at her will, or him that is above her nets and soareth higher than her arrows? Everyone must see the latter. And about whom will she take more thought, the fallen, or him that is not yet so? Him that is not yet so, of course. And which will be more an object of desire, he who is subdued, or he who is not yet taken? He who up to this time is not yet taken. And if ye disbelieve it, I will produce my proof from what takes place within yourselves. As thus, Of which woman would a man be more enamored? One that easily submits herself and gives herself up to him, or one that denies him and gives him trouble? Evidently of this last, since hereby the longing is more vehemently kindled. Of course, then, in the woman's case, also exactly the same thing will happen, and him will they honor and admire more who looks down upon them. But if this be a true saying, so likewise is that other, that he enjoys greater pleasure who is more honored and beloved. Since the general too lets alone the city that hath been once taken, but that which stands out and maintains the struggle, he besets with all diligence, and the hunter, when the animal is caught, keeps it shut up in darkness, as the harlot doth her lover, but pursues that which flies from him. But I shall be told, quote, the one enjoys his desire, the other not so, unquote. But freedom from disgrace and from being a slave under her tyrannical commands, the not being led and dragged about by her as a drudge, beaten, spit upon, smitten on the head, dost thou consider this to be a small pleasure? Tell me. Nay, if one would accurately examine these things, and were able to gather into one their insults, complaints, everlasting quarrels, some arising from their tempers, some from their self-indulgence, their enmities, and all the rest, such as they only that feel them know, he will find that there is no war but hath more truces than this wretched life of theirs. What pleasure then meanest thou? Tell me. The temporary and brief enjoyment of lust? But this speedily doth strife overtake, and storms and rage, and the same madness again. 6. And these things have been said by us as one would speak discoursing with licentious youths, who do not very patiently submit to hear our discourses of the kingdom and of hell. And now that we are bringing forward these topics also, it is not even possible to say how great is the pleasure of the continent. If one frame in one's own mind his crowns, his rewards, his converse with the angels, the proclaiming of him before the world, his boldness, those blessed and immortal hopes of his, quote, but lust hath a certain pleasure, unquote. For this they are continually repeating, quote, neither can the continent continually go on contending with the tyranny of nature, unquote. Nay, but one shall find just the contrary result, for this violence and tumult is present with the unchaste rather, there being in his body a violent tempest, and no sea in a storm so grievously vexes he, never withstanding his passion, but ever receiving blows from it, as the possessed, and they that are continually rent in the midst by evil spirits. Whereas the temperate, like a noble champion continually giving blows to it, reaps the best of pleasures, and sweeter than 10,000 of that kind, and this victory and his good conscience, and those illustrious trophies, are ornaments for him continually to deck himself withal. As to the other, if after his lust he hath a little respite, it must be counted nothing. For again the storm comes on, and again there are waves. But he that commands himself doth not suffer this tumult to lay hold of him at all, nor the sea to arise, nor the wild beasts to roar. And even if he endure some violence in the restraint of such an impulse, yet so doth the other also, continually receiving blows and stabs, and unable to endure the sting. And it is like as if there were a wild horse, furious and struggling, and one should check with the bridle and hold him in with all skill, while another giving him the rein to escape the trouble, were dragged along by him and carried hither and thither. If I have spoken these things more plainly than is becoming, let no man blame me, for I desire not to make a brave show by gravity of words, but to make my hearers grave. Therefore also the prophets spare no such words, wishing to extirpate the licentiousness of the Jews, but do even more nakedly inveigh against them than we do now in the things we have spoken. For so a physician wishing to remove an ulcer doth not consider how he may keep his hands clean, but how he may rid the patient of the ulcer. And he who would raise on high the lowly first makes himself lowly. And he who seeks to slay the conspirator stains himself also with blood as well as the other, and this makes him the more brilliant. Since if one were to see a soldier returning from the war stained with gore and blood and brains, he will not loathe him, nor turn from him on this account, but will even admire him the more. So then let us do, when we see anyone returning covered with blood after the slaughter of his evil desire, let us the more admire him and become partakers of his battle and victory, and say to those who indulge this wild love, quote, "Show us the pleasure you derive from lust, for the continent hath that which comes of his victory, but thou none from any quarter. But if ye should mention that which is connected with the criminal act, yet the other is more manifest and satisfactory. For thou hast from the enjoyment something brief and hardly apparent, but he from his conscience hath both a greater and enduring and a sweeter joy. The company of a woman hath surely no such power as self-command to preserve the soul undisturbed and give it wings." Unquote. Well then, the continent man, as I said, thus evidently makes his pleasure out to us. But in thy case I see the dejection arising from defeat, but the pleasure desiring to see I find not. For what dost thou consider the moment of pleasure? That before the criminal action? Nay, it is not so, for it is a time of madness and delirium and frenzy, to grind the teeth and be beside oneself, not being any pleasure. And if it were pleasure, it would not produce the same effects on you, which they who are in pain endure. For they who strike with their fists and are stricken grind their teeth, and women in travail, distracted with pains, do the same. So that this is no pleasure, but frenzy rather, and confusion, and tumult. Shall we say then the time after this? Nay, neither is this. For neither could we say that a woman just delivered is in pleasure, but in release from certain pains. But this is not, of course, pleasure, but weakness rather, and falling away, and there is a great interval between these two. What then is the time of pleasure, tell me? There is none. But if there be any, it is so brief as not even to be apparent, at least having zealously sought in a great many ways to detect and apprehend it, we have not been able. But the time of the chaste man's pleasure is not such. Rather, it is wide and evident to all. Or rather, all his life is in pleasure, his conscience crowned, the waves laid, no disturbance from any quarter arising within him. Since, then, this man's life is more in pleasure, while the life spent in love of pleasure is in dejection and disquiets, let us flee from licentiousness, let us keep hold on chastity, that we may also obtain the good things to come, through the grace and mercy, etc., etc. End of Homily 37.